The story begins in a classroom decorated with banners and slogans encouraging students to strive, asking if you have ever risked everything in your life. Only 25 days left until the college entrance exam. The one exam that will be the peak of your life. Suddenly, a panicked gaze looked up at the stammering words. Have I returned before the college entrance exam? Right after that, he jolted up and shouted, "No way." And those around him were startled and turned to look. This is a country, and then high school, class 127. He continued to hold his head and scream, feeling that life was so unfair. What kind of horror story is this? If I am going to be reborn, at least let me be reborn after I have entered college. Do you know how hard I worked in my past life? Now you want me to go through that again? Damn it. While he was confused, his brain started updating data about this world. Since ancient times, humanity on Lam Ting has faced a natural disaster, which is the invasion of secret realms. The secret realm is a portal connecting to another world, filled with terrifying beasts. They often take advantage of the gaps in the secret realm to invade the human world. Powerful beasts can even destroy entire nations, threatening all of human civilization. To fight against these beasts, humanity developed a beast gene system. By injecting their genes into humans, they awaken monster templates and unlock innate abilities. Only such martial artists possess the strength to save civilization. This also elevated the status and treatment of martial artists far beyond that of ordinary people, ushering Lam Ting into an era of martial supremacy. The system announces, all skills are at the lowest level. Dai Hu Lin VO. Here, the notification lines resembling a system appear for anyone who is reborn, clearly introducing, the main character has crossed into another world as a student preparing to become a martial artist. Here are the implanted memories. After a moment of data loading, our male lead finally grasped the situation. He held his head in disbelief. Dach Ha, a high school student. Hearing him mumble, the students at the table above started mocking him. Look at that useless Dach Ha. Having a nightmare again. This kind of loser dares to take the college entrance exam. The girl in the pink shirt sitting there heard the commotion and looked down, throwing a condescending glance and sneering. You should drop out and go home. You trash. Work as a labor at the bottom of society. Or just hide at home and wait to die. Her words made him a bit annoyed. He sighed, thinking to himself, as expected, in every bullying story, there is always a bitch leading the charge. He then chose not to respond and fell into thought. It seems the original owner's reputation in class was not very good. It all started from his parents' accident in 11th grade, causing the original owner to lose focus on practicing. His grades, which were once good, suddenly plummeted like stocks, dragging the whole class down. So that is how it is. The girl in pink saw him staring blankly and angrily shouted, "What are you looking at? This is a martial arts class. Do you want to fight?" He still did not reply, ignoring her and silently lamenting. What am I looking at? I am just thinking, the original host did not bother to study, but I am the one facing the consequences. It is just like being looked down on by 1,000 people. My heart is racing. Suddenly, a bald teacher walked in and asked loudly, "Are you all ready? We are about to inject the genetic enhancement serum, so be confident. 3 years of physical training and weapon mastery. All for this day." Then, he adjusted his glasses and looked down at the male lead with disappointment. Saying more, the other students who did not take this seriously made the male lead, Dach Ha, smile and show he was listening. But inside he thought, are you kidding me? It is the original host who did not study properly. Not me. So why should I feel guilty? Then he smirked and thought, but since I have taken over the original hostess body, I have to clean up properly. The scene shifted to the genetic injection hall of Then No. 1 school, with 4 neatly placed suitcases in front of all the students. The students below were buzzing with discussion. What do you think I will awaken? Maybe a mountain water monkey or a sea dragon. The person next to him laughed and replied, I bet it is the worst centaur. The teacher began to open the suitcase containing the awakening serum, revealing a series of advanced-looking blue vials. The teacher started to introduce the serum, even though he knew the students already had this information. This is the genetic awakening serum, containing the primitive genes of all recorded magical beasts. After injection, the body will randomly absorb one type of gene to awaken. The stronger the physique, the higher the quality of the awakened gene. Don't be nervous. After the injection, calmly accept the power. I will call names in order. Anyone whose name is called should come up to receive the serum. Trun Beam Phiem Bu Don and Sef. The teacher's voice accompanied the needles being injected one by one. Then came the sounds of writhing and loud screams. Some struggled to accept it. Some gasped for breath, and others fainted from the pain. The male lead, Dach Ha, felt a bit sympathetic. They looked so weird after the injection and were in so much pain. It seemed this was not something easy to get. Then he jabbed the needle into his neck with determination. Whatever, I will take the risk. After a while, his body did not respond at all, and he opened his eyes in surprise. The teacher saw him and approached gracefully, saying, Dach Ha, you do not seem to have changed at all. Do you? He was just as confused and stared at the teacher. Then replied, Sir, I think I injected the wrong serum. The girl in pink seized the opportunity to tease him. Ha! Look at that. Dutch he does not seem to have awakened at all. He turned to look, and then she playfully touched his face. Continuing, a non-awakened fighter is like a bird without wings. Dutch he is finished. Sounds right. Huh. So there is no need to be a fighter. Just go home and wait to die. Letting her do whatever. His attitude was quite bitter at this point. He thought to himself, that girl is so annoying. She is the one who bullied me the most, not anyone else. Suddenly, Dutch felt a strange change. His heart was racing uncontrollably, and his whole body felt like it was going through a terrifying shock. He clenched his teeth in confusion. Wait a minute. In Dutch Hava's vision, a system notification appeared, indicating the achievement of infinite monster models. Master. Dutch he as physical synthesis. Martial arts. 9-section Kiai techniques. Land mountain fist. Tough Qigong. The monster model has been drawn. Just moments ago everything was normal. Suddenly Dutch Hao's body shrank in front of the girl in pink. He pushed his hands down uncomfortably and shouted loudly. Not understanding what was happening, she hurriedly yelled. What are you doing? If you are not awakening, then why pretend? In this moment, Dutch Hao was struggling to articulate each word. You all should run. The girl in pink cleared her throat. What are you saying? Run. Why? Dutch Hao was trying to control his body, but it seemed he could not hold on any longer. His eyes lit up. His breath became labored, emitting a bright energy. He struggled to speak each breath. If he did not run, it would be too late. The next moment, from Dutch Hepsa's small body, gorilla-like physical form erupted, surrounding him with powerful energy, sending anyone nearby flying. Dutch Heda did not understand why his body was undergoing such a powerful transformation. He kept screaming. The gorilla form also opened its mouth wide, releasing a shockwave that shook everything. The students near Dutch Ha were all thrown away, unable to stand. In the face of this force, everyone held onto each other. Bewildered, the shockwave was too strong. Who was awakening what? This momentum was unbearable. The commotion unintentionally attracted the attention of the scholars. A female student awakening the fire element turned to look with a wary gaze. A male student, a scholar awakened in the ice element, also took notice. He was envious, muttering to himself, is there anyone stronger than me? The system of Deech Hev displayed in a level model. Gorilla physique. Bloodline ability. Rough earth element. Thermal shockwave. Nuclear absorption. Evolutionary form. Gorilla flame. Unlocking when compatibility reaches 100%. Current compatibility at 3%. Dutch Ha's whole body trembled. He was trying to hold his arms tightly to stabilize himself. Dutch Hava mumbled. Is this the A-level gorilla model of infinite monster models? He looked at his palm, glowing with spiritual energy at a cellular level, so abundant that it emitted light and smoke. He exclaimed in surprise, could this be an exceptional system given to me? His classmates, who had always looked down on him, now could not believe their eyes seeing Dutch Ha at his peak. Was that the name of the useless one? The guy next to him widened his eyes. Just the momentum alone had blown everyone around away. They looked at the girl in pink, who had been bullying Dechavya, now motionless on the floor, and rolled their eyes. They said, Avidi Yinging is also stunned. She awakened the fire element. How embarrassing. Many noises erupted. What model did he awaken? After witnessing Daika's terrifying internal strength, the classmates who often mocked him were now bowing in fear. Dutch Ha, innocently scratching his head, apologized. Sorry. The commotion was a bit loud. I told you all to stay away, but no one listened. The awakening injection time is over, and the school intercom announces that all awakened students should report to the inspection building immediately, identifying beast bloodlines and martial arts levels, repeating everything. Transitioning to the main inspection building. This place has a lot of gene breakthrough equipment that can identify beast bloodlines and martial arts levels. The students enter, and the results are displayed. Litam Nguyen has awakened the Speedwind bloodline. Level 3. Everyone is talking nonstop. How lucky. Before, I was just average, and now I am at the forefront. Strong bloodline is truly unfair. The next results announced belong to another male student. Everyone reads the results and starts discussing. So Chao is indeed the best in the class, not only a 9th level martial artist but also awakened the top level Ice Demon Dragon. Level 3. The top scholar title must belong to him now, and equally captivating is a beautiful female student who has also awakened a rare ability. The crowd continues to buzz. Take a good look, Miss Liu is also at a level. What did she awaken? Damn. It is the rare level 4 Underworld Sparrow, a top scholar. A level 4 beast in its true form could destroy half the city. For martial artists, they are nothing but ants. Only masters can contend with them. At this moment, Dutch He has not been tested yet. He stands below, looking up with a puzzled expression, wondering why his monster model is only classified as level A. Suddenly, the intercom announces. Next up, Class 127. Dutch Ha. Dutch Ha is startled and embarrassed. Does it really need to call out his name like that? Really is fast. With the performance just now, Dutch is the center of everyone's attention and expectations. Everyone looks at him with admiration and awe, and the crowd forms two eager lines. With such strong impact, he will definitely become a big player in the future. Making good connections will surely allow him to grab onto big thighs. Whoa, the male god. It is Dhe's turn now. With his previous momentum, his level must be high. Really impressive. The more praise he receives, the more pressure He feels. Only he knows that his talent is level A. He mutters, "This world really worships the strong." As he walks past the students cheering for him, Dutch He continues straight into the inspection room. He composed himself and walked in without any emotions. Outside, the boys kept cheering, betting that Dho would definitely make a name for class 127. It is Dhe's turn now. It is guaranteed he won't have an ordinary ability. It is just too cool. What level bloodline could produce such an impressive aura after awakening? This time, Aranthen has truly exploded. From a distance, a figure with little hope can be seen. His gaze is rather cold and unhappy upon seeing Dutch being praised. This person thinks, so his name is Dhe. He is indeed quite something to look forward to. A moment later, Dutch information board immediately appears, showing only basic information, with other data being undetermined. Everyone looks at the results in shock, and they start to chatter excitedly. Dutch from class 127, martial artist level 3. Beast bloodline. Undetermined. Martial artist level 3. My little brother in middle school could defeat that. How embarrassing. I must have expected the wrong person. These people turn on him faster than flipping a pancake. Now they are laughing and mocking, trampling Dhe's honor into a deep abyss. They continue to ridicule. Undetermined bloodline. It must be nothing. That is right, the 3-section staff has no good bloodline. It turns out it was just a big bluff. Dhe'ajur is still just a lump of mud that won't stick to the wall. While everyone was mocking him, Dhe walked out alone with a shadow following him. He thought to himself, indeed, Dhe's expression was not very bright. He mumbled, the gorilla has not been detected, but it has activated the infinite monster model. Dhe's system friend just told him that the infinite monster model upgrade guide can complete the fame increase task to earn more draws for the current monster model. No, my model may have a different hierarchy, but only Dhe understands this, he muttered. But that meant something. Dhe let out a light, incomprehensible chuckle. Then our protagonist displayed a strange, calculating, and sinister expression. He looked at his hands and murmured in peak excitement. As long as I meet the conditions, I can draw from the infinite monster model. So, does not that make me the king of monsters? The next morning at Anthen High School No. 1. It was a beautiful sunny day. This teacher seemed very strict. He was drinking a large cup of coffee and turning to criticize a student. What, you want to take a leave of absence to study at home until the college entrance exam and then come back? Dhe looked very excited and determined, standing with a stomp and clenched fists in front of the teacher, saying, Sir, I really want to improve. The teacher did not seem very happy and asked. Dhe continued, I know I lack knowledge. If I do not train specifically to keep up with everyone, it won't be possible. The teacher appeared very dangerous and extremely serious in his response. Dhe. You know, the only way to become a martial artist is to get into college. I know you have awakened your bloodline, but your foundation is too weak. You won't be able to pass college, so prepare to retake the exam next year. Don't rush. In response to the teacher's harsh words, Dhe used his pleading ability with sparkling eyes full of sincerity and hope. He said, Teacher, the more urgent, the more progress. Perhaps you do not understand. I have awakened a very strong bloodline. As long as I train hard, I will definitely succeed. You can see the earnestness in my eyes. I absolutely am not lying. Dhe overacted, seeing him pleading hard, so the teacher softened and sighed in response. Well, your eyes are indeed very sincere, so he decided not to make it harder. All right. Remember to come back next year to register for exam preparation with me. Transitioning to the Anthen Martial Artists Center, Dhe was wandering down the wide street, lost in thought as he walked. The house his parents left had a mortgage of 600,000, plus over 1 million in accident compensation. Now he had a decent amount of capital. Currently, he wanted to increase his strength with 2 options. One is to upgrade his martial artist level, and the other is to increase the compatibility with the gorilla model. Remembering the information displayed on the system board, he was lost in thought, ignoring everyone around him. According to the information from countless monster models, each initial sample only had a 1% compatibility, but the gorilla model had up to 3%. Where did that extra 2% come from? There is only one answer. The gorilla sample absorbed the potency from the awakening drug, providing a 2% compatibility boost. This proves that genetic drugs around the world can enhance our sample's abilities. Compared to rigorous martial arts training, upgrading compatibility with money suits us better. Thinking this, he felt he had found a way forward. Quickly getting excited, he had to buy the genetic enhancement drug right away. Upon arrival, Decho scanned his student card at the gate. Just as he finished scanning, Decho suddenly showed strange behavior. His eyes widened, and his expression was filled with panic. The people in front of him had auras of awakening power surrounding them, and they were all high-level awakened individuals. Decho exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this place filled with awakened martial artists?" After awakening the gorilla model, I gained a special ability to sense the life force field. The gorilla can emit a life force field to detect the life signals of surrounding creatures. I can clearly sense the blood surging like a furnace within their bodies along with the beastly roars in their veins. At this moment, Decho was extremely excited, wearing a strange smile with a gleam in his eyes as he mumbled to himself, "Martial artists. Mythical beasts. I can decontain my desire to fight any longer." Huh? After all, the gorilla is the king of monsters in this world. It is the emperor wanting to conquer every creature on this planet. He could not help but shout loudly, "It is a shame I am still weak right now. I can only let the gorilla ancestor thirst for battle. Just wait until I grow stronger. I will show this world what a monster king looks like." He was immersed in his own future calculations with excitement. Suddenly, someone poked Decho on the shoulder from behind. His glare made a beautiful girl dressed very attractively behind him misinterpret the situation. She took off her glasses and winked at him, casually saying, "Don't he sneak a peek at others like that?" Decho turned around, very surprised. Realizing she misunderstood, he awkwardly replied, "Sorry, I did not mean to." The girl responded comfortably, "It is okay. You must have just awakened your beast affinity and have not controlled your powers yet. What are you doing at the Martial Artists Center?" Decho replied immediately, "I came to buy the affinity drug, but this place is too vast. I can't find the spot. Can you help me?" The girl was also very enthusiastic. "You need the affinity drug already at this stage." Decho wondered, is there something to be cautious about? In front of him, the girl with a mature figure did not mind saying, "There is nothing to worry about. It is just that genetic drugs are both expensive and can easily cause resistance. Their effectiveness will diminish over time." Hearing this and looking at the woman's demeanor, Decho felt a bit hesitant. The girl was very relaxed, just like her appearance, waving her hand as she continued speaking to him. To achieve maximum effect, martial artists usually wait until their bloodlines reach their limits before using it. Decho asked in confusion, "How much does a vial of affinity drug cost?" The curvy girl cheerfully raised 4 fingers and eagerly answered, "Yeah, my stage can only use primary reinforcement medicine for about 400,000. Hearing the number made the main character want to die. He whispered, "That is too expensive. My savings are not enough to buy 5 bottles. Then I shyly asked if the sister knew anyone who could help me get a discount. After thinking for a while, the older sister leaned down and handed him a fake Hong Leo Light to V Oin the Lion card. The light action made her breasts shake vigorously. She said, "All right, take my business card. If someone introduces you, you will get a discount." Truly a good person inside and out. Dechiya happily accepted it, excitedly left, and waved goodbye. "Thank you so much." The sister was also very willing, saying, "See you again, kid." Farewell to the kind sister inside and out. Decho was currently very tense. Alright, next. Because he was burning money at the martial arts hospital, Decho stood nervously at the cash register. Zero vend. Weapon shop 250,000. Just like that. Spending wildly. Spending crazily. In a flash, it was dark, transitioning back to the main character's apartment. Decho was sitting diligently practicing. His body seemed to be burning from the thick aura emanating, although it was very painful and uncomfortable. Decho was still straining due to overwhelming power. The system announced, "Monster model. Gorilla compatibility from 3% to 4%. 4% to 7%. Master. Decho. Overall physique from 8 to 10. 10 to 15. Martial artist rank 7. After enduring the torment of using the medicine, Decho felt like he had lost all strength. He stretched his arms, drenched in sweat, whispering. The feeling of leveling up was overwhelming. But the first few bottles each increased 2 points in physique, while the last only increased 1 point. It seemed harder as he got stronger. Continuing to enhance on this foundation would become increasingly difficult. Now, Decho was immersed in sheer joy. He gazed at his pale hands filled with incredible hopes. The reinforcement was harder, but it was fine. Just a few dozen minutes equaled 3 years of hard training. This was just ordinary physique. If activating the ancestral bloodline, he, for this imperial exam, could also compete. If he turned on the hack without dominating the genius, that would be a waste. Then he yelled with determination to set off into the secret realm. The secret realm crack levels from S to E. The higher, the stronger the beasts. Beasts in this level secret realm cannot be controlled by humans. Once they invade the real world, it will be a disaster of extinction. Transitioning to secret realm number 3. And then, level E, fully equipped. Decho looked around for a while and muttered, "There were fewer people here than expected. Probably due to the long time since it was explored. Since it was an old secret realm, the treasures had all been taken, leaving only weak beasts for rookies to train against." After wandering for a while, He stumbled upon a passageway. He spoke up. "Hello. I would like to book a ticket to Secret Realm number 3. The woman in charge casually worked with Dutch Haya, signed a death waiver. And here's your ticket." And so a simple procedure was completed. The gate in Secret Realm appeared before Dutch Ho. He could not help but feel anxious standing in front of it. Trembling, is this the crack of the Secret Realm? Immediately after, he regained his cunning mood. Daiga chuckled, his crooked smile revealing his mischievous side. This is the beginning of the Monster King. He let out a laugh and without hesitation, charged forward with eager anticipation. "I am here." Just as he jumped into the crack of the Secret Realm, Dai entered, and the world of the 3 dynasties transformed. It felt like he was leaping through the ozone layer into another world. Dai quickly landed safely. He braced himself, expertly kneeling. In this secret realm, he could see nearby celestial bodies. It was unlike Earth, with planets like Thang Lan, MV, and Thai Kim. As he landed, he hurriedly adjusted his gear. He looked around and whispered. Even though he had read about it in textbooks, nothing compared to witnessing it firsthand. It was truly magnificent. While Hava marveled at the new planet, he could even see the cosmos. A red rabbit peeked out from behind him. It squeaked, sniffing him out, initially looking like a cute creature. When he turned to face it, the rabbit's face resembled that of a rabid beast, had 2 fangs and scruffy whiskers. A fearsome little monster, a killer rabbit. Seizing the moment while Dia was distracted, it intended to attack him from behind. This rabbit bared its sharp fangs like swords, charging at him with great force. But it was not that easy. Daiga sensed it coming. He sidestepped and grabbed its ears, pinning the aggressive rabbit down. He said, "You idiot. Did you think I would not notice?" System display. Sample capability. Life field. In the shadow, Daiga crushed the head of the mutated rabbit effortlessly. He handled it in a snap. Moments later, only a spirit stone remained of the rabbit. Daiva picked it up and examined it closely. The core of the rabbit's power was of ordinary quality. The market price was about 1,000, but he had already earned that upon entry. The efficiency was quite high. Common folks working hard only earned about 3,000 to 4,000. At this moment, he leisurely held the spirit stone up to look at it. However, collecting many low-grade cores was useless. It was best to hunt second-grade monsters or higher. Behind him, there was another unusual movement. Suddenly, a soft-bodied monster wriggled like an earthworm. Emerging, this grotesque creature was 100 times larger than Dia. It opened its wide mouth full of teeth and lunged at him. A second-grade monster, the corpse worm. The more unusual the creature, the more excited Dia became. He quickly drew his sword, his mouth curling into a smirk as he said, "Looks like I can get what I want. It is all mine." In City number 3, at the E-level secret realm, where Hava was dominating, with the appearance of the corpse worm, he dispatched it neatly with a single slash. The creature screamed painfully, blue blood spraying like rain. In a defensive stance, Hava glanced at it and said, "I have seen the monster manual. Compared to the sturdy armor on its back, the belly of the corpse monster is obviously the easier target to break through." After taking a painful hit, the creature began to curl up. It rolled towards him at high speed like a giant wheel, aiming to crush him. Facing this fierce counterattack, Dia calmly raised both hands, channeling his energy. Confidently muttering, "Martial arts." Boom boom. Instantly, a powerful aura from Dutch Hesha shot straight at the corpse-like creature. It got hit and was blown away. Dutch Hesha tightened his fist for more power. That was not enough. As the creature opened its mouth wide, shooting out many large teeth and spinning continuously, it moved vigorously like a guillotine. If that hit, Dutcha would be split in half. Shocked by this level of danger, Dutcha stared at it in confusion. Realizing it could shoot teeth, facing the grotesque half-star monster, Dutch Feem kept his cool, skillfully dodging the sharp, saw-like teeth that barely missed him. However, tragedy struck when his expensive designer shirt suddenly got an unwanted scratch. Dutchy cursed directly at the mutated monster. "You piece of trash. Do you even know how much this shirt costs? Looks like this demon is not just any pushover." Dutch Ho maintained a safe distance and began to analyze coldly. Right now, facing this creature head-on would be too disadvantageous. After all, without support, no matter how strong the internal weapons were, they could not unleash even half their power. It was all because the original host was too lazy. It seemed he could only be a show-off. No longer holding back, Dutch Ho decided to unleash his trump card. His eyes glowed, and all the power in his body was channeled, compressed to the limit, then released outward. With a thunderous roar, the Godzilla bloodline surge activated. Instantly, his arm transformed into a perfect set of gorilla claws, enveloped by a fierce aura. Behind him, the image of a giant gorilla roared with authority. The next moment, he dashed like a lightning bolt, the blue blood of the monster splattering, painting a scene of gruesome rain. The monster was quickly taken down, leaving only a pathetic pool of blue blood. Dechihira calmly turned back, mumbling that after his physical stats surged up by 21 points, He was more than capable of dealing with a second-level sea creature. To revert from transformation, he needed to sort out the thermal energy within his body, making him feel like a jet plane. But the joy of victory was short-lived as he furrowed his brows at his weapon. The new sword he just bought was already corroded by the poison of the monster. Equipment worth 250,000 simply could not handle a second-level beast. The quality is terrible. I need to file a complaint. Just as he finished speaking, Ditcha's empty stomach began to protest violently. It was the first time hunting a beast had drained so much stamina. He was starving, and he did not even bring any dry rations. Just then, a tempting aroma suddenly wafted him. Without thinking much, his keen nose sniffed the air. Following the scent, the source of the delicious smell came from a sparkling crystal. He picked it up and observed it for a moment. Mumbling, "It is a demon core, the core of a monster, and it seems to taste quite appealing." With the motto of risking it for a reward, Dutch Ho did not hesitate to pop the demon core into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Whatever, it went down successfully. Dutch Ho gulped it down. Immediately, a burst of radiant spiritual energy exploded within his body, and the familiar system interface appeared. Compatibility of the gorilla bloodline monster was from 7% to 7.3%. Accordingly, powerful aura burst from Dutch Ho, shining brightly as if he had swallowed a flashlight. The guy was stunned, and the compatibility increased even more. A look of joy was evident on his face as Dutch Ho gritted his teeth in excitement. Spending hundreds of thousands on a gene serum could only boost compatibility by 1%. But now just submitting a green magic stone increased it by 0.3%, so 3 stones would equal 1 gene serum. The white magic from the saber-toothed rabbit could at least add another 1%. Compatibility. Huh. Thinking this, Dutch Ho felt a pang of regret for the money spent, tears welling up in his eyes. The sugarcane was too much of a loss. After a moment of regret, the guy gathered himself, pointed at his forehead, with 2 fingers glowing brightly, turning his anger into motivation. Tonight's liquid harmony would be vibrant. In just a few short minutes, with the liquid harmony as the focal point, a fierce shockwave spread out around, sweeping through the forest like a radar wave. He shouted to activate the life force field. By noon the next day, Dutch Ho exited the level secret realm. His system reported a compatibility sample with the gorilla at 9% and a total physical score of 15.8. Having smoothly broken through the secret realm, he leisurely stepped out and pondered after the compatibility increased to 9%. No matter how many white magic stones he ate, he could not increase the compatibility anymore. Now he could only sell them for money. A little later, he took his spoils to the exchange counter at the secret realm entrance. In total, there were 20 white magic stones and 4 green magic stones. The woman at the counter was taken aback by the quantity. Really? Clearly just a high school student. And you managed to get this many magic stones. The people in line behind also had to be cautious of Dutch Ho's achievement. The guy at the front said nonchalantly, "According to government regulations, cultivators must submit 1 slash of their harvest, receiving 1 green magic stone for every 5 white magic stones submitted." He thought to himself, 200, 00 and is coming my way. At location B and then, in front of a swirling blue space crack of a level secret realm, a group of cultivators was gathering. Sitting in a stylish convertible, a man in blue spoke up. "Lum team, we should probably submit the Blood Ruby Flower mission reward this time." "Right." The man standing below, Log, wearing a sword, turned to his teammates and said, "Last time we went in searching, we had already pinpointed the general location of the Blood Ruby Flower, but because old Trun was seriously injured by a beast, he can't accompany us into the secret realm this time." A woman nearby crossed her arms and asked hesitantly, "So our team only has 5 people." Hearing this, a buzz-cut man chimed in, "That is right, and according to regulations, a team must have at least 6 members to enter a level secret realm. The system shows this swordsman is a 2nd-level cultivator." Lama turned back and replied, "It is fine. I have contacted their intermediary to introduce a new Taoist." Then he pointed at a hidden figure approaching. "It is none other than our disheveled protagonist." Everyone was curious. "Are you really the level 9 cultivator?" The guy, picking his nose, playfully responded, "That is right." He secretly thought, since he was a student, he did not qualify to enter the D-level secret realm, so he could only find a black market to fake his identity to join a team. Spending 100,000. What a bad deal. At this point, Lumihi had some concerns about the guy's expression. Vayetla. This name does not sound right at all. Dutch Ho felt helpless. No other way. He just read it out loud. Seeing this, Lum had decided not to pay any more attention. Let it go. It is just a nickname after all. With your level 9 fighter skills, you should not be able to enter the secret realm, but our team is giving you a chance to observe and learn. Instead, you are dragging us down, Dutch Ha replied briefly. Whatever, he thought to himself, as a team leader, it is my responsibility to explain everything clearly before we begin. It is reliable enough, better than those who only scream for help when things go wrong. Everything was clear, and Dutch Ho and the team members got into the vehicle to enter the secret realm. Let us get going. This time, we must find the blood jade flower. Soon, the team arrived on another planet, desolate and barren without a single tree. The captain spoke, saying the blood jade flower is located at the oasis ahead, guarded by a level 2 monster. Sitting in the vehicle, Dutch Ho rested his chin on his hand. Looking back, last time it was a rainforest. This time it is a desert. It seems the secret realm connects to more than one world. As soon as they entered, the team was chased by a pack of what looked like hungry wolves. A team member sitting in the back spotted the situation and quickly reported. Captain, it is the ground spirit rats. They are charging fast and staring at us. The captain ordered. ETV-ish. Take care of them. The guy named Itieka raised his hand, and several sharp blades appeared like a real badass werewolf. He replied. Got it. With a powerful swing, the daggers flew back with incredible force, each carrying spiritual energy. Aiming precisely, the weapon stabbed straight into the heads of the rats, splattering blood and causing them to scream in pain. Dutch Ha's vehicle kept moving, and from above, they could see the rats exploding after hitting the daggers. Isiki in the back remained very calm. Report, it is done. Dutch Hia turned to look at him, thinking to himself, infusing the weapon into the darts means when thrown at the target, it explodes quickly. That is impressive. After traveling a bit, the vehicle spotted signs of a jungle in the distance. The sky on this planet clearly showed many other planets. Unlike Earth, confirming they had arrived, the whole team got out of the vehicle, each preparing their weapons. While Dutch Hava wandered around carefree, feeling a bit tired, he asked the captain, why are not we taking the vehicle? It is still a distance to the oasis. The captain replied while walking, because the monsters in the oasis are very sensitive. The sound of the vehicle engine will attract their attention. We will walk and assign tasks as we go. He then delegated tasks to each person. Te will drop the decoy bombs to lure them out. Ifi said, setting a trap with gunfire to hold them back. Then, with a very serious expression, he assigned himself the task, saying he would face them directly. But we are missing one more person. The captain pointed at Dutch Echa and then at Zait La. You just stay there and observe. What a bargain. Dutch Hia replied with a pout. Okay. After the assignments were made, Dek and his team shot a signal flare into the sky. Boom. A terrifying explosion occurred, releasing a lot of pheromones into the air. It was a bomb containing high-level monster pheromones, which would make some monsters think their territory had been invaded and enticed by it. Right after that, a level 2 electric beast appeared. It swung its massive body with great ferocity, its mouth wide open, drooling as if it wanted to tear everything apart. It is here. Be careful. The beast is coming. In another scene, at the place where the team had just eliminated the mutated rats, many crossbow bolts were still stuck in the ground. In the distance, a tall figure in a black cloak appeared. On this person's arm were 2 crossed scars, and he picked up a knife. A shadow emerged through the haze of dust, an old man with a bald head and glasses, looking very weathered. Additionally, the old man had a long, twisted tongue that licked the knife, his eyes filled with murderous intent and bloodlust. He laughed loudly. Ha! The monster just appeared. Thought it was a threat, but the captain soared up and decapitated it with a single strike from his sword. What incredible force! Soon after, the beast collapsed, blue blood gushing from its severed neck, forming a large puddle. The only girl in the team, Sioxia, ran over and shouted. Captain Lam, report quickly from behind. It is finally done. Standing in front of the fallen beast, Captain Lam Haoi Feng sheathed his sword behind his back and said, now let us go find the blood jade fruit. Just as he finished speaking, a beast foot with sharp claws suddenly appeared behind him, lunging to attack. The captain was startled and turned around. Everyone shouted, Lam. Captain. Be careful. From another direction, a person jumped up. It was our main character. Dach Ha. He rushed to assist the captain with incredible speed, suddenly appearing right above the captain, leaving everyone confused about what he intended to do. From above, Dutch unleashed a powerful strike, his energy pushing straight down onto the monster like a lightning rod, causing the ground to erupt in dust as if from a massive explosion. The captain was left stunned, turning to say, he is just a martial artist, yet he possesses the strength to send a level 2 beast flying. Xiaosu was also surprised. That punch was so strong. Dechia immediately received a shower of praise and admiration from his teammates. That Lefasen punch of yours is really impressive. It took down a level 2 beast. Our man responded coolly, it is no big deal. The captain was very pleased and extremely satisfied. Thank you for saving me. From now on we will officially become a team. A moment later, the captain held a fruit that looked like animal innards. He happily exclaimed. Found it. It is the blood jade fruit. Baldixiv poked at it with his finger, showing quite a bit of interest. And this time they even got the Earth Dragon's crystal. That is pretty good. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia was a bit puzzled and attracted by this strange shape. Is this round red thing worth that much? Our main character stood afar, gazing at it greedily. looking like a giant cherry tomato. Seeing the team members so interested in the tight Nikki fruit, the captain spoke up. Of course, this can increase compatibility with the model. Although it was not easy this time, I think we can successfully defeat the Earth Dragon and obtain the blood. Everyone was joyfully celebrating their victory, but the captain, caught off guard, was stabbed from behind by the traitor He triumphantly exclaimed, it is not that simple. Captain Lam had turned around in pain, filled with disappointment and shock. This scene left the remaining members feeling agitated and alarmed. Lam Doi, what is going on? The captain turned around and threw a punch at Ho Duck. However, he quickly stepped back. Captain Lam irritably asked, Ho Duck, what are you doing? At that moment, another man appeared next to Ho Duck. He shouted, what are you doing? Can't you see? Of course, I am doing something that can make a lot of money. This was the guy who had followed the Dach Ha group and picked up the dagger earlier. Turns out he was in cahoots with Ho Duck, dressed ridiculously and with a large physique. Captain Lam recognized him and shouted, Hoki Bing, what are you doing here? Seeing TUV's extremely angry and frustrated expression, Dutch Ho turned and asked, do you guys know this bald guy? TUV clenched his fist, wanting to give this guy a beating right away, and replied, Hoki Bing. He specializes in stealing the loot that martial artists find in the secret realm. Turns out he has already targeted us. Damn it. Captain Lam Ha was injured and his fighting strength weakened. He clutched his stomach and yelled at Ho Duck, the knife is poisoned. Ho Duck, you traitor. How did you know we were here? Even though they only learned the exact location of the blood jade fruit after entering the secret realm, observing the events so far, Dutch He began to deduce. He recalled that when they first entered the secret realm, Ho Duck had left traces. Dutch Ha mentioned throwing darts. He threw them as a signal. Either way, Ho Duck had turned against them. He held up the dagger, his face twisted in a frightening way. You are actually quite smart. Ha! Look at you. Are not you a student? You must be about to take the university entrance exam. Right, instead of focusing on studying, you want to go meet the Grim Reapers. But his demeanor did not scare Dutch Ha. He tilted his head, responding calmly, that is right, the university entrance exam is coming up, and the top spot is waiting for me. Hearing Dutch Ho's arrogant words, this guy got so angry that he threw the dagger straight at him. Thing Ning shouted, you arrogant fool. But he has underestimated Dutch Ha. He caught the dagger with just 2 fingers, his gaze incredibly determined and sharp as he replied, the one barking in front of me is the real arrogant fool. With that, he directly tensed his arm, and a layer of radiant spiritual fire erupted from his fist. His face darkened. Feeling disgusted, it was time to clear out the trash. Realizing this student was not easy to deal with, Hoki Bean gritted his teeth. You are quite interesting. Ho Duck, I want his head. His vain bald head stood out. Receiving Ha being his order, Ho Duck unleashed all his powerful techniques, continuously shot out daggers, each one infused with more dense spiritual power than before. Countering Ho Duck's betrayal attack, Dutch Ha bent down, and a protective circle emerged around his body. All the daggers that were shot at him shattered to pieces. Dutch He strained and yelled out, Oa! After the daggers lost their effect, it was also the moment Dutch Hefsa stopped creating a protective circle. But I do not see the traitor anywhere. Everyone shouted out reminders, be careful. 8. I can't see Heiki anywhere. Turns out this guy is using a sneak attack. He is lurking behind, ready to strike down everyone with a surprise attack. Everyone shouted out, be careful. 8. Above you. Immediately, he used 2 fingers to point straight at the spot in front of him. From those 2 fingers, a stream of spiritual energy radiated all around. Following that, Dutchie's eyes also lit up. He murmured, just in time to test his skill while also gaining insight. At that moment, Dutchia raised one hand high, pointing directly at Ae's chest. The force radiating from his hand was like a lightning bolt coming down from the sky. Ae received a fatal blow. This powerful move from Dech Heva must have astonished the team leader. One move already killed He. He is truly a student martial artist of a high level. Just a point and he killed a contender. Dutch Ha blew on his finger as if shooting a gun, and Hezek fell face first into the ground behind him. On this side, Hoke Being was extremely confused and worried, yet he shouted loudly. Jealousy technique. Which great family are you a disciple of? Dachia stood wide-legged, hands in his pockets, looking incredibly cool. Great family. I am from the Godzilla clan. Do you want to kneel and beg for mercy? Behind him, powerful beastly form appeared. Hoke Being was furious upon hearing this, completely enraged and unleashed his power. Kid, even if you have the jealousy technique, it can't make up for the difference in martial arts. Now he also revealed his true form. Behind him was a black bear, its mouth wide open full of sharp teeth. Looking at this guy's face, it resembled that of a bear. Hoke Being shouted loudly, showcasing his strength. He mutated into a gigantic form. Hoke Be aimed to attack Dech Hefa, Yet this high school student showed no signs of worry. As the black bear flew up to attack, he ducked down. Dutch Ha once again used the finger point technique, this time shooting a powerful spiritual force upwards. Aimed right at the bear's leg, his sly face said, "But you first." Ho Bing cried out in pain. If my leg can't handle this move, then I will switch to another." Ho Bing bent low to the ground, using his huge arms to try to grab Dutch Ha. However, it was not that simple. He quickly jumped up and dodged skillfully. The large bear of Ho Bing also gained momentum, jumping up after him. Dutch He now had to acknowledge the durability of this guy. Indeed, a level 2 martial artist. His atomic breath could not dissolve the ankle of the bear. At this moment, when Daichi Hepsa's foot touched the ground, the giant bear's hands were almost touching his body. The expression on this guy was dark, extremely fierce. Wanting to kill Daichi He instantly, smash, the giant's hands clapped together, and from the center of his palms, powerful shockwave burst forth. So, this guy missed his shot. Daichi Ho has moved behind Hawk Bang without anyone noticing, and he is charging up for his attack. "Are you done? Now it is my turn." Hearing Dika Ho's voice, this guy is terrified. Now, D Ho has his fists clenched tightly, feeling very angry and annoyed. Energy radiates fiercely around him. One can imagine that anyone facing him is just waiting for death. A moment later, once his strength and energy have fully surged, Dika Ho unleashes a flurry of punches at Hawk Bang. This big meatball has to endure a series of powerful blows. In a swift finish, Hoki Bing is injured to the point of reverting to his original form. His chest bears many marks from the punches. Duk Ho's hands are cold and steaming. Initially, everyone in the group thought high school student Daik Hoi was just the weakest member. Now, everyone is wide in admiration, looking at him differently. Whoa, that is impressive. At this point, Hoke Bing does not even know what fear is. He has been beaten so badly, yet he still has a voice. "You brought poison into the jealousy technique. That is truly cowardly. As a ruthless fighter like you will definitely be punished. I am cursing you." This only makes Diti Ho even more furious. His eyes open wide, the pupils glowing ominously as he tightens his fists. Di Ho speaks in a low voice. "Many want to curse me. But what do you amount to?" After the secret realm ends, the scene shifts to Inthen's Central Stadium. Finally, the college entrance exam day has begun. The state has mobilized aircraft and banners to celebrate enthusiastically. Announcement. Hello everyone. The annual high-level fighter selection is about to begin. I will just say one thing. I wish you all great success in martial arts. The voice belongs to a handsome and stylish male mess. He is currently live streaming. Behind him, there are many audience members attending. Everyone is eagerly and excitedly waiting for the exam. This year's exam will follow a competition format on the arena. Contestants will compete in pairs. The winning side will advance to the next round. The exam will take place over 3 days. The first 2 days are for preliminary selection. The winners will proceed to the third day of testing. In the preliminary round, each contestant will compete in 3 matches. Those advancing will face off until the top student of this exam is chosen. After clearly analyzing the competition process, the MEMC is very excited. He enthusiastically shouts, "We carry the mission of humanity, for ourselves and for humanity. So, let us give it our all in the arena." I declare the Inthen selection exam officially begins. Quickly, we see many contestants fighting on the arenas, from arena number 1 to the appearance of female fighters in arena number B. Additionally, there will be cases of pairs encountering issues. What about arena number 6? It seems something has happened in arena number 6. Is there a contestant who has not arrived yet? The MEFC is live streaming and is quite confused, he said. Let me check again. The 2 contestants, V Indiang and Dech Hecha, both come from Inthen High School No. 1. But currently, only V Indiang is on the stage. According to the rules, if one of the 2 contestants has not appeared after the match starts, it will be considered a forfeit. Stages. Only that bully from back then is left. She thought Dutch Ha was a coward and smugly said, daring to embarrass me at the competition, making me lose face in front of others. I was planning to unleash my fire lizard to humiliate him, but he gave up before I could even do that. Below the stands, many spectators were also very annoyed by the absent contestant's attitude. They were talking among themselves, saying that he must be hiding at home, too scared to come out. Hemph, what a letdown. To be so cowardly that he can't even show up after arriving at the venue. Probably scared enough to wet his pants and not dare to show his face. Ha! If he is this cowardly, why even go to school? Just go out and work as a laborer. By now, the wait has been too long, and the time is up. The referee blew the whistle and announced the command. Time's up, and then High School's Dichachha has forfeited. Just at that moment, suddenly many people noticed something strange appearing in the sky. A guy with a buzz cut looked up in confusion. Something is coming this way. Nearby, an old man with long hair and beard chimed in. What a powerful presence. In the blue sky, there was a dazzling ray of light. Behind it was a thick cloud of black smoke. The people just now gasped in fear. What is that? An object or a person? Looking closely, It was none other than our Dech Ha. The way he approached the competition was different from everyone else's. He dove headfirst down to the stage amidst the crowd's gasps. What kind of strength does it take to fly in the air? Immediately, a powerful pillar of energy descended in front of Wang Lang. It was like a lightning rod. The force so strong that she had to brace herself. After landing, the smoke gradually dissipated. Lu Ling slowly looked up to see what was in front of her. Muttering, "What kind of trick is this?" Before she could gather her thoughts, something hard and unclear rushed towards her to attack in an instant. It turned out to be Dech Heve's shoe. He kicked her, sending Ying crashing backward. This blow was a revenge for all the times she had bullied him in this lifetime. Because David Shah arrived late, he had to use this method. He used his hand to shield his eyes from the sun to see his opponent. He breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "Phew, that was close. I almost had to retake this year." As for the girl who was so proud just moments ago, now she was lying on the mat, spitting blood, in too much pain to move. The announcement echoed. Decha wins. He clicked his tongue, feeling like he had not even broken a sweat, and thought, "Is that it? Was it that easy?" In response to this quick and decisive victory, the audience below raised their hands to cheer for him. This Dech Heve is strong, taking down his opponent with one kick. His entrance to the stage is so cool. Could this really be a technique that fell from the sky? At this moment, the system displayed a notification. The host signed the physical transformation. A total of 255 Godzilla monster templates with a compatibility of 20%. Now, the main character's face looked incredibly arrogant. He smiled a cunning smile and said, Lamday gave him a blood pearl fruit as a thank you. The blood pearl fruit enhanced physical strength, so it took a bit of time. But there would be something for you to watch next. A moment later, the rankings were announced. Dech Ho would face someone named Longtho. The announcement speaker said, High School No. 4 and Thin. Longtho battled against High School No. 1 and Thin. Dech Ha with just one kick. The tall, muscular guy was sent bleeding on the spot. The announcement speaker had to sound off again. Decha wins. Number 4 and Thin. Longdio faced off against number 1 and Thin. Dech He used a kick to take down the opponent, and Dech Hava won. Each time a point was scored, the audience below erupted with excitement. Dech Ha, with each match, delivered a decisive kick. It was simply one kick above the rest. Dech He tightened his fist. This was far too simple for someone like him who had been reincarnated. The announcement declared Tyne Dang, a student from High School No. 1 and Thin. Dech Ha won all 3 matches and advanced to the next round. After finishing 3 consecutive rounds, Dech Ha went inside. At this time, many fans surrounded him, admiring his elite fighting style, wanting to invite him. Fellow student Dech Hea, if you are interested, check out Tianjin University a bit. Fellow student Dech Hea, add me on Facebook. Fellow student, although we are a private university, we have substantial grants and scholarships. Our university needs strong students like you. Fellow student Dech Hea, do you have a preferred university? Despite numerous sensing offers, Dech Ha had already made his own choice. He merely cast a cold glance in another direction and turned back with a firm, clear gaze, declaring to all the universities, Sorry, but I want to apply to Hovi University. As soon as the declaration ended, the attitudes of the recruiters flipped 180 degrees. From being eager, they turned to sneer, coldly throwing sarcastic remarks, saying that if this was how it was in the finals, when he got hit in the face, he would come begging us, Dech Ha, if you fail, remember to contact me. Okay. The sudden change left Dech extremely confused. He exclaimed in surprise, No way. You do not trust me like that. But it is hard to blame them, as Hovi University is the top martial arts school in the country, one of the 5 most prestigious schools worldwide, a sacred place that every martial artist yearns for. In the face of such skepticism, a mysterious smile appeared on the main character's face. He thought to himself, in and Thin, a second-tier city, only a few top individuals would be qualified to enter that sacred place. Well, after all, martial artists must rely on strength to speak. Wait until I win the championship. Then we will see what you say. Just as their conversation ended, 2 men in suits with serious expressions approached. The man with hair held out a card in front of Dech Hava, saying, Classmate Dech Aa, please cooperate with us a little. We will recheck your martial artist level. Dech He did not hesitate to hand the card to the bald man for inspection. Upon receiving it, the man exclaimed in surprise, Level 9 martial artist, Classmate Dech Aa. You were clearly a level 3 martial artist just half a month ago. Dech He placed a hand on the man's shoulder, his sharp gaze filled with discomfort. 3 months was too short a time to improve that quickly. What you mean is you suspect cheating. Right, the bald man continued. After we discovered that you often visited the E-level secret realm after leaving school, why would you go to such a dangerous place before the exam? Faced with the tricky question, Dech Ho immediately took on the role of a Hollywood actor, showing a pained expression and a firm will as he recounted, I'm sorry, let me gather myself for a bit. Before my father left, he told me that to surpass humanity, one must first stop being human. So, I fought continuously in the secret realm. During one battle, I accidentally broke the seal of jealousy. This unbelievable story left the two inspectors stunned, their faces pale, sweat pouring down as they stammered. What? You broke the seal of jealousy? Immediately, the two hurriedly left, muttering to themselves, unable to believe it, needing to report back quickly. Watching them leave, Tadichev gritted his teeth, feeling that he had inadvertently become a key subject of observation. Feeling frustrated while scrolling through social media, Dutch Ho saw a flood of short clips of families cheering for their children. Go for it, son. Just do your best. Daughter, old Wang, wait until the first prize winner returns. We will throw a grand party. Leaning back on the chair, Dutch Ho scrolled through his phone, feeling a bit of jealousy as he murmured. And there are interviews with the parents, relatives, and friends of the candidates too. Then he looked off into the distance, a slightly sad expression on his face, muttering to himself, it seems like no one is cheering for me. I am just a pitiful kid. But Dutch Ha was unaware that in a hidden corner, someone was always watching and silently cheering for him. Go for it. Dutch Ha, go for it. That was the homeroom teacher who had agreed to let him study at home. After a short break, Dutch Ha was called to the field for the competition. The announcement echoed, first round, and then high school no. 1. Dutch Ha. His solitary figure stood in the arena waiting for his opponent. This time he would face a student from high school no. 3. La Hyan. This person immediately attracted everyone's attention upon appearing. It seemed he was also a well-known figure. The crowd began to murmur. It is La Hyan. He is the top of high school no. 3. La Hyan is a level 8 martial artist, not to mention having awakened a rare level 2 beast bloodline. Both of his parents are martial artists. Looks like his opponent is in for a tough time. In the face of his opponent's arrogance and triumph, Dutch Ha did not care at all. He scratched his neck and calmly said, you go first. Dutch Ha's blunt challenge felt like a slap to La Hyan's pride. A renowned expert being looked down upon. He gritted his teeth, his voice low. Oh, you do not know who I am. Dutch Ho immediately shot back, knowing it would not matter whether he knew or not in the end. Underestimated by his opponent, La Hyan was furious. His body tensed as a surge of wild spiritual energy erupted from him. It felt like the night had gone insane. Ha! You are not wrong. But I am the one who will win. As soon as he finished speaking, he channeled all his strength into his arm, and La Hyan's fist gleamed with intense power. He roared and charged forward, hoping your luck would be a bit better, at least not dying right here. At the same time, he activated his awakening ability, transforming his arm into a beastly claw with sharp talons. In just a few seconds, that claw would touch Dutch Ha's face, but he remained unnaturally calm, not a hint of panic. Just like that, Dutch Ha firmly grasped La Hyan's beastly hand with his own. Through the gaps of the claws, his eyes were filled with fierce energy. Dutch Ho growled, your momentum is good, but still far behind that old man. Just with bare hands, Dutch Ho caused La Hyan to wince in pain, cold sweat pouring down as he trembled. My hand. Just a single punch was enough to bring La Hyan to his knees. Unable to fight back at all, seizing the opportunity, Dutch Ha raised his hand high, delivering a finishing blow. He leaped from above, launching a strike that resembled an invisible axe slicing down onto La Hyan's back, fused with radiant spiritual energy. La Hyan's entire body crashed down onto the arena floor, causing the ground around to crack. The main character smiled ruthlessly, delivering a blow without mercy and then looking at his opponent, saying, no better candidates than this. The Missy immediately announced, the student from high school number 1. Dutch Ha wins. The Missy continued to shout into the mic, delivering another blow and defeating La Hyan's top henchman. At this point, La Hyan had been thoroughly beaten, completely motionless on the arena floor, his face pale, mouth filled with dirt. Those who had bet on La Hyan below the stands were now angrily shouting, as the once fierce La Hyan lay flat. Conversely, everyone's attitude towards Dutch Ha had completely changed. They whispered leisurely, akin to clouds and winds, admiring his mastery. A completely different level. The gap was too vast. Too handsome. I want to have his children. Being broadcast live, Dutch Ho pretended to clean his ears, acting very aloof. The audience began to chatter, noting that even though he used his hands this time, it still counted as a strike, undeniably a superhuman move. At that moment, the crowd below the stands was more excited and lively than ever. Everyone chanted together, Dutch Ha, we believe in you. Dutch He is definitely going to the finals. Dutch Ha, the man I have my eyes on. I will definitely defeat you in the finals. And so, injured contestants were continuously taken away because anyone who faced Dutch Ha would either be crippled, blind, or worse, unconscious. In one corner of the arena, another student was watching closely. He muttered quietly, is that Chia? This student showed no arrogance. On the contrary, he was analyzing his opponent with a certain respect, certainly someone he valued. and he was sure he would defeat him in the finals. At the same time, in the live monitoring room of Hoda University's admissions office, the brilliance of Decheche immediately attracted the attention of many important figures. A man pointed at the large screen and ordered, "In half an hour, I want his entire file." The subordinates replied in unison. Understood. In another battle, the Missy announced that the Group 2 qualifying match was extremely intense. The top promotion round is about to begin. The two characters capturing everyone's attention in the arena are two incredibly beautiful and charming girls, causing quite a stir, a battle between two talented beauties. Allow me to enjoy this. The girl with long curly hair and a very stylish short dress, dubbed the Queen of High School Number 2, Tit Thiulin. The delicate girl pointed at her opponent and said, "Miss Liu, I absolutely hate your robot-like expression." Liu Than Tri, the worthy opponent of Tit Thiulin, is also known as the Ka Lun Flower, a student from High School Number 1. In response to Tit Thiulin's sarcasm, the Ka Lun Flower Liu Than Trucky maintained her cold expression without a word. Below the stands, the atmosphere was incredibly lively. I love watching beautiful girls fight. It is drool-worthy. You creeps. Be quiet. The match is starting. The referee blew a decisive whistle. Liu Than Tru's silence completely infuriated Tet Thigulin. She did not say much, launching a powerful kick as her first attack. Let us see if you can keep that expression when I pin you to the ground. At this moment, in response, Liu Than Trek immediately retaliated. She raised her hands to transform her energy into a circle of spiritual power in front of her, loudly calling out the name of her martial arts technique, Liu Hun's secret technique, blood sacrifice shift. The swirling circle of spiritual energy immediately affected Tet Thigulin's long, slender legs. Its light was brilliant and completely suppressed her strength. When Tit Thigulin jumped high to kick, then Trika countered with a hand technique. Tit Thigulin continuously bent in midair. Both girls charged at each other. After using her legs, Tit Thigulin switched to using her hands. She leaped into the air, channeling a lot of energy into her hand before diving straight towards Than Trek. Her eyes glowed with killing intent. Seeing Than Trekkie continuously dodging and blocking, she yelled in frustration. Get serious. However, Tit Thigulin's attack aimed at Than Trucks, who was equally capable, seemed too simple. When Tit Thigulin's hand struck right at Than Truckie's chest, suddenly her hand was tightly locked in a layer of swirling spiritual energy. Tit Thigulin shouted. It seemed that now she realized she had made a wrong move. Her face turned pale with fear. She gasped, thinking she had fallen into a trap, her hand caught in the swirling energy and unable to pull away, seizing the opportunity to lock down her opponent. This was the golden moment to finish it. Then Tritak said little, focusing all her spiritual energy into a punch, which then glowed brightly, causing Tit Thigulin to panic. The light revealed her confusion. Observing the stunning and captivating battle between the two beautiful girls, the handsome Isi excitedly shouted, Hon Hong Martial Arts. A college candidate who has mastered Hein Hong martial arts does not need to prove herself through exams anymore. She can be directly accepted into Ho. But not letting herself be suppressed, Tiulin immediately summoned her beast form. Powerful tiger body appeared behind her neck. It was extremely furious and howled wildly to attack. Tiulin's body transformed into the sharp claws and fangs of this big cat. The momentum was truly terrifying. This completely took the Misi by surprise, he said. This girl has tamed a Tier 3 royal bloodline tiger. Royal bloodlines are inherently difficult to control, especially a fierce tiger like this. The future of this girl is incalculable. Seizing the advantage, Tiulin smugly said, Show me your soul bloodline. However, facing Tiulin's seriousness and aggression, Than Truck responded casually. This is enough. This remark only made Tiulin infuriated. The girl with two long braids was not as demure as she seemed. She completely unleashed herself, lunging with her sharp claws to attack. Is this enough? You dare to talk to me like that? Do you think anyone below a martial artist can compete with me? The confrontation between these two girls was completely different. One was fire-based, the other was metal-based. One spoke a lot, the other spoke little. One attacked relentlessly, the other only responded, and then both charged at each other with a force like a storm. Tiulin threw a punch aimed at Than Truck's face, but she easily dodged it. Tiulin clenched her teeth in frustration and, not satisfied yet, continued to use her hind legs to charge at Than Truck's lower body. The sharp claws of the beast focused directly on her, unleashing an incredibly powerful spiritual force. In response to Tiolin's enthusiastic attack, Than Truck chanted a spell, raised her hand to her chest to form a seal, her eyes shining brightly as she shouted Angain Enichich. After this chant, Than Truck only needed to point a finger at Tiolin's sharp claw. And immediately, a circle of spiritual energy shone around the claw, the point of contact radiating powerful force. Observing this extremely exciting and intense battle, the audience saw the battlefield change dramatically. Then Truck and Tiulin charging at each other created a vortex like a storm swirling around them. The Masila shouted into the microphone to comment. The martial energies of Liu Then Truck and Tiulin clashed violently, and the arena was filled with dust. Who would ultimately stand tall here? Many spectators in the stands could not take their eyes off the battle. All were glued to the beautiful girls fighting. The audience was also tense. Finally, as the dust settled, the first person visible standing there was Tiuline. She stood tall and proud, her long hair blowing in the wind, but her expression showed some fatigue. The Mefsi quickly shouted, "It is Tiuline. She is still standing in the arena." But suddenly his voice dropped. "Wait a minute." At this moment, Tiulin showed signs of distress. Her eyes rolled back and her face turned pale. Tiulin fell to the ground like a broken doll. The one standing tall and victorious was Than Truck. The mess was also surprised by this situation. Tai Tiulin collapsed, but Liu Qingshu stood tall, completely overwhelming Tai Tiulin, a fellow martial artist of the same level, while awakening royal-level bloodline, truly a once-in-a-century genius. Qingju did not say much, nor was she arrogant, but in the end, she emerged victorious. She glanced around amidst the cheers and admiration from the audience. The announcement came. Liu Qingju wins. Below the forum were countless comments and discussions from viewers. Liu is such a goddess. Incredibly strong, a true idol. I declare her the champion. Who dares to oppose? Who says she is the champion without knowing her bloodline? It is a level 4 Shadow Mist Phoenix bloodline. What kind of monster bloodline is this? Most martial artists would not stand a chance against her. That concludes the selection of contestants for the preliminary round. We now have enough participants for the quarterfinal draw. The announcement continues. Next up is a draw for Yahyun and Than. He calmly walked up to draw like everyone else. This time, Yahyun drew the ball labeled. He raised his hand and said, "Just found out my result," and another student approached me friendly, saying, "Looks like we will be facing each other." The sturdy male student smiled broadly as he introduced himself to Yahyun. "I am Shin Guang from Changfeng Private School." He simply replied, "Yahyun and Than, though we are rivals." Shin Guang does not come off as arrogant or dismissive. Instead, he was quite friendly, pointing to the arena, inviting Yahyun. "We are the second match. Let us watch them fight first." At that moment, the announcement for quarterfinal match 1 came. Lefiki Thanfeng Private School vs. Sofichu and Than. On the screen appeared a student brimming with energy, wielding a sword. This person stood before a trembling opponent, being beaten mercilessly. Shin Gong recognized that left tack was very strong. He was a repeating student, focusing this year on the Hohyu competition and mastering his awakened bloodline. But faced with Sifchiyu, he still felt helpless. Yahyun was taken aback. "Sichiyu. Huh." Looking at that somewhat familiar face, Shin Gong said, "You do not know him." At the same time, the announcement came, and Than High School no. Once Chu wins. At this moment, the principal of Thanfeng Private High School was furious, grinding his teeth, clenching his fists and biting back his words. Damn it. Losing right from the start. The deeper they go, the stronger the opponents seem to get. Yahyun turned to ask his new acquaintance, "How does Lefty Ta compare to you?" This guy did not rush to answer, just smiled slightly. Then he awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Compared to me, I am the president of the martial arts department in the 12th grade of Thanfeng. In terms of combat power, those two teammates can beat me. But now, I feel a bit hesitant looking at Huan. I think you are the strongest opponent here. Since I was young, I have had a keen sense. I can feel Huan like a mountain, a dormant fire, hiding a great beast within." This guy does not seem simple. After expressing his concerns to Huan, the battle ended, and he cheerfully chatted with him. "Let us go. It is our turn." Shortly after, both stepped onto the arena and faced each other. This time, the two are real opponents. The announcement echoed. The 8 strongest contestants of the second round are here. Facing each other now, Then Kwang and Sha lock eyes, both smiling subtly. They understand each other and the capabilities of their opponent. It seems this match won't be simple. It looks like a battle of equals. The announcement rings out. Quarterfinals. Match 2. Then Kwang Thanfeng Des and Thashan Ha and Thun 1. At this moment, the announcement reveals the thrilling quarterfinals of the Inthen University exam. It seems this opponent is not ordinary. They are fiercely battling Dech Ha. The force between Then Kwang and Jia Chai emits an incredibly strong energy field, making the entire audience feel like is about to explode. Then the Messi announces that Dech Ha and Then Kwang are evenly matched. The audience below is affected by this power. They have to shield themselves with their hands to avoid the pressure. Then Kwang, trying to hold back his opponent, notices the droplets of blood flying through the air and realizes, nosebleed. This must be his bloodline ability. Then Then Kwang tenses up, clenching his fists, facing Dech Ha with a dark, menacing expression, saying, "This is strange. You can directly attack the core." Meanwhile, Dech Ha is also preparing to counter. Thinking about his opponent, Then Kwang uses martial energy to create a barrier, blocking the radiation. Martial arts are truly miraculous. Thinking this, he looks at Then Kwang with a long smile, his eyes shining, unafraid to express his excitement. This guy in front of him is truly a monster worth conquering. Immediately after, Then Kwang unleashes a powerful ability, terrifying energy radiating from his body. With his strong hands, he conjures a fiery snake that appears, its venomous mouth exhaling fierce energy with high damage. Then Kwang says, "Let me show you." Seeing the martial arts of the Then family, he loudly announces the technique of a ho quine. Two large punches shine and are as fierce as a storm, launching directly at Defetch. Facing this overwhelming force, Dichan is indeed a bit flustered. He thinks, it is too fast. This seems unpredictable from the main character. In an instant, Then Kwang delivers that powerful punch straight into Daicha's chest, a strength he can't evade. Taking it head-on, Daicha's body curls up like a shrimp, and the announcement echoes, so strong. Daicha, a superhuman hit, is struck for the first time. Now taking a punch directly, Daicha coughs up blood on the spot, his face pale, and the announcement continues to ring out. He is spitting blood. That shows how formidable Then Kwang's Hoquine is. After taking such a strong punch, Dutch still refuses to give up. He pushes himself up from the ground, his legs scraping down, showing how strong his resistance is. Not stopping yet, Then Kwang charges forward with the power of many magical beasts. His eyes lit up, and he channels a lot of spiritual energy into his punch. Then Kwang shouts, "Where do you think you are running?" Right behind him is a very fierce black bear. Then Kwang's massive form is even more powerful, having just taken a fierce punch. Now, Dutch He has to continue to resist against the black bear, with spiritual energy swirling widely around him. In this moment of resistance, Dutch He exerted all his strength to hold on and buy time. He thought that the physical attack was not only powerful but also infused with martial energy, causing double damage. The opponent was just an ordinary fighter with no experience, unable to face him directly. Strangely, Dutch He's martial energy could even bend his arm attack around behind him. The main character was still stunned by this unusual move, as Dutch Ha quickly moved his body behind him. The opponent tightened his grip around Dutch Ha's neck, pulling him close and spoke as if reading Dutch Ha's thoughts. "You guessed half right. I did not just inject martial energy into my body. I also sealed your energy, so you can't use your techniques." After saying that, he delivered another powerful blow, sending Deche flying. In this match, Deche was continuously overwhelmed by the powerful strikes that were equivalent to various ferocious beasts from Then Kwang. Before Deche could even fall and prepare, Then Kwang was extremely fierce on the battlefield, immediately leaving him behind. This stance displayed the power of a fierce tiger, one that was very determined and aggressive. He charged into attack, mouth wide open with sharp teeth. In midair, Then Kwang lunged to deliver a knockout blow to Dutch Ha. Dutch Ha coughed up blood on the spot, a long streak of it spraying high. Then Kwang's punch successfully shattered Thun's hopes. But this was not enough. Then Kwang spread his arms and dove in like an eagle, his large wings wide open, emanating an aura of sheer terror. Then Kwang lunged forward with a wide-open mouth, his demeanor that of a triumphant victor. He shouted, "Dutch Ha, you can't defeat me." At this moment, Dutch Ha raised both arms in front of him. To continue defending, he hurriedly shielded himself, without even having the chance to think about counterattacking. From above, a powerful column of energy descended, resembling a catastrophic massacre. Upon contact with the arena floor, the ground exploded, sending everything flying. Then Kwang was friendly, but his strength was anything but. Now, after the dust had completely settled, the large figure of Then Kwang stood with arms crossed, laughing loudly. "Ha! That is enough." At the same time, the announcement rang out as Then Kwang unleashed a series of attacks that Dutch Ha could not withstand. The medical team was prepared to enter the arena. A normal fighter would have lost half their life to that combo. It seemed the outcome was clear. Then Kwang was poised to win, but before the Misi could finish, there was a noise in the dust. Just when he thought he was on the verge of victory, Then Kwang looked up and noticed a small movement, causing him to stagger back in shock. This presence was so strong. Before Then Kwang, where Dechepsha had fallen, a dark and extremely large source of energy erupted. This pressure was incredibly strong, emitting ominous energy. From the thick, dark dust, ferocious beast's paw emerged. It was sharp and powerful. Dutch Ha had to transform his profession to confront Then Kwang. His entire body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of sturdy gorilla-like armor. His eyes sparkled with an incredibly terrifying energy, radiating overwhelming pressure. After successfully transforming his body, Dutch Ho, in a new cool interface, fixed his bright gaze on his opponent and acknowledged that he was very strong, glowing with a reward for him. The first person to witness this form of mine. At the same time, the announcement speaker sounded, stating that high school students transforming into beast spirits would also be exempt from the exam into the City of Flowers. Who would have thought that besides Liu Than Trex, Then also had a bloodline genius? It was unexpected that Dutch Ha was this formidable, making Then Kwang sweat cold in confusion in front of him. Is this the true form of the beast spirit? Dutch Ha slowly stepped closer to Then Kwang, who was trembling and scared before this pressure. A strong green aura emanated from Dutch Ha. Wherever he went, the pressure spread out. Then Kwang was shaking. His awakened bloodline had reached such a high level. The Misi spoke into the announcement speaker. Noting that each judge had earphones to monitor the candidates and other factors, one teacher could not help but be bothered by the sound coming from the speaker. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he looked at the system board in front of him, showing a radiation index of 9.0. The teacher, seemingly in disbelief, exclaimed, "What is going on? Is the radiation off the charts?" The announcement speaker from the MEMC worried it would affect the competition. He read clearly and loudly. The judges noticed the problem after seeing Dutch Ha's true beast spirit, using martial energy to wrap around the arena, preventing nuclear energy leakage. The audience in the stands buzzed with excitement. Is this the awakened bloodline of Dutch Ha? So cool. Does anyone know what bloodline he awakened? I study at first high, and I have heard it is an unknown bloodline. How can something this powerful be unknown? Dutch Ha noticed the crowd's reaction was the opposite of before. Totally astonished, he glanced with a very snobby look and whispered, "It seems like Lam Tin does not have a gorilla creature." And currently, Dutch Ha's opponent is very confused. Then Kwang, frightened, looked at the blood he just wiped from his nose and murmured, his nose bleeding again. Realizing his martial energy could not withstand his power, it seemed he could not prolong the match. Then Kwang immediately unleashed his strength, displaying his awakened professional ability, and a fierce red-nosed dog-headed monkey appeared behind him. It opened its mouth wide and screamed, while Then Kwang also tensed his massive body to prepare to counter Dutch Ha. The announcement speaker sounded again, announcing another third-tier royal bloodline. This exam is full of masters, combining the power of the dog-headed monkey with the fiery punch of the snake. Then Kwang pointed directly at the Dutch Ha gorilla. He was calm, not rushing to evade. Facing the strongest attack from Then Kwang so far, Dutch Ha also enhanced his power. A lot of spiritual energy radiated in response, and he shouted loudly his martial skill. Then Kwang continued confidently charging in, hoping to end the match before he could gather his strength. The force from Dia's blow overwhelmed Then Kwang. The pressure hit his face. Crashing back into Then Kwang, he charged in, executing a technique called torrent release. Suddenly stopping, Then Kwang looked at his blood-soaked arm, his face pale as he said, if I do not dispel this attack soon, my arm will be crushed to bits." Just when he was feeling proud, it turned into embarrassment. His fighting strength was waning, and he was still suffering from the pain in his arm. With the same fierce spirit as before, Dutch Ha boldly stepped forward and said plainly, "You are impressive, but too bad you can't change the outcome." The announcement declared that this quarter-final round of the university entrance examination featured a royal-level bloodline that was exceptionally long, while the opposing side showcased a monstrous bloodline so strong it was unidentifiable, a truly rare sight. Both contestants in the arena displayed their professional abilities. Then Kwang frowned, his eyes analyzing his opponent. He realized that after awakening his bloodline, Dutch Ha had become incredibly powerful and unpredictable. His weapon was no longer suppressed. Deep down, Then Kwang knew that retreat was the only option, but Dutch Ha would not give him that chance. He charged in like a fierce beast, a violent aura radiating in all directions, tensing his sharp claws. He growled, "Hey big guy, stop dreaming." Just after that, a flurry of strikes rained down on Then Kwang's body. The force was so tremendous that the giant could not stand firm and fell backward. Seizing the opportunity, Then Kwang unleashed a twisted punch, with spiritual energy surging powerfully. Utilizing the flexibility of his move, he tightened his grip around Dutch Ha's sturdy gorilla-like arm, a sudden locking maneuver. Then, with a clever shift of weight, Then Kwang used his opponent's arm as leverage to spin behind him. He had prepared for a powerful finishing blow, confidently saying, "It seems I can't pull you down, but my goal is to get behind you." At that moment, he launched himself into a wide jump. Just a second later, a gigantic foot, like a small mountain, descended onto Dutch's head, carrying tremendous force. However, Dutch He merely flinched and looked up, his eyes devoid of fear. Instantly, from above, Then Kwang delivered a stomp that seemed to crush his opponent into dust. The massive shadow of that foot landed, shaking the entire arena with heavy damage. After executing the move, Then Kwang landed powerfully, his aura still fierce. But then his eyes widened in disbelief. Amid the dust, Dutch Ho stood tall, completely unscathed. His eyes shone brightly, arms crossed in front of his chest with an imposing demeanor. Then he gently lifted his foot, which had sunk deep into the shattered arena floor. Dutch Ho lowered his voice, but each word carried a deadly threat. "Next is my turn." Immediately after, Dutch Ha raised his left hand high, gathering all his strength to channel a massive surge of energy. His hand glowed intensely, drawing all surrounding energy into it like a storm. Just as he was about to charge and strike, his opponent suddenly knelt down, bowing his head in surrender. Seeing this attitude, Dutch He was taken aback. Without hesitation, Then Kwang repeatedly knocked his head to the ground before Dutch Ha, not daring to look up, saying, "Dutch bro, I surrender. Big bro, I am ready now." At this moment, Dutch Ha's mind was filled with huge question marks. Feeling extremely frustrated, He felt like he was about to go crazy and shouted, "Do you even know that ambushing me like that really annoys me? I have not even had a chance to fight yet. It is driving me insane." But then Deche did not make a move. Since his opponent had surrendered so willingly, he decided to let it go. Lowering his hand, he released his energy and muttered, "Fine. I will let it slide." Then he opened his mouth and let out a lingering wave of nuclear energy, mumbling about how annoying it was to contain such energy. A moment later, Dacha returned to his normal state. He held his head and reminded himself that according to the rules, when one side surrenders, the other has no right to continue attacking. The announcement blared, and the match ended. With Dutch Ho Tradung from Inthun High School No. 1 winning, the stands erupted in a frenzy of cheers. Everyone was pumping their fists in the air shouting, "Dutchke is so cool! Dutchke is awesome! Dutchke is unbeatable!" On various forums, the online community could not sit still, launching a barrage of memes mocking the match. Before the match, I would win, but after the match, it is a shame that Dutchhe did not use all his strength. What a pity. And then, epic images of Decha flooded YouTube as everyone cheered him on. Even a fan club was established. Decha gathered 4 QQ accounts, and the first 3 groups had already been pushed. A compilation clip of Dechka's matches. Remember to follow me. This year's top scholar will definitely be our Dachka. Lulu thanked from Suju is no match. At the leadership area of Than Fongtathets, the principal was fuming with rage. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, saying, "Luffy T has already lost. I bet everything on you. How could you lose like this?" After the sad return of the contestant, this teacher unleashed all his anger on him. "Do you even know how much money we invested in you? Ungrateful brat. If you do not pay back, do not even think about going to college." The contestant did not respond. He just gently placed his strong arm on the old teacher's shoulder. The old teacher stammered, "What do you want to do?" The tall contestant looked down at him, replying, "I could not take that punch. I surrendered to avoid injuring my foundation. If you can accept losing, then go ahead and take that punch yourself. As for the nurturing from your esteemed school, I will repay it slowly. But remember, you cannot threaten a martial artist stronger than you." Those words from the contestant scared the teacher to death. He tightened his lips, trembling, and stuttered, All right. What you said makes sense." Returning to the competition, the announcement after the fierce matches confirmed the top 4 strongest candidates, and Thun High School No. 1 became the big winner, securing the 3rd spot in the top 4. In the leadership area of Sufchu No. 1, the principal waved his fan. Looking pleased, "It seems old Luldu has worked at the school long enough. It is time for a promotion." At home, Dechi's homeroom teacher was as happy as if he had hit the jackpot. "Dechi is really good." The announcement speaker sounds again, starting the draw for the semifinal match. Dechi steps up to draw, his expression lacking enthusiasm. Just then, another contestant responds, "I am also a..." In front of Dechi stands the radiant Lu Thantrik, beautiful as she appears before him. After a moment, the announcement states that the first semifinal match is an internal battle between Inthun No. 1, Dechi and Eldu Thantrek. Online, many viewers excitedly comment, "Damn, I have been waiting for this match for so long. The most classic battle in the history of the Inthun University entrance exam. Go for it. Goddess Lelu. This is the most anticipated match since the beginning of the exam. Dutch Hum must win against that girl. I see the Goddess Lu has the advantage. Right now, she has mastered 2 advanced combat techniques, which alone overshadow Dutch, who has a 3rd-tier royal bloodline. Her 4th-tier Human Tethos bloodline has yet to show itself, and her body is also a 3rd-tier royal bloodline, while Deich Heva has been forced to awaken his bloodline. Though Deich Ha's bloodline seems very high, around 4th tier as well, it can't compare to Goddess Ulvu, who is also 4th tier and has profound martial arts skills. Agreed. That makes sense. The announcement for the semifinal match has barely begun, and the audience is already cheering wildly. The atmosphere feels like it is about to explode. The referee stands between both Thudo and Trakshe Ka, who are now on the stage. The referee loudly announces, Lolu Thansha, and Thun High School No. 1. Dach Ha, and Thun High School No. 1. The referee dramatically lowers his arm into the center and shouts loudly. The match begins. Just as he finishes speaking, Dutch Ha's body erupts with a fierce power, a strong aura surrounding him, dust swirling everywhere, creating a thick haze. Then Tree has to cover her face with her hand. She squints at him. Before her appears a dark shadow, with a whirlwind of energy swirling around. There are 2 glowing sparks above his head. Right at the start, Dutch Ha's ferocity has put Liu Than Trucka at a disadvantage. She is slightly startled by this power, the light radiating from Dech Hev illuminating Liu Than Trucka's beautiful face. She gazes intently at him, thinking, Dach Ha, I hope you are strong enough. After Dech Hev's display of power on the stage, the announcement sounds again. Dech Hev versus Lolu Thansha, a dramatic semifinal. As soon as the match begins, Dutch Ho unleashes a massive amount of steam covering the entire arena. Dutch Ho's opening display to impress the girl leaves everyone below gasping in shock. What is happening? I can't see anything. The male Messi is also very enthusiastic and excited. He bangs his hands on the table and speaks loudly into the mic. Lolu Thanche, the genius girl of the Liu family. How will she cope with this year's fierce horse? Dutch Ha. Let us wait and see if the Dutch have awakens his bloodline. Looking more closely, back on the stage. Extremely tense. Dutch Ha looks up at his opponent. A girl with 3 perfectly smooth curves appearing in the swirling dust. I think Liu Trekkie's superior in martial arts. With those extraordinary skills, no matter how strong I am, it is hard to inflict damage. Even though I possess a type of overwhelming power, Dutch He still does not underestimate his opponent. He tightly purses his lips, analyzing the opponent in his mind. This opponent is not only a martial arts genius but also has an extremely high combat index. The longer it drags on, the more unfavorable it becomes. I must use all my strength from the start. Whoosh, thinking fast. Dutch Ha acted first, gathering a large amount of energy in his palm and launching a direct attack on his opponent. His face beams with a broad smile, the light from the attack flashing, revealing his cunning grin. However, Liu Trekkie is no pushover. She immediately uses her ability to raise her hands in defense. Her arms twist together, creating a solid protective layer. Then Tree's gaze tightens as she thinks. So you are going to attack first, then I will defend and counterattack. Suddenly, Dutch Ha holds back his previous punch, moving at extremely high speed. His figure appears through multiple layers. Then he attacks Trekkie with his gorilla tail. Dutch Ha lunges, striking at the waist of the beautiful girl. Liu Trekkie. The powerful blow curves like a wave. Trekkie, annoyed, mutters. How devious. He dared to trick me. She quickly retreats, spinning around several times to dodge. Inside, she curses this scoundrel silently, thinking he uses his fists but swings his steel tail instead. Truly shameless. Then, without humility, she unleashes her gorilla power, opening her big mouth to roar out streams of toxic nuclear energy, gathering strong and full energy. Dutch Ha leaps up, his fist clenched, curling like a shrimp, ready to launch an attack on the beautiful long-legged girl, Liu Trekkie. The battle is live-streamed on the forum, with many people watching and commenting. Oh, the poor goddess in this deadly battlefield. Oh no, that attack has made the goddess lose her rhythm. Dutch Ha presses in too fiercely. Liu Trekkie has no chance to escape. Right now, the little girl Trekkie is struggling against Dutch Ha's overwhelming power. Both are nearly evenly matched. He strikes hard across her face, and Trekkie manages to dodge just in time. In the comments below, Dutch Ha's weapon pushes Liu Trekkie back, and this time she can escape. Just then, Dutch Ha aims straight at her stomach, throwing a punch that makes her curl up to take the hit. The energy released is dazzling, hinting at the fierce power Dutch Ha is using. He bends down, raising both hands in front to create a shockwave that sends Liu Trekkie flying. Although he is fighting a female opponent, Dutch Ha plays hard. In the forum, someone comments, "Don't think you can escape from the claws of this weapon-wielding fighter." He continues to unleash attacks aimed directly at her. Now, Dutch Ha raises his sharp gorilla claws high, his eyes glinting dangerously, clearly daring his opponent. It is not going to be that easy. His hand clenches tightly, a smug smile on his face. Dutch Ha continues to spin, delivering a powerful blow while swirling energy to attack Trekkie. She has to keep moving back continuously to avoid damage. Trekkie has just entered the fray and is already enduring a barrage of attacks from Dutch Ha. She was a bit startled and opened her eyes wide at him, full of fear. Were those claws infused with weapons? Just after saying a single word in her mind, suddenly from where Dutch Ha was, another attack came rushing in. Trekkie had to jump back with a strong push, someone evading the blow that sent her flying. Not letting Trekkie wait long, Dutch Ha unleashed another explosive strike, a fierce energy erupting from him. It seemed he was preparing for a powerful blow to come. Trekkie stood firm on one leg, continuously observing every small movement of her opponent. Yet, just as she looked up, Dutch Ha appeared right in front of her with a devilish grin, his face dark and his hands clenched, radiating 2 bursts of energy. He told her not to run, but his classmate Liu. After saying this, Dutch Ha was like an emotionless monster, relentlessly pounding into the 2 large fruits of Trekkie, his hands swinging wildly. Only the fierce light movement was visible. Until now, Trekkie had not had a single chance to counterattack. She was trying to hold on, waiting for an opportunity, sneaking glances at Dutch Ha with narrowed eyes. She had to gasp in fear, wondering how he could keep attacking so relentlessly without getting tired. Truly a monstrous stamina, she thought. I have 2 hidden techniques. One is the Liu family's secret technique, the Phi Hoathan defensive skill, and the other is the Nguyen off offensive skill. If I could deploy either one, I could escape this overwhelming situation. Unfortunately, Dutch Ha was not giving me a chance, and I could not hold out much longer. I would be pushed off the stage. At this point, Then Treetroxt was still using all her strength to resist the terrifying blows that Dutch Hasta was delivering to her. Gritting her teeth, she thought helplessly. Suddenly, a feather appeared on Dutch Ha's fist, exuding a strange purple magical aura. He tried to tighten his grip, clenching his fist to avoid its influence. This threw Dutch Hao off. He looked at it with some concern, seemingly not understanding what was happening. To counter Dutch A, then Tree used energy from her eyes. Looking to one side in front of her, her eyes transforming into the dark gaze of a wild beast. As she resisted, then Tree whispered fiercely. She had to use her last card. Then, feathers began to appear, 1. Then 2. These feathers were not simple. They carried a source of spiritual power that he could sense was not easy to touch. Suddenly, right in front of him appeared the shadowy figure of Than Tri Chi. She completely transformed into a beast form, with 2 large wings soaring high like a giant bird. He looked up, not expecting this turn of events. The hidden beast lineage of Than Treki manifested as the Yumun Haidbeki bloodline, spreading one wing to the left and another to the right. Than Treki emerged in the form of Yu Mintius, radiating energy throughout her body, accompanied by a perfect physique and long, flowing legs. At this point, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. The announcement echoed, signaling the first time Liu Than Trekshi revealed her Umain Teshi bloodline. Up until now, she had just been biding her time, and now was the moment she truly had her stage. Than Truck looked up, glaring at Dutch A. She raised her hand, filled with power, and whispered seriously. Dach Ha. Be careful. In this state, I can control my strength. Facing her fierce aura, Dutch Ho remained unfazed. In fact, he was even more excited to fight a strong opponent. He smirked at her and replied, that is good to hear, because I have only used 50% of my strength so far. Before Diache could finish his sentence, Than Treek activated her Rumen Tuthosh ability, surrounding him to weaken his powers first. Dutch Ha was caught off guard and paused for a moment. Then Treetrack circled behind him, raising her hands to gather an immense amount of energy, preparing for a decisive blow. Risking everything, however, Dutch Hea had anticipated this. Instead of dodging, he turned around, clenched his fists, and gathered his strength to counterattack. His wide-open mouth revealed a terrifying expression. He had never seen a guy fight a girl so shamelessly. The 2 competitors faced each other directly, both with their own powers, charging at each other as if deciding life or death. The force of their clashes was tremendously powerful, shaking the entire arena, and everyone wanted to be the victor. The shockwaves from the clash of their immense powers affected the audience below. They screamed in panic. It was too terrifying. The tremors were intense, and I could not open my eyes. Boom. A loud explosion echoed throughout the area, and once things calmed down, all that could be seen was Than Trav shielding her face with her hands, afraid to look ahead. Only when everything seemed safe did Than Truck dare to look up. Her eyes widened, as if she had seen something truly horrifying. Dutch Hao in front of her had also transformed. He was now dark and monstrous. His limbs changed into beastly forms, surrounded by a surge of nuclear energy, erupting like a thunderstorm. His skin was covered with the iron armor of a gorilla. He fixed his bright eyes directly on Thantrinus, and there was a radiant energy emanating from his mouth. The battle was becoming incredibly intense and captivating. Right where the main character Dutch Ha stood, he unleashed a powerful wave of energy like thunder. The announcer declared, the thrilling semifinal, a dramatic showdown, causing the beautiful opponent before him to feel intimidated. This energy wave is too dangerous. The announcer's voice continued to echo. What is happening? It seems Dechua's beastly form is gathering energy. Dutch Ha has transformed into a new form. Even more surprisingly, hard scales of a gorilla have sprouted on his back. It emitted a nuclear energy that shattered the arena beneath him. The Missy focused on the features on Dutch Ha's back, noticing the large scales carrying powerful fire and electric energy. The spine protruding from his back was absorbing an enormous amount of energy and gradually directing it to his mouth. Dutch Han transformed into a gorilla, his mouth tearing open, unleashing an immense amount of energy from within. There were no signs of humanity left in Dachachaya. He hunched down, using his power to release a column of force from his mouth. It spiraled and shot straight towards Than Truck. Around him, waves of blinding shock surged forth. A massive energy column was directed straight at Than Truck. She faced it, her body seemingly held in place by its overwhelming speed, her large wings paralyzed, unable to run away. So Than Truck used her own wings to shield herself. She curled up, hoping the strike would pass by. Inside her layer of fur, Than Truck was very worried, which was evident in her eyes filled with spiritual power. The momentum of the power shot by Dachi continued to advance relentlessly. It was enormous and utterly terrifying as it attacked the small girl. Than Truck, as it made contact with her long legs, the point of contact burst, and beams of energy radiated outwards. Than Truck was using her bloodline awakening, countering with VIV. Than Truck's feathers were put to good use. Observing the match closely, the announcement echoed. This is not good. The breath of Dach was tangled in the feathers on Liu Than Truck. Dach was relentless, and Than Truck was no easy match either. Many people in the audience turned pale with fear. as the impact was overwhelming. Suddenly, many bright spots appeared like lights in front of them. They were shaped and structured like honeycombs, glowing brilliantly. These shields effectively resisted the energy field emitted by Dutch Ha. His power intersected with the shields, causing explosions. Shields appeared everywhere, ensuring the safety of everyone watching the match. The one who created these shields was Hong Gan, the mayor of Anthen. This man was elegantly dressed and dashing, using his inner strength to maintain safety for the match. He raised his gaze toward the match and said, "Just watch. The strongest champion in the history of Anthen will emerge today." The crowd above was constantly excited, cheering and clapping like waves. The handsome Missy with styled hair shouted into the microphone. Thankfully, thanks to the mayor's protection, the audience was safe. Back on the stage, many drops of blood splashed onto the floor. This liquid was flowing from Than Truck, taking the full force from Dech Ha. The girl looked battered, her wings torn, fearing her outfit might fall off completely. Than Truck was extremely exhausted, struggling to speak as she looked at him. With just one blow, he had shattered her Umintithosi defense. Can she defeat him? Whispers echoed in the air. Since childhood, Liu Than Truck had to bear the responsibility of many generations before her. Liu Than Truck, are you the hope for the revival of the Liu clan? She must not lose. Her ancestors have been watching over her for generations. Do not let us down. Always strive to appear strong. But inside, Than Truck was just a weak girl. In her heart, she always remembered her mother's words. Than Truck, I invested all my effort in training you so one day you can revive the family. You must not be stubborn. Than Truck had never been able to make her own decisions. She was always weak. Mom, those words still echo in my ears. Not just this match, I must always win, Than Truck whispered with difficulty. But Mom, I can't breathe anymore. With a helpless gaze at her opponent in front of her, she murmured, I am so tired. Dutch Ho stood strong and imposing in front of her, his gaze and demeanor radiating victory. Than Truck told herself, Dutch He is really strong. Then she glanced at her battered state. Her spirit began to waver. Facing an opponent like this, losing is just normal. Right, she decided to fight to the end, using her injured body and summoning all her strength to battle Dutch Ha. Then Trichar charged forward while thinking, I am deliberately exposing my weakness. Did Chijava must have noticed. Right, just finish me off, because after losing this match, I can never face my family again. Then Tree wanted to die right there. She flew in and lightly struck Dutch Ha's chest, giving him the chance to end her miserable life. But Dutch Heva did not move. Than Treese was completely taken aback. She looked up at him and asked, Why are not you dodging? Dutch Heva looked down with a sullen expression, asking coldly, Classmate Than Treksh, why has your fighting spirit vanished? Realizing he saw right through her, Than Treek was startled and widened her eyes at him. Decha's gaze was intense and extremely furious, his face darkening. Do you really consider me your opponent? Instantly, he erupted with a burst of powerful energy, channeling it into his fist, clearly enunciating, I do not want to win this championship through cowardly means. Facing him, her beautiful face froze, her eyes held deep feelings and fears unfolding before her, without any pretense. Dechia charged like a beast, swinging his fist towards Than Tree's face. She was completely helpless, raising her hands to shield her face, and he struck her to snap her back to reality. He turned, his voice harsh. Wake up, and then, he unleashed a flurry of kicks into the high-spirited flower. Bang. Are you going to take this seriously? Bang. Are you going to take this seriously? Bang. Than Tree fell down, continuously taking punches and yelled out, You scoundrel. No one has dared to hit me like this since I was little. She hugged her head, enduring the blows while trying to scream. I was already willing to let you win, so why are you still insisting on chasing me? Her limits had been exceeded, and Liu Than Treek unleashed her hidden strength, releasing an enormous energy wave around her that was incredibly dangerous. Than Tree shouted, Don't he hit a girl's face? You jerk. Only then did Dage have his stop. His pupils lit up as he looked at her, smirking. That is right, if you do not want your face hit, then wake up. It seemed Dutch Iowa had successfully helped his opponent unleash her full potential. Her current form was even more radiant and powerful than before. Her wings had also been restored, and they were even larger, exuding a high damage aura all around. In her new form, the beast's true essence glimmered, and she declared, Dach Ha, as you wish, I will use my strongest stance to defeat you. Now, Liu Than Trek had transformed into her peak form, her wings spread wide, radiating strong, imposing light. He looked up, almost gasping at her dominance. Dachihi smirked, his lips curling as he became even more excited seeing her like this. Had she finally revealed her true beast form? Now this is interesting. Dutch Ha quickly activated his gorilla form. He tensed every muscle and cell in his body, transforming into a solid scale, with blazing green flames radiating all over him. Dutch Ha smiled with satisfaction, excited for the upcoming fight, continuing to open his gorilla mouth wide. Decha began to gather energy and shouted excitedly, "I can't hold back now." Then Treek was like a tempting bait. After Heka made it irresistible, she jumped in to absorb it. He quickly leaped up, with a force from below that propelled him like an explosion. Noticing Hecha's attack, Luyu then Trek glanced over with a dangerous look, contemplating how to counterattack. She could not just sit back and wait for death. Instantly, from where then Trek stood, a whirlwind of tremendous energy began to form. It quickly absorbed energy, extending like a tornado, its aura shining brilliantly. Just as Decha flew in with his power, the tornado engulfed him like a funnel. Gorilla Decha charged in with terrifying strength, winds and dust swirling thickly, but his gaze remained fixated on the long legs of Than Treksh, right at her adorably pouting small mouth. She took a deep breath, then opened wide, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Shock waves erupted from there. Than Tree fought with her entire body inflated. Then Treehian unleashed the strongest energy within her, countering the nuclear energy of the gorilla charging directly at her like a missile. The two forces met, causing the entire area to tremble. At that moment, as the sound waves from Than Trek's mouth swept over, Decha reacted extremely quickly. He raised both hands to shield his face. With his gaze locked behind his sturdy arms, he shot back, "You think you are the only one who can shout." Immediately, He gathered energy into the large scales along his spine, with many nuclear sparks glowing as if ready to burst from overcharging. Luyu Than Trek faced this move for the second time. She raised both hands to her forehead, prepared to counter, saying, "Same old move. This time I won, back down." Then she loudly chanted, "Abandoning defense. Unleashing the ultimate technique of the Liu family." Instantly, Than Trucky exploded with classical power, shining so brightly that her beautiful face was obscured, leaving only her perfect body suspended in midair. The energy surged forth. Than Trichi's spirit had transformed as she resolutely shouted, "I will face you head-on." Just as Than Trek prepared to counter, the nuclear energy column from the gorilla's mouth shot straight toward her. Dutchna strained his body to extend even further. At the same time, Than Triche jumped up with her impressive figure and formed a ball in her hands. She concentrated all her strength and shouted, "Bloodline. Force." The glowing ball in her hand immediately transformed into multiple arrows. It expanded and shot toward the target in front of her. Both powers were about to clash. But did you notice anything? Dechen emitted a rather unusual cylindrical energy, while then Trekkie resembled a hand reaching out to snatch it. The battle was intensely captivating, with everyone in the stands unable to sit still. Amidst the deafening warning from the loudspeaker, two colossal forces collided. The atomic blast of Dech Heftieg, sphere of destructive energy, faced off directly against Yuman Heittech carrying the deadly aura of Liu Than Trike, creating a shockwave that tore through space. The audience erupted in panic. People gripping their hands stood up. A scream echoed out. This was bad. A collision of this magnitude was beyond the control of mere fighters. Sensing the imminent danger, Mayor and Then could not sit still. To protect the audience from the terrifying aftershocks, Hong Kan immediately harnessed his powers, channeling energy in his fingertips. He muttered incantations for a shield. Instantly, 3 enormous walls shot up from the ground, steadfastly blocking the stage. However, the energy explosion from the two contestants was too overwhelming. The aftershocks caused the ground beneath the walls to crack. When that furious energy wave struck the barrier, the thick, sturdy wall shattered into pieces in the blink of an eye. Once the aftershocks subsided, everyone beneath the stage was left in shock. The tremors were simply horrifying. Was that wall created by the mayor? They looked at the shield that had just been destroyed, now reduced to debris scattered around. Enough to imagine the terrifying attack it had endured. The mayor aimed to stop the two. Without his intervention, perhaps we all would have been affected. Hong Kan stared at the wall he created being so easily shattered, pondering that the 3 layers of the divine earth wall were hastily prepared, not as solid as usual, ultimately facing the direct assault of Dech Ha and Liu Thanich. Who would have guessed this year's competition would feature 2 contestants exceeding expectations? Back on the battlefield, Than Trichi's slender, weak hand was now dripping with blood, flowing like water. Gasping, she had reverted to her normal state, one hand heavily bruised, seemingly completely ruined. Amidst the swirling dust, the girl huddled with her battered body, struggling to breathe. Even the power of her beastly form was running dry, raising her face with an unyielding gaze. Even though the situation was beyond saving, she whispered she could not give up. They could still fight. Dutch Ho stomped down hard on the floor, instantly appearing in front of her. He had also returned to his normal state, but showed no signs of injury. In stark contrast to him, Than Trichi's clothes were tattered, her right arm nearly incapacitated. After resolving to fight with all her might, Than Traki looked at Dutch Ha, full of confusion. Clearly her attack had hit him. How was he unscathed? On this side, he gently looked down at the battered Than Truksh, lowering his voice. If you do not get rid of the radiation on you in time, you will be ruined later. His words indicated that Dutch Ha had struck, but still left her a way out. Then Treech bit her lip, her body trembling. Then she looked up, her eyes wide. Tears welling up, poor Than Trekkie retaliates. I did not want to fight to this extent. Why do you keep pushing me? In response to Than Trek, he slowly sat down gently, looking at the girl from head to toe. He examined her before saying anything. A moment later, Dutch Ho showed an unusually kind demeanor. He lost his casual demeanor and spoke seriously with her. You really do not want to fight, or are you stubbornly refusing to admit your desire to win, as you risk everything? I can sense your thirst for victory. Caught off guard by the truth, Than Trek stared at him, unable to say anything more, her small mouth just moving. Than Trek thought to herself. He was right. I really wanted to defeat him earlier, which is why I dropped my guard and went all out. But what am I doing? Clearly hating to fight, wanting to lose quickly. Yet in that moment of confrontation, I truly felt it, the exhilarating joy of fighting for myself, not for anyone else. While her inner self was in a fierce struggle, at that very moment, the warm hand of Dechheka gently rested on her shoulder. Than Trek blushed as she looked up, suddenly filled with strange thoughts about the guy who had bruised her. This is how a gentleman acts. You get beaten up. Now you have the responsibility to heal me back up. Dechi channeled energy into his arm, doing so while speaking. In battle, you carry too many distractions. Than Trek was stunned. Once finished, her arm returned to normal. He turned his back, coldly saying, that is why you lost. Than Trek stared at her hand in disbelief. Was the wound and the radiation on his hand really gone? To Than Trek, Dutch He was not arrogant like others. He still acknowledged her, even adding, but you are still the strongest opponent I have ever faced. Dutch He here turned to look down and smiled lightly. Continuing, next time, if there is a chance, I would love to have a pure battle with you. Liu Than Trek. This was making the young girl's heart flutter. Her face turned as red as a tomato, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Utterly entranced. Dach Ha. And now Dutch Ho stood in the center of the arena. He won decisively, earning everyone his respect. Announcement. As the dust settled, Dutch Ha remained standing on the stage. He raised his arm to the sky, accompanied by his familiar sly victory smile, becoming the center of attention in the audience. And the announcement declared that the first semifinal had ended. Dach Ha, Trong Chepi Bay and Then number 1 Chain Thang. The next opponent of Dechecha appeared on the screen. The announcement stated that after Dach have defeated Liu Than Truk, Sifu also won as expected. Sichu. The finals of the high school level, the biggest climax of the Inthen entrance exam. The battle for the top scholar is about to begin. Hafimi Aif, and Thin Nit Trung. Dach Ha. Also from Inthen Net Trung. Sichu. At its peak, the number of live viewers began to soar, increasing by 6,942,156 people, reaching 1,047,486, an increase of 525,486 people, a rise of 6,258 people. The total number of live viewers reached 496,588,741. The Inthen entrance exam is now beginning. Sifu lowered his stance before raising his sword. Energy surging, his sharp gaze glancing at Dutch Ha, seeking guidance. In response to this impressive entrance, Dech He flashed a long, dangerous smile as he prepared his energy, staring at his opponent with excitement. Let us do this. Sifu struck first, beginning to swing his sword and execute energy-gathering techniques. He then jumped to attack. Sifu raised his hand high, the power of his strike unleashing a formidable force. The 7 stars stepping technique. In response to this move, Dutch Ho stood still. He crossed his arms, completely emotionless. Despite the immense power from Sifu's attack hitting him, he tensed his arms and then channeled energy inward. Dutch Ho shouted atomic. As he did, a surge of energy erupted like a fire. He shouted loudly, unleashing a powerful strike, bending down to slam his hands against the ground. At the point of contact, Dutch Ho's atomic energy shattered Sifu's 7-star step. The shockwave surged violently, overpowering everything. Dutch Ho's combat strength was overwhelming. Sifu struggled to stand firm, shielding himself with his hands to see clearly. Holding a shining blade, he said, too lazy to find my clones. Just using a simple, brute force to blast them all away. He was no ordinary opponent, so Sifu was extremely tense and analyzed his rival clearly. My defense can't even withstand Dutch Ho. Can any one of my peers match him in a one-on-one fight? He is definitely a monster. Immediately focusing his combat spirit, he raised his hand, then made a move to change. His gaze shifted. If I can't fight at close range, then I will fight you from a distance. Sifu shouted. Bloodline awakening. Just at the start, Sifu awakened his bloodline, his true form being a divine dragon. It was huge and had a fiercely aggressive appearance. Sifu's entire body transformed, his hands and head distorting. Then, he gathered energy in his hands. Sifu displayed his powers. He swung his hand and shouted. Ice Dragon. Bloodline power. Ice Vein. Those watching the livestream were stirred and commented excitedly. Whoa. Sifu managed to create a mountain of ice. This ice is truly the ice dragon reincarnated. Sichu is so handsome. In an instant, the arena turned into a massive ice mountain, with Sichu's silhouette hovering in front of Dutch Ho. People continued to comment excitedly on the forum, cheering him on. Beat Dutch Ho, the great demon king, go for it. Ice bro. The announcement boomed. Sichu's ice power was so strong that it turned the arena into a mountain of ice. Dutch Ho was sealed in the ice now. The situation was that the entire mountain of ice created by Sofchu had completely covered his opponent Dutch Ho, causing the audience to tremble. Now, Sichu felt a bit unsteady. He squinted one eye and opened the other, only daring to whisper in his mind. Suddenly unleashing such a powerful ice energy affected his body quite severely. The situation was very exciting. The announcement rang out. Everyone watching, the ice mountain began to melt. In front of Sofchu, the ice he created was gradually melting, revealing his silhouette with immense energy at the mouth, and right after that, the terrifying nuclear energy pushed out a large column, successfully destroying the ice mountain. Surprised by Dutch Ho's counterattack, Sichu felt a chill of fear. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief, exclaiming in his heart, how could this be? Was it destroyed so easily? Immediately, the terrifying energy charged towards Sichu to counterattack. He quickly waved his hands to create a mountain of ice for defense. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed. Everything was engulfed in energy and dust. As everything gradually settled, a gorilla foot landed on the floor, and Dutch Ho said, Hun Malong's power has no effect on me. He had also entered a state of awakening, but Dutch Ho remained unscathed from his attack, standing boldly in front of Sichu. It seems I have you completely under control. It is clear that Dutch Ho's strength is extraordinary. Sichu let out a long sigh. He fell silent. The gap in strength was too vast. Then he regained his resolve and looked at Dutch Ho with a displeased expression, saying, Dutch Ho, take my final move. This is my ultimate martial arts technique, originally intended for Liu-Than Treksh. This time, Sichu wants to defeat and win for being. He raised his hand high, channeling all his power into the large sword, successfully executing the technique, with deadly intent. Sichu strained. Screaming wildly, the force of his attack was immense. Below the stands, Hong Gan watched the battle and had to acknowledge Sichu's strength. This was a true display of power. He had soared to such heights. Back in the stands, after charging enough energy into his large sword, Sichu leaped high and swung down fiercely to attack Dutch Ho. Boom! A loud noise erupted, shaking the entire audience. Moments later, several drops of red liquid fell onto the arena floor. Dutch Ho raised his spiky hand to his face. Blood dripping from it, he said. Wait until you get a better sword. Then maybe you will have a chance. It was unclear what Dutch Ho had done, but Sichu's face turned pale. He could not believe he had become so useless, his mouth twitching. But down on the ground, his large sword had been shattered to pieces. In Sichu's mind, shock overcame him. My sword, has it been destroyed? Then he shifted to a nonchalant state, glancing at Dutch Ho with disdain, asking, what chance do I have? That same conscience-scorning smile again, while others fall into the abyss. Here I am joking, saying my chances are just slightly better than those begging for scraps. Just saying this, Sichu assessed his own strength. He raised his arm straight up. I concede. Thus, the battle ended quite smoothly. The announcement echoed, declaring that Dutch Ho had won the entrance exam. He stood awkwardly scratching his head in victory. Behind him were clouds of dust and a heavily damaged arena. By now, those watching the battle through the live stream exploded with excitement. Whoa. I was right about you. Dutch Ho truly stands out. Sichu is strong, but in front of Dutch Ho, he is nothing. Dutch Ho's victorious image went viral on social media. Everyone was cheering for the fierce newcomer. 68,743 likes. This Dutch Ho really shines through. Indeed, this year's exam saw Vie Fafigu achieve a great victory. Dutch is truly exceptional. Moreover, Dutch Ho's image was featured on all billboards around the city. People were buzzing on the forums. I heard last year they were at the bottom, and this year they defeated the top team to become champions. Truly remarkable. Congratulations. Dutch Ho, this year's top scholar. Dutch Ho has surpassed the standards from previous years by a long shot. The top scholar can defeat the crowd and claim victory. Dutch Ho naturally became the strongest top scholar in history at that time. No one could surpass him. Back in the stands, everyone was cheering continuously. They could not contain their emotions, especially the students from Inthun. Whoa. Dutch Ho. Dutch Ho. Dutch Ho. At that moment, the Missy and Hong Kan also took to the stage. The Missy proudly pointed at Dutch Ho and Lalelin. Now, dear viewers of the live stream for the Inthen Exam Session 24, after 3 days of intense competition, our champion has emerged. That person is Inthen Net Trung. Dutch Ho. Meanwhile, our main character smiled shyly, scratching his head, whispering that he had achieved his goal. Immediately, the handsome Mexi pointed the mic close to Dutch Ho's mouth and asked, Dutch Ho, I have heard your abilities are based on accumulated progress, now that you have achieved the top scholar position. Do you have anything you would like to share? He was startled, feeling a bit tense, whispering to himself, it is true that someone as cultured as me can speak so eloquently. Regaining his composure, he smiled and said, First, I want to thank my teacher, who did not give up on me during my toughest times and encouraged me, helping me regain my will. In another scene, the homeroom teacher hugged the TV tightly, tears and snot streaming down, exclaiming, "Oh my. Honestly, I do not deserve your praise. Dash ha. As a teacher, I have not done well and did not notice your potential. I truly apologize." Dash ha. Feeling tense, said, "I still have something to say." Before he could finish, in front of him, at the teacher's area, the principal was waving at him continuously. Ditch Ha was startled, thinking, the principal. The teacher over here made a gesture with one hand showing 0 and the other showing 2. The principal whispered to himself, unable to express his intentions out loud. 2 million, Dech He declared. For our thin Newt Trung, I reward you with a 2 million scholarship. Seeing the principal's expression, Dech He's eyes lit up with the word money. Quickly speaking into the mic, "Oh, I also want to thank my beloved school. Thank you, dear principal. Without your wise leadership, how could we be here today?" Then he punched the air, his spirit soaring. "Finally, I want to thank myself. Without my efforts and intelligence, Dech He would definitely not have the glory of today." At that moment, a system notification popped up. "Congratulations, host, you have achieved the title of top scholar, and you receive a random ability draw once." Upon seeing it, his eyes widened, pupils involuntarily brightening. And within, Dech Ha felt a mix of excitement and amazement. The title of top scholar, so there is also a merit system. In the stadium corridor, after winning the top scholar title, Dech Ha ran as if being chased by a dog. Behind him, a swarm of reporters chased after him like bees to honey. "He is out." Dech Ha. "Do you feel pressured about becoming the valedictorian?" Dech Ha. "How could you improve so quickly in just 6 months?" Dech Ha. "Are you planning to go to Houk University? As for me, I am trying to speed up to get away from these people. Stop chasing me. I really need to pee. Even if I am about to wet my pants, a man should not let go." He caught up to Dech Ha and shoved the mic in his face, asking right away, "Dech Ha, do you think Lu Then Trikok or Thy Thikoling is prettier, or do you prefer Then Kun or Sichu?" But Dech Ha kept his mouth shut, his face turning dark and serious. Then he quickly ran off, mumbling, "No time to waste with these reporters." The reporters rushed in but could not catch up, regretfully calling out, "Dech Ha. Wait. Dech Ha. You have one last question." Scene shift to the basketball arena. After running away from the reporters, Dech He made it here. He clenched his fists, looking pleased, saying to himself, finally got away from them. It turns out the template is not the only thing. There are extra rewards from the system. Just as he was basking in his happiness, a dark figure suddenly appeared nearby. The figure spoke. "Dech Ha, congratulations on becoming the valedictorian." Dech He turned around. Startled, he thought to himself, are there more reporters? But the person in front of Dech Ha was not anyone he expected. This man politely took off his hat, holding a mysterious briefcase and greeting with a friendly smile. "Don't misunderstand. I am not a reporter. I came from Hui." Then he looked directly at Dech Ha with a serious gaze, saying, "Now let us talk about your gene lock." Facing this man, Dech Ha felt a bit confused and flustered. He did not rush to answer, still trying to understand in his mind. Gene lock, he was cautious in his thoughts. "I have not unlocked any genes. My abilities come from the monster template." He knows my abilities. Who is he? Dech Ha was very curious about this mysterious man. In response to Dae's silence, the man remained calm. He slowly put his hat back on and continued. "About the gene lock, you must have heard it from your father, right?" Dech He immediately replied. "Yes." He recalled the original owner's memories. It was indeed that way. After that, the man pulled out a stack of papers from his black briefcase and said, "Dech Ha, are not you curious? How does an ordinary taxi driver like your father know terms unrelated to his profession?" Hearing this, he turned his gaze to the side, starting to doubt life. Could there really be hidden experts? The man held up the documents, sealed, and presented them to Dech Ha. "Due to your special case, Ho can declassify a document." Quickly grabbed the document. He did not even open it fully before reading. Inside, it showed Prometheus, a research institute that once led the field of genetics on Lam Time but was pursued and sealed off by various countries due to an incident. Many core staff had to change their identities to blend in with the public. The gene lock technology is the key project of Prometheus. Reading this, Dech Ha finally understood why these people came to find him. He smirked, thinking to himself, "So you think my father is a senior researcher at Prometheus, and I am their secret product?" Seeing that Dech Ha still had not said anything, The man from Ho approached him and added to ease his mind. Don't worry. The country won't make things difficult for you. I am here just to help you understand the situation, since you are directly involved. At this point, Dutch immediately responded, Big bro. I am even calmer than you are. Can you believe it? The man then added more about Dutch Ha's current situation. Moreover, you are a key target for the nation, and we will protect you. Hearing this, our guy felt a bit better. Before the man from Ho Vuchu could finish his thought, Dutch Ho became a bit self-absorbed. What a hassle. The more famous you get, the more trouble follows. Ha! This society is so pragmatic. Laughing loudly in the gym, he glanced at the man from Ho and said softly, Then I will take my leave. After that, Dutch Ho clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards the man from Ho Via. But behind that gesture was a face eager for strong power and ambitious dreams. Finally, he is gone. This exam not only grants access to Ho, but also a 2 million scholarship and an 800,000 bonus. But most importantly, it allows for the extraction of a new specimen. Just thinking about it makes me feel ecstatic. Dutch Ho pointed to some in the system, unable to wait any longer. Immediately, a swirling circle of energy appeared before Dutch Ha. It looked like a door to a secret realm. He stood there, looking up at it, his eyes fixated. He felt as if the light was mesmerizing him, and he unconsciously opened his mouth. Whoa. Then the system displayed a panel, showing a circle with energy swirling around, emitting a mystical light. At that moment, the whole room felt like it was exploding, and a supergiant appeared, hovering in front of little Dutch Ha with a strange shape resembling a human skull. It was surrounded by layers of mist. The system displayed Specimen. Supergiant. Level quota. Ability to grow 60 min. High heat. Evolutionary form. Original human. Compatibility 1%. Dutch Ha bit his lip, looking at what was in front of him and said, Supergiant. Huh. Then he seemed to remember something and his eyes widened. If combined with the Berserker Gorilla specimen, the abilities of the models could stack. What would happen if the Colossal Titan model combined with the Berserker Demon Lord Gorilla? Clearly, what appeared before Dutch Heva was a giant titan combined with a gorilla. It was tall and powerful, with a long tail. That shape made him realize he would become the true king of monsters. Then the scene shifted to another place, where a large man was sitting in a dark room on the phone with someone. The speaker on the phone said, Ho Long, do you mean you will no longer take on missions? The man replied calmly, Yes. Cancel all schedules. The other side responded respectfully. Understood. On the table, there are signs of a physical impact that caused it to dent inward. The man then pressed his enormous index finger down forcefully. This man's rough face was incredibly angry, his eyebrows furrowed, and he seemed to be struggling to contain his frustration. Someone from outside the universe was calling to report. Sorry. We could not find your brother's body in the secret realm, but at the last location his signal disappeared. We detected signs of radiation, and someone in the secret realm is directly communicating with this man while he is watching the match of Dutch Ha. At this moment, the man fell silent and muttered, Little brother, I told you not to get involved with the underworld. Why did not you listen? Mom told me to take care of you. The TV screen announced the results of the competition. In the Inthen finals, Dutch Ha won. The man showed clear interest in Dutch Ha on the screen. He leaned closer and grabbed the TV as if wanting to pat his head. Dutch Ha is indeed a rare genius from Inthen. Hoagi will definitely fight for him, but unfortunately, they want to wait for him to enroll. Back at Dutch Heavy's residence, someone delivered a package to his house. It seems that Dutch Heo is practicing martial arts. He hurried out to get the package. Who is sending stuff right when I am about to enter the secret realm for the new sample? Taking out the letter, it was addressed to Def Etch Ha. According to the investigation by Hoai Zongko, this afternoon at 3 p.m., a new secret realm will open in Fonghung Village on the outskirts of Enmet. Predicted to be level C. I plan to explore it. Do you want to join? Signed. Sichiu. After reading the entire letter, Dechia made a grimace of disgust as if he was about to throw up. Seriously, in this day and age, people still use handwritten letters. Or is he a time traveler? The scene shifts to Hung the Mountain in Anthun, which is beautiful and majestic in its own way. A lot of people have gathered here. Not just many, but a whole lot. Everyone is preparing for battle with all their might. Dutch Ha arrived here looking pale at this level. It is so crowded. At least 1,000 people. The new secret realm is indeed attractive. As soon as he appeared, Sufichu noticed and approached him. Dutch Ha responded politely. Oh, is that you? Sichiu. Sichiu smiled broadly upon seeing Dutch Ha. You have gotten stronger. Huh. Meanwhile, Dutch Ha forced a friendly smile, feeling a bit startled inside. Thinking, I did not expect this guy to be so sensitive. I used the scholarship money to buy some potion tubes, raising the compatibility to 35%. Even lower grade samples have advantages and quick effects. After that, Dutch Ha started the conversation. Which school do you plan to take the exam for? Sichu closed his eyes, not looking at him, and answered succinctly. Hearing this, Dechi said, "So we will still be classmates in the future." Dutch Ha also noticed this. Suchu's mood was off. Just then, a crack appeared in the sky. It opened a new spatial gate. Everyone looked up and eagerly shouted, "The secret realm is about to open." From that rift in space, monsters began to emerge. They mutated into heads with sharp teeth, writhing as they tried to crawl out, and now appearing before everyone. The monster's form is a three-headed vulture. It spreads its wings wide and flies out to attack the crowd. A martial artist below excitedly pointed up, calling on everyone to take down the monster. The secret realm has opened. Brothers, let us eliminate that beast and merge with the realm. At the same time, many martial artists rushed up, each gathering energy and launching attacks on the monster all at once. They surged forward like an army, the vulture resembling a delicious cake, being torn apart by many, its three heads fearfully chattering with each other. "Oh no. This is terrible. Why are there so many martial artists? Oh no. We need to retreat quickly. Oh no. We can back away. We are stuck." In an instant, the bird was left with only a few feathers. It endured a brutal beating. The poor bird kept squawking. Who? Squawk. It is true that early birds are easily attacked, making it simple to take down the monster at the start. Inside the secret realm of Hongtho Mountain is a strange wild forest. The trees here are different as well. The outsiders quickly poured in, and Dach Ha was among them. He looked composed and not in a hurry. As he walked, a scent suddenly wafted by his nose. Tich muttered, "The smell of blood is too strong," and then realized it was a beast hide. "This creature has been waiting for us here for a long time." All martial artists rely on the laws of the country, prioritizing the killing of beasts and resisting the beast hide. Accordingly, many mutated monsters with skull-like faces appeared, their bodies flesh-covered, surrounded by dark magic, lunging to attack the martial artists. Those who had just entered also rushed in eagerly, ready to fight, channeling their energy and shouting for a bloody battle, quite simply taking on 7 monsters. Just after the clash, one martial artist managed to slice off the head of a massive monster, and they also coordinated skillfully to eliminate larger monsters together. Sifuchu was one of them. Enthusiastic, Dueling Kim fought fiercely, his sharp gaze fixed behind his icy sword as he spoke. Bloodline power, atomic explosive punch, then unleashed a powerful strike directly at 2 approaching monsters. This attack created sharp ice spikes that pierced the bodies of the monsters. Suddenly, a monster lunged to ambush Sicho from behind. Its mouth full of sharp teeth was ready to take a bite out of him. Just when it seemed like a close call, a shout rang out, an atomic punch exploded. Instantly a blinding light pierced through the monster, causing it to burst into a puddle of gore in mid-air. Organs splattered everywhere, forcing Sifuchu to quickly raise his hand to shield his face. The owner of the punch was none other than Dach Ha. He had just saved Sifuchu from the clutches of death while reminding him, "You need to be careful behind you." Sifuchu turned back with a grateful look. "Thank you so much." Now the battlefield had concluded. The monsters were completely eradicated, and only bones and pools of bright red blood remained on the ground. Dutch Heva calmly said to Sichu, "The beasts in the secret realm do not know how to fight." Sichu looked over Dutch He's shoulder. The scene behind him made him shudder, exclaiming in his heart, "Dutch He has eliminated so many beasts without a scratch." The chaotic battlefield behind made Socha shudder. It seemed that all the beasts he killed had their blood and flesh completely neutralized, leaving only faint traces. He used widespread radiation, impossible to stop, especially since there was no movement. Even more terrifying was the direct confrontation with the cells of the attacking creatures. Wherever Yaiche passed, the nuclear energy radiating from him turned every creature to dust. He was nothing less than a mobile death, spreading absolute destruction. Everyone around was astonished by Yaiha's talent. They whispered in disbelief, how could it happen so quickly? Could there be a high-level martial artist among them helping? No. One of them is the top student from our Inthen University. The top student of the university is not someone to take lightly. Right, he is just a beginner martial artist, yet he has such beast-slaying capabilities. Did you watch the live broadcast of this year's entrance exam? Right. What is so exciting about a student fighting competition? Idiot. Even 10 of them combined could not match those students. Thus, Waika successfully became the center of attention, drawing everyone in and luring monsters towards him. Soon after, many martial artists gathered in front of him and Heicha, leading the beasts towards the top student. Moments later, victory cheers rang out from the front. A signal came from the front. The leader of the beast tide has been defeated. We are victorious. The beast tide began to retreat after the battle ended. Socha, drenched in sweat, breathed a sigh of relief. At least we managed to hold out against the first wave of the beast tide. Initially, over 1,000 martial artists had gathered, but now only about 800 remained. Not to mention the injured. As soon as he finished speaking, Dutch Ho struggled to carry the large monster bags closer. He tiredly complained, "Hey, Socha, how can I collect all this?" Socha was also taken aback by Yaya's greed and asked, Why did you take so many monster cores? Then he kindly presented a ring. This is my space ring. You can put your things in here. Dutch Ho smiled happily, as it was exactly what he wanted, a space ring, worth tens of thousands of gold. Looks like you, So Cha, are indeed a real big shot. Just then, someone reported, Boss V, they are here. Both So Cha and Dutch Ho turned to look in the direction of the call. These people hurriedly told the newcomer about Dutch Ho. Fortunate that he went to kill the leading monsters. Otherwise, we would have exhausted ourselves and perished in the beast tide. Many looked up at this newcomer with admiration and awe. He was taller than average, especially covered in tattoos. And as soon as he arrived, he spoke up. Hello, I am V, the top student from Inthen University. I am the captain of Inthen's Beflang team. He immediately approached Dutch Ho and took the initiative to shake hands. I just heard the members recount your heroic deeds. I wonder if you would be interested in joining our martial arts team. Dutch Hia looked up, a bit startled. Everyone witnessing the direct invitation from this highly regarded figure was excited and thrilled for Dutch Ha. If you join, won't affect your college studies. On the contrary, you will receive many different types of benefits. The V-Sim, am ready to accept you as an S-level member of the team. The legendary V-Sim personally invites Dutch Hava to join the martial arts group. This is a golden opportunity. Without the support of a martial arts group, relying solely on being a martial artist makes it hard to sustain the costly career of a warrior. Moreover, in HNIF, the Silver Group is considered a powerful martial arts group. Furthermore, being an S-level member means even students from Hoa University would not have such a chance. At that moment, girl riding a black tiger approached. She was dressed alluringly but emanated a powerful aura that could intimidate others. She spoke up. The V-Sim, why are you so quick? So you came here to steal people first? She then turned to Dutch Ha and seriously expressed. Dutch Ha, join our Thin Vate martial arts group. Although Thenayede is a bit smaller than the Silver Wolf group, I guarantee that after you join, you can enjoy 15% of our group's training resources every month. This made the cameras buzz with excitement. She continued to speak loudly among the crowd to establish credibility. Ha, that is also in my data. It seems that achieving the top score in the entrance exam is not as simple as it looks. Despite the enthusiastic invitations from strong team members, Dutch Hay deliberately ignored them. He twirled his ear and looked away. Sorry, but I am not considering joining a martial arts group right now. Then he shook hands with VS, who politely and respectfully said, It is okay. Dutch Ha, this is mainly an opportunity to make friends. If you have any requests in the future, you can contact our Silver Wolf group. The girl from earlier also spoke up. Our Thenrit martial arts group is the same. We are always ready to help. Minister Decheka replied frankly. Even without joining, having more friends is good too. But V-Sem wondered. You just used that hand to pick your ear. Right. Dutch He is a bit odd. Do not mind it. At this moment, Suchu approached Dutch Ha and said that they had pushed back the tide creatures, so now they could explore by themselves. This is a gigantic fig forest. First, let us climb to the top of the tree to observe everything. Then we can discuss our plan. He simply replied with a short okay. As soon as he finished speaking, both took off quickly. Suchu was also amazed by Dutch Heva's speed as he could not keep up. Too fast. After a while, they stopped on the red-leaved treetops. Suchu opened her eyes wide, looking ahead in shock. What the hell is that? From afar, through the massive tree canopies, monstrous shapes could be seen, much larger than usual. Those trees, they are slowly approaching the two people in the fog. The top student and Anthan, the small one, stood in a corner and spoke up, their figures towering, easily over 1,000 meters tall. Hard to imagine. Unlike Stachu's concerns, Dutcha was like a madman enjoying himself. The harder it got, the more he liked it. He grinned widely and said it was not too hard to imagine. We are still young. In a few years we might not be unable to conquer these mysterious beasts. We might even uncover the truth behind this secret realm. Looking at Dutch Ha's expression, Stachu could not help but admit that Dutch Ha was indeed impressive. Facing powerful existences he did not understand made him feel a sense of fear. Meanwhile, Dutch Ha was confident he could defeat it. He compared himself to Dekevyej, only daring to whisper to himself that he seemed inferior not only in the martial arts but also in willpower compared to Dutch Ha. Dutch Ha was the true martial artist. As for Dutch Hever the grenade, he was filled with the strength to take down the guys in front of him. Your monster cores will sooner or later belong to me. He quickly shifted back to a serious demeanor. Dutch Ho used his solar wave to sweep out for a check. He was completely surprised that his life force field could detect the life distribution in this secret realm. But in the southeast, there was an amber lake, resembling a vacuum area. All white. Something was definitely going to cause trouble. The bigger the waves, the more precious the fish. At that moment, he stepped forward and pointed ahead, his expression no longer that of a normal Dutch Ha, but one of a battle-hungry Dutch Heva issuing orders to Sifu Chu to head to the lake. So Sifu looked towards the southeast where there was a lake, Let us go check it out. No rush to attack the monsters in front of us. At this moment, Keen D was quiet. Dutch and Safechio were wandering in the forest, and as soon as he saw the person in front of him, he happily exclaimed, Sister VF, do you all remember? This girl in front of us is the one who helped Dutch Hava in the early days of buying medicine. She immediately greeted him warmly, saying, Isn't this the top student Dutch Ha? I did not expect you to be this strong. Viola's teammate also spoke up friendly. Oh V, do you know the top student in Then too? The girl below also looked up. Yeah. Hurry and introduce him. Earlier Dutch easily defeated that fierce beast. Dutch Ha quickly approached Viola's team and asked, Sister VF, how long have you all been here? Viel enthusiastically replied. Just arrived. We have 2 teammates who are good swimmers exploring the lake. Right near the lake, there was a man with his head above the water. He was gasping for air, gripping the grass in front of him. The man exclaimed excitedly, We hit the jackpot. We hit the jackpot. Vilolo asked again, clarifying, What do you mean by hitting the jackpot? This guy was also a teammate of VL. He happily announced that there were relics under the lake, and we are going to be rich. Viola was overjoyed to hear this. Really, that is amazing. We are going to get rich. On this side, she completely forgot about her younger brother Dach Hava. Decha curiously nudged Sicho and asked, What are relics? Why are they so excited? So Cha replied to him with some understanding. In the secret world, there are ancient structures, perhaps remnants of a past civilization. I have heard that modern martial arts and genetic technology both originated from there. Suddenly, Vuli's teammate widened his eyes in alert and asked, Are there other people? He thought they might have bad intentions towards his group, so he was ready to draw his sword and attack them both. Who are these 2? How dare they eavesdrop on our conversation? Not wanting to let his teammate take action, Vuli pulled him back. Wait. Vudoom, Dich Ho and So Chao are the champions and runners-up of the Inthan competition. Their strength far exceeds that of ordinary martial artists. Let them join us. At this point, Dich Ho struck a cool and dangerous pose. He threw his arm over So Cha's shoulder and said, That is right, do not worry. We can help explore the ruins. Vudong hurriedly asked about the money first. So how will we split the loot? Dutch Ho waved his hand dismissively. We are outsiders. We take what we earn. With that, Vudong had to swallow his frustration and turn back. Fine. You can join for now. But do not try anything funny. While reassuring himself that future top scholars would become important figures, he thought he should not create enemies. A moment later, the whole team dove into the river, with Vudong leading because he knew where it was. They then led to a dark cave, following the river path, and the group walked into the cave. Vudong said, Passing through this cave leads to the ruins. As they moved up, Vudong looked around and wondered, That is strange. Worsley V, didn't we tell him to watch this spot? The bald young man in Vuli's team guessed and replied, He probably found some treasure and went ahead. Previously, they had entrusted Lai V to keep watch at this cave, but Vudong could not see him now, so he tried to contact him. Hello, Lai Vi. Are you there? Hello. Everyone, please stay quiet to listen for any clues. At this moment, looking out towards the cave entrance, Vuli anxiously asked, Did you see any signs of magical beasts in the cave? Vuduong replied, Not at all. The traps for magical beasts were set up, but we have not seen any. At this moment, the girl in Vuli's team suddenly looked scared and guessed, This is too dangerous. Lai Vi is missing. Should we continue? Faced with the concern from his female teammate, Vuduong was very excited and determined to explore no matter what. Wealth is right in front of us, but we can't take it. Living a life as a lowly martial artist, afraid of death. Just leave. If you want to get rich, stay. After these words, his 3 teammates remained silent, wanting it but also afraid. Then Vuduong spoke up, If no one is backing out, let us go. So Vuli's team continued deeper into the cave, followed by Decho and So Cha. After walking for a while, Vuduong pointed his flashlight to the ground and discovered human footprints here. Decho also saw this, squinting his eyes in discomfort, starting to have many doubts and speculations. Exchanging glances, Decho wanted to tell So Cha. Not good. From So Cha's eyes, he also inferred that the timing was off. Vuli said, It has only been 15 minutes and we have already found such a complicated path. Only 2 of us are perceptive enough to analyze it from the outside. Standing behind Vuduong as if we had a map, So Cha squinted. Irritated, looking at Vuduong, clearly aware it was a trap. But just seconds later, Dich Ho broke into a creepy smile and muttered, I have a trump card. A moment later, Vuduong led his team along with Dich Ho and So Chao to a place covered in moss. With the moss hanging down, everyone noticed that the moss above was tightly bound to many pieces of human bones. Vuduong remarked, The core monsters have run out. No wonder we do not see any beast. Right behind him, Vuli squinted to the side and quietly asked, Vuduong, where's the relic? Before he could answer, the other girl in the team gasped, pointing silently. There, that was the girl who saw a perfectly preserved corpse of her teammate bound tightly by the moss. His body was shriveled and drained of life. Both girls in the team screamed in fear. Levi was dead. Vuli's face turned pale. She had not expected something like this to happen in her team. Her eyes widened, glued to the corpse. At that moment, Wudong was fixated on the relic. He squatted down, holding his head and shouting, "Where's the relic? Why can't I see the relic?" But suddenly, lumps started to sprout on Wudong's head, his whole body shaking as if he were having a seizure, his face pale. Yelling, "How did Levi die? Vines. Vines. I think I might be affected too." Before he finished his sentence, Wudong's head exploded. Many tentacles sprouted from his neck. Reaching up, Wuli quickly urged everyone to run. The remaining team members still could not believe it. Suddenly, a bright streak of atomic energy radiated from Wudong. It shot straight through the head with tentacles sprouting everywhere. Wudong was completely at a loss. Before he turned into a monster, Dich Ho acted quickly to stop it. With a still warm mouth, Dich Ho said, "I did not expect the beast to be this smart. Catching 2 martial artists and parasitizing one to control as bait. We have been led into its lair." Right above him, the beast revealed its shape after its plan was exposed, its long tentacles reaching toward Dich Ho. Right at the exit, a boulder suddenly fell, blocking the way. Everyone panicked. The beast blocked the escape route. It did not intend to let us run. So Cha recognized it, looking directly at it seriously, and said loudly among everyone, "This is the demon vine, a second-level beast king." Wuli was very scared. She was confused and sweating cold, her mouth stuttering and unable to speak. Second level. Second tier. A beast king can be judged by ordinary levels. It is not a match for our first-tier martial artists. With Dich Ho's arrogant personality, whether it is second tier or first tier, it is nothing at all. Energy surged out of him as he said, "No matter what level it is, watch me crush it." Boom. A loud explosion occurred at the entrance, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Then a tall, muscular man appeared. He had been watching Dich Ho earlier and showed up just as he confronted Vida Dernudo Gi. As soon as he appeared, this man marched in with a fierce aura and said, "Dich Ho, I am here to take your life." Everyone gasped in shock at his presence. The blood ran cold, and the 8th-level martial artist approached him. The brother of the guy Dich Ho had defeated earlier came closer. Dich Ho, surprised, turned around and asked with a very calm attitude, "Is there still someone else targeting me?" This big-faced guy started explaining how he had been following Dich Ho from the beginning. "I heard that in the secret realm of Hung the Sen, someone used radioactive energy against the beast tide, and I immediately knew it was you. Just by following the trace of radiation, I knew where you were, to avoid being detected. I held my breath and tracked you all the way to the cave. Unexpectedly, you still discovered me. I stopped breathing and pretended to be dead. Yet you recognized me. You really are the one who pushed my brother Hockey into a corner." Seeing this man put so much effort into finding me, I regrettably asked, "Huh, who are you?" Suddenly, he jumped in, speaking a bunch of incomprehensible things. "Do I know you? You went through all this trouble to track down Dich Ho for revenge, and now you act like this." This guy, furious, lunged forward to attack. "Don't play dumb, die." He gathered a powerful energy in his fist to strike Dich Ho on the head, but the attack plan failed. As he charged in, several tentacles of the beast blocked him, leaving him frustrated and unable to do anything but shout, "This is the lair of the demon beast. How dare you lure me in and use beasts against me?" Then, filled with resentment, he shouted at Dich Ho, losing all reason and logic, "Damn it. Is this your plan too?" Dich Ho had not even attacked him yet, but this guy was struggling with the beast, continuously being tormented and beaten down. The demon beast absorbed weapons and was toxic to the nerves. "At this rate, I am going to collapse. You dare to deceive me?" Dich Ho, standing aside, could not explain anything more, so I had to watch him deal with the monster. This guy really has a rich inner world. We just met for the first time. The vines of the beast kept wrapping around him. This guy, annoyed, unleashed his energy to eliminate the bothersome things around him. "So annoying. My target is Dich Ho, not these vines." Because this man fought with such fierce force, the cave shook violently and was at risk of collapse. Vilo stepped forward, looking confused and worried, shouting, "Not good. The cave is about to collapse because of the fight." Behind the beautiful VL, Dich Ho's voice suddenly called out, "Everyone, get back." The girl turned in surprise to see Dich Ho activating his gorilla form. His mouth was open, beginning to gather nuclear energy. A glowing orb was fully prepared. Dich Ho bent down and pushed the energy upward with all his might. He was trying to push as hard as he could, the energy flying out thickly. This succeeded in cracking a large section of the stone cave. Rocks flew out, and water began to pour in. He successfully created an escape route for the team, and now the Chetra urgently pointed to the side, telling Vielo and everyone to go ahead. At this moment, the troublemaker had dealt with the chaos of the monster. As soon as he heard that the team with Dich Ho was planning to flee, he tensed up and gathered his strength to launch a bright punch at Dich Ho. There was no way they were getting away. Kiem Lothenhun was Shaju's technique. He swung his sword to create a path straight to Dich Ho's back, successfully blocking the man's punch. Sfuchu raised his sword high, the remnants of icy smoke swirling around him, and boldly declared, "As long as I am here, you won't lay a finger on Dech Ha." Although Sfuchu intended to protect him, his sword was nothing against this bulky guy. He laughed mockingly at him. "Ha, kid, I am an 8 sections martial artist. What can these ice blocks do to me?" Just then, Dech Ha rushed in, eager to deal with this annoying guy, flying close while saying, "Hey, you noisy uncle. Where are you looking?" With a powerful punch, Dech Ha struck directly at his face. The man looked up just as the punch was close, and without time to react, he was overwhelmed by Dech Ha's attack, sinking into the ground with a blinding light radiating throughout the cave. Not wanting Asichu to get hurt because of him, Dech Ha turned to him and said, "You go ahead. That guy is too strong for you to handle." Then he turned back to face the man he just encountered and seriously stated, "Let me take care of him." After taking Dech Ha's punch, he was exhausted and staggered. Everyone had followed Dech Ha's direction and managed to swim back to the shore. Velo's group was safe. The demon was completely insane. It was wreaking havoc all over the bottom of the pit. A moment later, seeing Sishu swimming to shore, Velo worriedly asked, "Where's Dechechia?" He sadly did not answer but turned to look toward the cave under the water, indicating that it was over there. Back in the cave, the shock wave from Dech Ha was overwhelming, emitting an incredibly powerful nuclear energy, and wave after wave, he was tensing up to activate a new form. Dech Ha waited until everyone had left before daring to use the newly updated Titan avatar in the system. As soon as he activated it, he quickly used one gigantic Titan hand to crush the stranger. Before he even realized what was happening, he was knocked out, falling down like a mosquito. In no time, the big guy surfaced on the water. He was bruised all over and severely injured. Everyone above was also shaken by the shockwaves from him. Sichu seemed to catch a glimpse of that giant figure. He opened his eyes wide, trying to see through the confusion. But in an instant, Dech's Titan form vanished, leaving behind a massive silhouette amidst the swirling mist and constant thunderclaps. The people here still did not understand what just happened. After a while, he returned to normal and swam back to the shore. He propped himself up on the grass with his bare body. As soon as Sichu saw him, he rushed over and called out to Dech Ha. Dech Ha did not dare to get on shore and said, "Sichu, lend me some clothes." A little while later, he finished getting dressed and sat down to endure everyone's questioning. Sifuchu immediately asked, "What was that explosion just now?" Dech Ha, feeling exhausted, sat down to rest and replied, "It was an unknown martial artist. He had a self-destructing plasma bomb along with the Devil's Vine." Sichu was astonished. "Plasma bomb? Isn't that a banned military item? How did he get it?" And I saw that the explosion was even stronger than a plasma bomb. But Sishu was hesitant. He did not easily believe this. He then wondered aloud, mentioning that there seemed to be a giant shadow in the smoke. Dech Ha, fearing being exposed, turned pale and nervously denied it. "No, it was just an illusion." At this moment, Dech Ha frowned, thinking to himself, "Luckily, I got away with it. If they knew about my monster template ability, it would be bad. I acted a bit too strong, smashing the martial artist to pieces. But I did not lose anything, and I got the core from the Devil's Vine." Everything had ended here, and it was time for everyone to go home. So, I said goodbye to Vielo's team. She waved goodbye to him. "Dech Ha, we are leaving now. I am sorry for making you come along just to save us. We will compensate you once we get out of the secret realm." Dech Ha politely and warmly waved back, saying, "Don't be so formal. Viva Loaf. Consider it a repayment for your help last time. If you compensate me, then I will owe you again." Now, only Dech and Sichu were left, both wearing dangerous expressions as they looked at each other while Ling Than whispered, "It was time to enjoy hunting monsters." 3 days later, at the entrance of the secret realm hung the Sen. Dech and Sichu finally finished clearing this secret realm. Both jumped outside, slowly setting foot on the ground. And when they turned back, they were stunned. No way. The desolate mountain from 3 days ago had now turned into a small town, and there were large planes flying overhead. Both were astounded. In just a few days, they had built a small town, and there were even transport planes. The construction abilities of Etch Quaff are truly terrifying. Running straight to the exchange counter, Dech slammed his spirit stone bag on the table. The attendant had to remind him, "Please be gentle. If the items get damaged, it won't benefit you either." Dech scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, but I am carrying too much stuff. If I do not take it out quickly, I won't be able to finish the check in time." "Right." The woman at the counter did not pay much attention but responded enthusiastically, "No worries, we are experts." Dech sighed in relief, starting to take off the space ring from his hand, casually saying, "All right then." So many huge spirit stone back, like the one from earlier, were taken out. He counted 2, 3, 4. When Dech Ha took out the last bag, he sighed in relief, the last bag. But looking around, he saw that the spirit stone bags were piled so high that the exchange attendant's face turned pale. She might not even get to go home at this rate. The girl was astonished. Are you really hauling these bags one by one? She was even worried that Dutch Ha might take more from somewhere else. The attendant trembled and asked, "Sir, have you taken everything?" Dutch Ha then looked straight at the girl and gave a dangerously cheerful smile. His sharp gaze seemed to pressure her to hurry up. "It is done. But you girls need to hurry. We still have a lot of herbs." Inside the open trading room, there are many bustling voices. A group of people is gathered around a table, marveling at the spirit stones brought back by Dutch Hava. "Oh my. This is a 7-star leaf at least 300 years old. This type of herb is extremely hard to find, even for seasoned herbalists. What kind of luck does this kid have?" They even found a 6-harmony herb. This is the main ingredient for crafting sea elixirs. Just this batch of herbs, even if of low quality, is worth at least 30 million. The rare ones are even more expensive. This martial artist is so lucky, becoming rich overnight. Old Ha. Are you out of your mind? Finding this many herbs can't just be luck. Someone like him should not be offended. Dutch here observed their attitudes from a distance and said, "Now these white and green cores are useless to me. I should just trade them all for cash." He made a dangerous-looking gesture while smirking to himself. The 5 blue cores from 3rd grade magical beasts during the beast tide and the 2nd grade devil cores with golden veins are the most valuable. A moment later, the bank notification beeped, and his account increased by 21.5 million yuan. Dutchy casually tucked his hands into his pockets, stepped out of the trading room, and calculated his next move. Done with the cores, now to find someone to buy the herbs. Suddenly, a luxurious, expensive Rolls-Royce parked right in front of him, making Dutch Ha glance over. Unsure whose car it was, an older man stepped out of the car. Looking cheerful, smiling as he greeted Dutch, "I am Malokanian, owner of Beantoa Pharmacy. I heard you have many herbs from Hung the Sun. I will buy them for 1% above market price." Dutch Ha merely shot him a glance. The corners of his mouth curled in indifference towards the deal, thinking to himself that personal information is not safe at all. Those old men at the appraisal center are smuggling my news, but he did not mind, as he was looking to sell, and having someone come to him was convenient, so he nodded in agreement to sell. After the man made his purchase, he turned to drive away, reminding Dutch Ha, "Next time you have herbs, remember to look for me." Dutch Ha watched as the notification beeped on his phone, his account increasing by 7.5 million yuan. Looking at the amount just added to his account, he muttered reflectively, "This much money is not even worth a 10% increase in strength. Personal combat power is the true measure. Genetic potions and white or green cores on the market are of no use anymore." He sighed tiredly and began to complain. "Hemph, my template is even more picky than its owner. I am not even qualified to buy high-end things like blood jade or premium genetic potions." Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in Dutch Ha's mind, and he looked up with excitement. There is this way." He recalled what had been going through his mind. "In the exam, I completely crushed Liu Thantrushi thanks to the power of the crazy template, the Gorilla Emperor. But in terms of martial arts, I am far behind those specialized in it. So what I need to do now is find some extremely powerful techniques." Right after that, he surged forward like a wild horse, shouting loudly, "Old Dang, I am here to ask for gold." The scene shifts to Anthan High School, in the principal's office, where a steaming cup of tea has just been poured. Dutch Ha went straight to the principal's tea table, and he, with a firm grip, began to massage Dutch Ha's shoulders, saying, "Dutch Ha, I did not expect you to remember your old school." Dutch Ha cheerfully turned around and smiled. "Principal, do not be so polite. You keep praising the honor of the school while giving me a shoulder massage." "That is right. You are the top student, a role model for all of Anthan. While this champion came here with a scheme to make more money." Dutch Ha also brought out a large ginseng wine bottle. He presented it to the principal and gently said, "Sir, this medicinal wine from Ben Ho is not a bribe, just a token of respect for my elders." Upon seeing the fragrant bottle, the principal's eyes lit up like car headlights. "This gesture of yours shows you are really craving it." Dutch Ha is indeed a good student who knows how to respect his teachers. After giving the principal a bottle of wine, it was also the moment Dutch Ha needed to state what he wanted. "Principal, I want to learn some strong martial arts techniques. Do you have any connections?" The principal replied, "Since you have not entered university yet, you can only rely on the martial clans for help." He kept his gaze fixed on the wine bottle. "You have already passed the exam. Why are you in such a hurry to get into school?" It was another Klitschy, with eyes sparkling full of emotion. Dutch Ha displayed a sense of passion and enthusiasm. "Principal, I want to improve faster." The principal nodded in agreement. He probably guessed that he was already in a tight spot. "All right, I will introduce you. Education must be flexible." Dutch Ha even leaned in close and whispered a few words into the principal's ear. The principal said nicely, "A flexible person like him is truly a blessing for education." He smiled widely, showing his delight. Truly a person with good timing. Too much flattery. Too much flattery. The next day, Dutch Ha was undressing in the bathroom, water gliding over his muscular body. He was on the phone. "Dutch Ha, you are all set. You can go right now." It was the principal reporting. Dutch Ha replied, Thank you, sir. Which martial clan is it? Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed loudly. What? The Liu family and Anthan agreed to teach me their secret techniques. The scene shifts outside. Outside, a man was riding a motorcycle at high speed with a blonde girl, both dressed stylishly and looking cool. The girl behind had her hair blowing like a horse's tail, a bit scared, saying to the person in front, "Big brother, you are driving too fast. It is so scary." The guy slicked back his hair, pretending to be even cooler. Just then, Dutchie's voice suddenly caught up, reminding, "Hey, you too. If you are driving fast, focus on the road. Reckless driving endangers your loved ones." The two young men turned around in shock. The guy in front was furious at being interrupted. He opened his mouth wide, cursing at the bamboo thicket. "Are you insane? What the heck? You think you can race me on that junky bike?" As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the throttle hard. Then both of them ignored Dutch Haga's warnings and sped down the main road, leaving behind a trail of insults. "This thing is worthy to compete with me." Meanwhile, the one in the back was splashed with water and was shouting, "Big bro. So cool. So flashy." Dutch He looked at them disdainfully. "This is already annoying." Dutch He shot them a glare. "You dare to talk to me like that?" Suddenly, a massive burst of energy erupted from behind, making the couple in front jump in fear, their hearts racing as if they were about to burst out. Who said an ordinary bike can't keep up with a motorcycle? Dutch here uses nuclear energy to zoom past those two effortlessly. He even added a "get lost, you little fly." The guy behind had to widen his eyes and tremble in fear. Just like that, Dutch Ha rode the bike like a rocket. Dust and debris flew up behind him, and in a few seconds, he was nowhere to be seen. This couple was sweating bullets, terrified. Neither of them had thought they would encounter the strongest fighter in Anthan. His voice trembled in fear. Is a bike really that fast now? With wide eyes, staring at the disappearing figure, the girl behind stuttered in shock. "It is as fast as a plane." 5 minutes later, they arrived. Dutch Hija stopped the bike and looked up. He stood alone in front of the grand gate, amazed. Truly a martial family. He was standing in front of a large estate, indeed a wealthy family, testing the energy here with his abilities. Dutch Heaven murmured. Even the gravity had several terrifying auras. At this moment, someone came out to open the door for Daichak Ha. It was Liu then Treke waving at him, her expression friendly, but she did not dare smile and look shy. "You have arrived." Dutch Ha. Seeing this, Dutch Ha chuckled and pretended to ask, "Are you not happy to see me?" Then Triche shyly denied it. Her cheeks flushed. No. This meat. Dutch here is not going to attack again. Right, so you are very happy to see me. Huh. Then Triki did not answer, lowering her head and getting ready to lead the way. "My mom asked me to pick you up, so let us go meet her now." So Dutcha followed Than Trisai to meet the person they needed to see. As they stepped in, the doors of the main hall opened. Just the gates alone revealed the incredible wealth. Than Tri looked up and called, "Mom, Dutch Ho is here." On the high stairs, a woman in high heels gracefully walked down. The woman had wavy platinum hair, plump lips, and an enchanting beauty. She welcomed her child warmly. Dutch Ha. This woman, embodying the beauty of maturity and wealth, was Tenlam, the head of the Liu family. Upon seeing her daughter bring Dech Heva over, Tenlam smiled warmly and stepped closer to both. All attention was drawn to her stunning beauty. As soon as Decha saw Liu Than truck his mother, his expression turned hot like a boiling kettle. His whole body felt hot, breathing heavily through his nostrils. This was clearly well prepared. In her subconscious, a yearning voice echoed, "Dear Prime Minister, I have come to realize something." Recalling the end of the exam at the Liu family, Liu Than truck returned home after her defeat and faced her mother, who had high hopes for her. They both remained silent for a long time, not saying a word to each other. Than truck looked sad and spoke up first. "Mom, it is me." Her face looked like she was about to cry. However, contrary to Than truck's fear, her mother gently waved her hand as if indifferent and said, "Than truck, do not worry." On the V screen, Liu Than truck's mother spoke candidly about her feelings. "I have watched the live duel between you and that kid named Dich Ho. You performed very well. Dich Ho's abilities, even at the Ho-Do exam, were impressive. You do not need to blame yourself." It was unexpected that her mother acknowledged her without putting pressure on her. Than truck could not say anything. She stood there trembling in front of her mother, feeling like she was blaming herself for being too weak. At that moment, her mother stood up straight and seriously spoke to Than truck about her plans for the future with the Leo family. "Your younger brother has limited abilities. He fundamentally can't take over the Leo family. In your generation, only you can bear the responsibility of the Liu family." Then she approached Liu Than truck and gently caressed her beautiful face, born of her, and said, "But you are a girl, and born this way." She then expressed the harsh reality of the Liu family. "Currently, your father passed away early, and now the Liu family has no master to support us. The family's power is declining to the point where we must stay in this small and then. If a major family requests to marry you, we fundamentally have no right to refuse." This also meant that the Liu family would be consumed by others, and their century-old enterprise would be handed over to someone else. So, I want you two to be together. What do you think? Hearing this, Liu Than-truk was truly surprised. She had not thought about this, and her cheeks flushed while her heart raced. Then, Liu Than-truk's mother seriously continued to express her vision regarding her daughter's opponent. Dich-ho. Dich-ho is quite impressive, with exceptional talent, a simple family background, unlimited financial resources. From what I have observed, he is not someone with malicious intent. You do not have to answer right away. Just live together with him for now. Back in the present, Dich-ho was at Liu Than-truk's home, meeting her mother, who looked regal. As soon as she saw him, she warmly approached, welcoming Dich-ho to the Liu family. Dich-ho shyly bowed his head respectfully. Hello. I brought a little gift. This guy even thoughtfully prepared a gift to bring to Liu Than-truk's house. Seems like he has some intentions. Without beating around the bush, Liu Than-truk's mother looked down and asked directly, I heard Principal Not Trung say, you want to learn some advanced martial arts. Right. Dich-ho obediently replied in an unusually agreeable manner. Yes, madam. Then she told her daughter, let Than-truk take you. This surprised Dich-ho greatly. He subtly raised his eyes, wondering why the approval was so quick. Then Liu Than-truk's mother appeared completely natural, walking closer to Dich-ha and intentionally creating a private space for the two. Than-truk will take you to the Liu family's Temvc, where forbidden martial arts are kept, so you only have one day to learn there. Her gaze became serious as she looked at him and said, deep within Ting Vc, there are 3 sets of mysterious martial arts. Whether you can learn them depends on your abilities. With the permission of the Liu family matriarch, Dich-ha respectfully and sincerely thanked her. He clasped his hands and bowed his head before Liu Than-truk's mother. Yes. Thank you to the Liu family. She turned to Dich-ha with a mysterious expression. Pondering, thanking the Liu family and not yourself. Tun Lam, it seems he has made a promise to the Liu family. Very well. Dich-ha, in the future, the Liu family will hold you to that promise. Then she smiled, looking very pleased at Dich-ha before her, a very smart child. The more I look, the more I like. Meanwhile, Dich-ha was puzzled as to why this woman seemed to have something towards him. Why did it feel like her gaze was so strange? Then Trichi noticed her mother's attitude and was a bit curious but did not dare to speak. After a moment, she led Dikachi v leading to a dark tunnel. Then Truk walked ahead slowly, while Dich-ha followed closely behind her small, pale figure. Suddenly, he stopped and curiously asked Then Trek, why do I feel like your gaze always avoids me? Striking at her heart, Then Trek was startled and did not dare to turn around. I do not. But you... Dich-ha seemed to be getting too close. Liu Than-truk smiled and said, really? Coming into closer contact with Dich-ha, her face turned bright red, feeling shy and unable to speak. Then she deliberately created distance from him. Startled, Than Trek exclaimed, what are you doing getting so close? Dich-ha stumbled around, laughing heartily. After a while, Than Trek led Da to a large secret door, a thick stone door, and both looked up at it. Now Than Trek turned to Dich-ha and said, this is the Thechamen made from stone energy, a special type of rock mined from the secret realm, capable of neutralizing the attacks of a Xuan V Master without breaking. Dich-ha was eager to try. Can I punch it? Yet Than Trek remained bold. Go ahead and punch. Her expression darkened as she was lost in thought. This guy's idea is strange. Should not he be praising the wonders of this stone? As soon as Than Trek agreed, Dich-ha began to gather atomic energy into his palm. It emitted a familiar blue light. He clenched his fist and struck with great force. Having witnessed the terror of Dich-ha's strike in the arena, Liu Than-truk was startled at the sight of him preparing to strike, her eyes widening in fear at that blue light. Terrifying memories surged back. Then Trichi turned away, shutting her eyes, unable to look. Now that the energy was fully gathered, Dich-ha threw a powerful punch at the solid gate before him. The energy from your punch radiates powerfully, shaking the tunnel as if it were a world-shattering blow, capable of collapsing the entire vault with just one kick. Unexpectedly, as it reaches the door, the energy suddenly dissipates, and the atmosphere becomes surprisingly quiet and awkward. Seizing the chance to laugh at Dich-ha, Liu Than-truk covers her mouth, giggling, while Dich-ha remains puzzled. No reaction. How strange. The moment I touched the stone wall, it felt like punching into the ocean, sinking into a quagmire, with more than 90% of the force absorbed. Then Tree behind him could not stop laughing. Come on. I will lead you into the world of martial arts. Quietly thinking, Dich-ha, you are finally admitting defeat. The door was opened by the master himself, revealing a large secret chamber filled with numerous documents and materials on martial arts. Then Trichi began to introduce, saying that the martial arts here include body techniques, defense, conditioning, swordsmanship, and so on. Then softly asked him, which one do you want to learn? Just use this personal card to unlock the access. Dich-ha immediately asked, Where is the Xuan Huang martial technique? She led him to a place with a modern card scanner and said, you must scan the card even in the deepest part of the small stone chamber, and then continue seriously to explain to Deech how, but you can grasp the Xuan Hong martial technique in just one day. At most, you will only learn a bit about it. I do not think it is necessarily good for you that your mother opened access to the Xuan Huang martial technique. I can help you pick out a few books closer to the Xuan Huang martial technique that suit your martial skills. Here we go again. Duchy jumped close to Than Trek, adding a few words. Are you thinking about me? She blushed in annoyance, thinking to herself that she did not want to talk to this guy anymore. Pointing her finger up to try to keep calm, Dechhev continued. You do not need to worry about me. I know what I want. If I want to learn, I naturally want the strongest. The Xuan Huang martial technique is right in front of me, and if I do not have the guts to learn it, I might as well go home. Then he curiously asked, is this door made of black energy stone? Thantri slowly entered the password and replied, we must keep the rules strict for the Xuan Huang martial technique secret chamber. Right, this type of black energy stone is extremely rare. Thus, an important gate opened, allowing Dacho to comfortably step inside, their shadows stretching long on the tiled floor. Than Truckee continued to remind him that gathering the stones to build this black energy stone wall started with my family a long time ago. Inside, there are many high-security safes. The exterior is gilded and reinforced very securely. Each safe has an inscription on it. Explaining this, Than Tree took the initiative to speak first. Learning the Xuan Hong martial technique is not just about watching but feeling the author's intent passed down in the martial arts. If you can perceive it or if the martial artist has an attribute conflict with its meaning, then you cannot cultivate the Xuan Hong martial technique. In short, the Xuan Hong martial technique is alive. It is not the martial artist who chooses but the technique that chooses the student. Hearing that, Deech Hub became even more excited, grinning widely and exclaiming, the physical body of a demon. I am the chosen one of this martial art. Then a chest containing the physical body of the demon was opened, and Dutch Hepsa's silhouette appeared even more terrifying than the demon's body inside. He stood with his legs apart, hands in his pockets, eyes bright with anticipation, but suddenly that smug expression vanished, replaced by a face full of worry and trembling. Wait, the mysterious martial arts are not books, but statues. Standing before him was a statue of a deformed evil monster. It sat on a corpse, trampling on the heads of those it had once killed. As soon as he saw Dechada, he froze in shock, completely unprepared for this. Upon opening the safe, Dechhiya's consciousness was immediately trapped in an illusion. He felt confused when he saw behind him a statue of Avalokiteshvara, but its face was that of a demon, and one arm was missing. Deech Hevzana then turned his head to look back at the statue with a cautious expression. Is this the martial insight they spoke of? Have I entered the world of martial arts? The mysterious martial arts are not books but statues. Right. Than Trux, hearing him, began to explain. Not just sculptures, but they can also be paintings or tools. Anything can become a vessel of martial arts. That is the wonder of a master. Hearing this, Deech Ha was jolted back to reality. At this moment, she looked at him and seriously clarified. Only a master can condense martial arts and attach it to objects to pass on to future generations as a legacy. After that, Then Tree coldly turned away, leaving him with one last sentence. Now it depends on you. Dutch How awkwardly turned and asked. Depend on myself, Sis? You have not told me how to learn this yet. But then Trek just turned back, looking mysteriously at him, replying, understanding the flow. If you have fate, you will naturally perceive it. This only made Ditchmo more confused. He felt as lost as a cow wearing a hat. Now switching to tired mode, for a minute and 30 seconds, Dutch Hell laid sprawled on the ground, casually saying, if fate is all it takes, then I will just take a nap and see. In the observation room, then Treek also watched with the same attitude as Devich Hai, feeling utterly exasperated. Dach Ha. Only you could do that. At this point, Dichie still had many tangled thoughts in his head and was trying to understand himself. So this world of martial arts is like a spiritual realm. Right now, I do not have a single weapon, not even a move like a nuclear reaction. I feel like I have returned to the weak state of an ordinary person. Just then, the system appeared, detecting that the host's consciousness was in a special space, to prevent the host from going insane. The system will strengthen the host's spirit. After reading this, he felt a bit excited. But thankfully, the system was still there. Suddenly, the figure of a man identical to the statue appeared where the statue's arm was missing, standing right there and laughing loudly. Ha! My martial arts can only be inherited by true men. Otherwise, I would rather let it be buried underground. Dechia turned around. Very surprised, he sat heavily up high, smirking with bright red eyes, shouting down as if to challenge. Kid, show me you are a real man. Seeing Dechie, he was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. This person looked just like the sculpture. Then a loud thunderbolt shot through between them. The person continued speaking at length. When thunder and rain meet, the 100 demons will roam at night. At that time, you must guard this ruin for me. ensuring the statue does not reveal its suffering and get tainted by evil spirits. If you succeed, I will teach you the skills to watch over this place. If you fail, the 100 demons will gnaw at your spirit until you go insane, and you will never walk the path of martial arts again. If you are weak, then hurry and run away. A drop of water from the ceiling dripped down, landing right on Dake's nose. He looked up and chuckled to himself. Is it raining? Then, inside the secret chamber, multiple drops of water began to fall simultaneously. At that moment, he realized, looks like the trial has begun. The sound of rain inside grew louder and clearer. Dutch Haig gripped the sword tightly in his hand, channeling energy into it. Right in front of him were many mysterious shadows. They had bright, glowing eyes, rushing towards Dche, who stood tall and fearless in front of them. Dutch Ha's face was cold as he stood firm, observing what was before him. He was trying to control his emotions. The shadowy figures began to rush in to attack Dutch Hava. In his hand, there was a glowing sword. Dche held it out in front, ready to face them. With a smooth swipe of the sword, Dutch Hay cut through one of the oncoming shadows. He acted decisively and forcefully, then continued with another strike from the other side. The slash glowed with immense power. Dche was completely emotionless. It was still raining, and Dutch was fully in control of the situation. He stood firmly, his legs spread wide and face up, with his signature smile acknowledging the challenge. Indeed, the trial could not allow a martial artist to go in empty-handed to face 100 demons. There must be hidden tools. The malevolent energy was still abundant, and Dutch Ha's 2 sword strikes hardly inflicted any harm, continued to split into many large arms, rushing to attack him. Dutch Ha also soared up, surrounded by rain, wind, and thunder. Dutch Ha was like a dancer, the main character spinning his sword at the center. Wherever he moved, he would cut through. He skillfully used it, seeming to heighten his excitement. The man sitting on the rooftop looked down at Dutch Ha with a smirk, assessing him. The swarm of demons in this martial arts trial were feeding off his presence, and a little martial artist dared to step out from the protection of this shabby place, truly seeking his own demise. It seems you have come to this trial just to be another useless one. This generation of martial artists is truly outdone by the previous ones. Meanwhile, he continued to fight tirelessly with the sword in hand. The black demons surrounding him kept attacking Dutch Hava, and the more he swung his sword, the stronger he became, resulting in more attacks from them. The man said, "Usually, I have to personally go collect their corpses." A demon took advantage of Dutch Hava's unguarded state from behind, lunging forward with its large mouth and hands to attack him. However, you can't underestimate the top student and Thun. Dutch Ho effortlessly dodged to the side, causing the dark demon to miss him, and its frustration was clearly visible. Just a moment ago, evaluating Dh Ho as weak, he was now completely surprised, his eyes wide open. The swarm of demons can get close to him, and Dechiga seemed to also sense his body. In the pouring rain, he raised his hand and murmured, "It seems that in the spiritual world, the system automatically protects itself, making it impossible to be attacked." "Then that is just perfect." Dutch Ho laughed loudly. "This is no different from a tiger growing wings." He opened his mouth wide, proudly saying, "Isn't this an invincible body?" In his view, he saw Dutch Ha demolishing the evil demons, becoming increasingly frenzied. It was just as wild as his own personality. This man seemed to have hastily judged Dutch Ha. He tilted his head to one side, frowning in confusion about him. Tesketsk. This kid is not affected by the martial arts shadow at all. How did he manage that? Hearing and understanding what he was thinking while observing him act, Dutch Ho smirked and said, "Nothing special, just practice hard." The demons in the form of shadows sensed that he was not an easy opponent, so they immediately retreated stealthily. This caused the man, the true form of the statue, to acknowledge and say, "Well done for the hard practice. If you can control the BH, I will not go back on my word and pass it on to you. However, it depends on whether you have the capability for it." In the rain, Dich Ho quietly looks ahead, perhaps having conquered a challenging trial. The statue just shattered, revealing a well, with pieces of the Buddha statue scattered outside. Inside the well, there is a strange glowing energy. Dch Hope steps closer to look into the well and mutters, his voice resembling that of the statue, "This well contains the essence of evil energy that I have condensed throughout my life. The inner demon technique is also in the well, if you can refine it." Before he could finish his sentence, Dchi Ho jumped into the well without a hint of fear or hesitation. He keeps praising, his expression unsure of how to react to the situation. "It is good to have a junior with such personality. It is the first time I have seen someone like this. Remembering my golden days, I was also a heroic figure who entered its level secret realm, gaining and losing through inner demons. As I aged, my vitality began to wane. The demonic energies suppressed within me began to rebel, leading me astray and even causing harm to those around me. To avoid making the same mistake again, I had no choice but to end it myself. Before I died, I mixed a body of resentful souls and martial energy into the statue. Although 100 years have passed, the evil energy in the martial space has diminished significantly. Yet it is still beyond what an ordinary martial artist can endure. If you can conquer this evil spirit, you will surely surpass yourself on the path of inner demons. In the surveillance room, Than Tri and her mother are present. They observe every little action of Ho. Suddenly, something strange happens. Than Trek looks up in shock, seemingly very worried for him. The screen shows Ho lying on the ground, surrounded by a layer of energy. Ho is convulsing. Than Treks, confused, asks, "Mom, what is happening?" The two of them, Thandertrig and her mother, stand frozen watching Ho on the large observation screen. Watching Ho's state, Than Tri is very anxious, staring at the screen without taking her eyes off for a second, worried for him. Just before, Ho clearly smiled confidently, as if dreaming of something joyful, but now he is convulsing. In contrast to her daughter, Than Trek's mother remains unusually calm. She leisurely takes a drag from her cigarette and explains, "This third-level martial technique was acquired by your grandfather late in life. He once tried to cultivate it. But unexpectedly, with his master-level cultivation, he was pushed out by the martial energy in the statue and even suffered internal injuries. Since then, no one in the Liu family has been able to master this martial technique. It seems this is the first time Than Trak has heard this secret." She can't hide her surprise on her face. Her mother's gaze suddenly sharpens. She emphasizes each word, "To possess extraordinary strength. The means to attain it is certainly not something one can easily endure." Hearing this, the beautiful eyes of the young girl change, widening with an unusually serious expression. To wear a crown, one must first bear its weight. He has chosen to accept the power of this martial art, and he is now the center of attention in the secret chamber as he awakens from a deep sleep. The young man stretches, feeling refreshed, yawning widely in sheer bliss. This scene catches the eyes of Than Trak and her mother. Seeing his adorable demeanor, she can't help but laugh and turns to her mother, saying, "Mom, I think Ho's training is not as impressive as you have said." The mother, noticing Ho's dazed appearance, falls silent, unable to say a word. Inside the secret chamber, Hezia stands up, respectfully bows before the statue that has just imparted power to him. An invisible aura emanates from the statue, filling the space. The young man bends slightly, his voice lowering. "Thank you, Senior, for imparting your power." The true form hidden behind the statue looks at him with a satisfied gaze, thinking, "Kid, you are the most talented I have ever seen. Perhaps you will uncover the truths of this secret realm, a task our predecessors could not complete. This mission is now yours." However, behind that respectful facade, Ho wears a mischievous smile. "Oh, Senior, you are mistaken. I am just showing off." With that, he activates his limbs, powerful aura bursting forth from his entire body. Ho feels the changes clearly, his body stronger than a demon. "Although my attribute panel has not increased at all, with this mysterious martial art, my combat power has doubled compared to before." Just then, the door to the secret chamber swings open, and Than Trak and her mother rush in. The mother, holding up her dress, loses her usual graceful demeanor, replaced only by urgency. "Ha, have you completed your training?" Than Trak follows closely behind. Flustered upon seeing the two beauties, Ha breaks into a proud grin, responding confidently, "That is right, I have completed it." Than Trek's mother, having rushed too quickly, is out of breath, her breasts bouncing wildly. Gasping for breath, she incredulously asks him, "How is that possible? Even with Than Trek's talent, to grasp a mysterious martial art, one must spend a week in the realm of martial training without rest." Ha, how long did it take you? Was it an hour? You learned it just from one sleep." Than Tritank stands beside him, her gaze thoughtful yet filled with admiration as she watches Hea, who seems so at ease. She thinks to herself, "Others call me a genius, but the real genius is right here." Hearing the rapid-fire questions, Ha puts on a haughty air, tilting his head with a smirk as if to say they do not believe him. "All right, let me show you." With that, Ha flexes his muscles, a shocking aura suddenly erupting, enveloping his entire body and radiating an unbelievable energy. "This is the essence I have grasped from the realm of martial arts. If I were to explain it, it is like a spell in a game that can enhance my weapon, making it more destructive." Saying this, he throws a demonstration punch. He clenches his fist, a brilliant light emanating from it, swirling with power. Indeed, his strength has significantly increased. Than Trak, captivated, stares with wide eyes, unconsciously drawn to that aura, thinking to herself, "It feels so powerful. This feels a bit vague. I can hear the screams of demons. Perhaps this is the ominous aura that Hai mentioned." This scene captivated Than Trek's mother instantly. She watched her son with rapt attention, her sweet voice rising. "Ha, you truly are something." She cupped her hands against her fair cheeks, looking as if she were a young girl rejuvenated by Ha's power. Seeing his future mother-in-law's attitude, Ho felt ecstatic inside, but maintained his composure. Thinking, "Madam, Your daughter is right there. Can you hold back a little? I do not want to be called a loser. At that moment, Thantri curiously approached and asked, Dachha, you have grasped a set of advanced martial arts already. Do you want to try learning the other 2 sets? You have 1 day to learn. Seeing her daughter as if in a trance, Luyu Thantrekka's mother could only hold her face and sigh. My good daughter, are you really getting old or just acting foolish? She said she did not want to be around Dachha, but then turned around and entrusted her entire fortune to him. Even if she invested in Dechha, even preparing to take him as a golden son-in-law, she could not just hand over the entire Liu family fortune like that. But in response to her invitation, Dechha straightforwardly declined. No need. Thantrex, 1 set of advanced martial arts is enough for me to digest for a long time. I want to learn more. He then turned to Liu Thantrekka's mother, saying, I am a bit tired, and I have some household matters to handle. Hearing this, she raised her hand to stroke her chin, nodded in agreement, and then ordered her daughter. All right. Thantrex, take Dachha home. I heard the housekeeper say. You took the public bike here. Do you know how to drive? Choose a car from the garage and take that. It will be more convenient. Just hearing this, Dachha remembered that he encountered 2 punks while riding here. What about the bike? Speaking of that, when I arrived here, I saw a motorcycle belonging to someone that looked really cool, stylish and beautiful. He turned to ask with a pleased look, what about it? Is there a motorcycle here? Mother Thantrekka enthusiastically replied, Yes. There is. Dachha, do you like motorcycles? It really resembles the hobby of my irresponsible son. All right. I will gift you the best one he has. At the same time, in the Liu family courtyard, a young master was leisurely strolling, the very son that Liu Thantrekka's mother just mentioned. He mumbled to himself, I heard the housekeeper Hung say my mother just selected a son-in-law. I want to see who it is. His sister is the talented beauty of Anthen, a once-in-a-century find. Not just anyone is worthy. The world is truly round. The one Dechha just raced against was Liu Thantrekka's younger brother. He was still annoyed about earlier. That kid on a public bike was really irritating, making my new girlfriend scared off. I hope I do not run into him again. Just as he mentioned the name, Dechha sped by on a fancy motorcycle, leaving the young man half confused. His heart skipped a beat. He grimaced as he watched Dechha's back, muttering, Wasn't he that the guy on the public bike earlier? Moreover, he is riding my motorcycle, and it is already night. Returning to Dechha's apartment, the expensive bike that was just gifted was parked neatly at the door. On the table, he prepared a special appetizer for himself. The magic core was in a bowl, next to a plate of wasabi dipping sauce, as if he was getting ready to eat sushi. Last time he swallowed the magic core raw, it did not taste like anything. Then he happily picked up his chopsticks, stuck out his tongue, and grinned as he grabbed a piece. This time, he added a bit of soul seasoning to enhance the flavor. Dachha picked up the magic core, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in his mouth. It felt just like eating sushi. As he finished speaking, familiar system panel appeared, showing the subject Dachha, with a composite physique of 23.8 and a compatibility of 21% with the Gorilla Frenzy model. The compatibility with the Supergiant Transformation model was 85%, and his body was on the verge of bursting with energy. Dachha looked up, thinking that the attribute panel had increased and could still be boosted further. Last time in the secret realm of Hung the Sun, he had used the Supergiant Transformation model, reaching a height of about 50 meters. Although it was huge compared to ordinary magical beasts, it was still too small compared to the enormous mystical beings like the mountains in the Hung the Sun secret realm. He swiped his finger across the system, frowned, and muttered that he had to get bigger, adding all points to the giant model, and also take a golden magic core from the demon vine. Immediately, his whole body reacted, a powerful aura radiated, and Dachha felt like he could not control himself, letting that source of strength burst out of his body. The system immediately reported that the Gorilla Frenzy model absorbed a special gene chain from the plant creature, causing a special mutation. Would the subject like to prevent the mutation of the model? Yes or no? Reading this, Dachha's eyes suddenly widened. He was completely taken aback. A mutation. Right now, on his bare body, his muscles had become much more robust and developed than before. Dachha bowed his head in contemplation. Mutation meant the model would change into a different attribute. If it turned into a beneficial attribute, that would be great. But if it was a detrimental attribute, it would be like evolving backwards. After thinking for a while, Dachha frowned and mumbled, deciding to go all in. He shouted, Forget it, let us gamble. Transform into a motorcycle. A sudden notification from the system rang out. Congratulations to the subject, unlocking this level isotope model. Instantly, an image of a massive spiky gorilla with dazzling light appeared before Dachha's eyes. He stared up in astonishment, eyes wide and mouth agape, unable to keep his composure. The system continued to display notifications that when the Berserk Gorilla model reached 100%, there would be a 2% chance of transforming into the Stellar Emperor Gorilla. Just hearing Stellar Emperor Gorilla sounded powerful. At this point, Dachha chuckled with delight, clenching his fists and whispering. But to achieve 100% with the current model, it seems he needed to level up quickly. Suddenly, a loud explosion from outside startled Dutch Ha, who was calculating his next move to become stronger. He turned warily to look outside, then glared toward the direction of the explosion, his voice deep as he asked, "What is going on? A terrorist attack?" Perhaps. Outside, a series of riot police and police vehicles appeared, everyone hurriedly and seriously carrying out their duties, causing a stir on the empty street late at night, blocking all exits in the area, making sure they do not let them escape, and searching thoroughly, leaving no corner unchecked. Inside the apartment, the commotion outside caught his attention, and at that moment, there was a sudden knock at the front door. He turned cautiously, unsure who would want to see him at this hour. Dutch Heel looked towards the door with concern. The subject's personality was inherently solitary. Surely, no friends would visit at this time. I did not order any fast food. So who could it be at the door at this hour? The noise came from the front door. But suddenly, the silhouette of a woman in a shiny nano suit hugging her perfectly contoured body appeared at the window behind Dutch Hava. Her movements were smooth, like a robotic warrior. Daidia turned and glared, asking, "Do you know who I am?" The girl with a cold tone replied from outside the window, It seems this little brother is no ordinary person." She continued teasingly, "I just intended to hide this with you, to conveniently tweak your memories. But since you found out, I guess I will have your little brother taste some pain. Don't run away, okay?" Dai Hong listened to her words, unfazed, and shot her a contemptuous glance. Then he turned away, muttering to himself, "Oh well, I still have some savings. I can buy another house." The woman behind him looked a bit confused. "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, he turned around, channeling Bruce Lee, pointed dramatically, and shouted, "Did you hear that? You are on the scoreboard now." The scene shifted outside to the street below the apartment, where a man stood alone facing a whole squad of police. One officer lunged forward, and they immediately clashed, showcasing their fierce abilities. This stranger faced the police squad alone but showed no fear. An officer suddenly called out, having spotted a weakness. "He is exposed." The officer immediately issued the command to capture him, and the man began to retreat. He looked quite worn out, smiling with blood streaming down his face, one eye injured, yet he responded defiantly as if discussing plans with someone else. I must get the golden gene out at all costs. Chuena will stay here to draw their fire." He continued to tense his body, unleashing a bright energy while shouting loudly in the street, "Ha! If you are tough, come at me. I would gladly trade my life for a few of yours." Then he shouted out his forbidden technique. Blood fire. At that moment, from Didiu Ha's apartment, the girl stationed there unleashed a bright, gorilla-like energy straight out. Just as she was savoring the moment, Chuan was startled by a powerful surge of energy striking down at him. Chunyena was taken aback, stumbling to the side, his mouth trembling in fear. Are there still enemies? It shattered the surrounding ground. Once the dust cleared, the woman from before appeared, bruised and scratched. She pushed herself up with both hands, trying to stand. Chuena recoiled in shock, shouting, "Hey, where's your ivory armor gone? Why do you look like a roast chicken now? I am risking my life for you to escape, and you crawl back like a lump of coal. What is going on?" Suddenly, after saying that, Diable May's eyes widened with worry. She whispered information into the mic of her earpiece for Chuan. "Chuan, I have hidden my stuff well. Let us retreat first." Right after this move, an explosion erupted right behind them, startling both into protective stances. Noticing a nearby manhole cover moving slightly, they quickly ducked down to escape. The scene shifted to an abandoned apartment area, deserted and eerie. Diable May and Chuena arrived here, panting heavily. At this moment, In May began to speak more comfortably, finally shaking off those police officers. Chuena looked up in confusion at the two speakers, protected strongly by her armor, and said in admiration, "Indeed, it is impressive that the nano-suit restored itself so quickly after that shock. Who would have thought that Dutch Ha could find that familiar presence approaching from nearby, accompanied by a dangerous tone? Beautiful lady, you still have not explained why you barged into my house like this." Dutch Hia was like a dangerous ghost that had tracked them down, his gaze intense along with his signature smile. He continued, "You must have realized a very serious issue. You intended to randomly pick a lucky neighbor, but you ended up choosing me." His demeanor, combined with the darkness, made his words even more chilling. "As a reward for invading my home, I will enjoy playing with you." Realizing that Decha had no good intentions, Chuena quickly opened his mouth wide, glaring at him and shouted, "How did you find us?" Dutch Hijinga simply pulled the corners of his mouth into a wide grin. He could sense the nuclear radiation from Daidun May, making it easy to locate both of them. He did not respond to Chuena but lowered his voice, saying, "Once you start, do not waste words." Then, with a fierce determination, He gathered his strength into his right arm and decisively lunged to attack Chuan. Deshe indeed struck with extreme ferocity, shouting, "I will use you to test the power of the physical form." Chuan, terrified by this pressure, instinctively stepped back. He fully prepared himself to resist, intertwining his hands in front of him for protection, while inwardly whispering in fear, "No, no." There was truly no mercy. He immediately delivered an earth-shattering blow directly to Chuan. It was so powerful that even if he raised his hands to defend, that punch would still pierce through him like a fierce dragon devouring him. The area shook heavily and was severely affected. With just one test punch, Chuan completely could not resist. He was in so much pain that his mouth involuntarily opened wide, spewing out a mouthful of red blood. At this point, Destined still would not stop. With his remaining left hand, he tightened and gathered more energy into it. His face expressionless, he prepared to strike Chuan again. Boom. Chuan, who had already suffered from the previous blow, was now on the brink of passing out, yet Destined still gave him another hit. This blow slammed that weak body against the wall beside him. It released a powerful energy field, and his body was battered, while Destined remained hunched over, clenching his fist. Seeing this scene, Dong Lun Mei froze as she witnessed her teammate about to pass out. She, in her fully restored armor, felt no confidence anymore. Her face looked up in confusion and fear as she stammered, "Oh my god, this skill is terrifying. So, who is your master?" Chuan could no longer move at all. He sat there, sprawled out with his head drooping nearby. Destined glanced and stood proudly in front of this girl. He waved his hand in a friendly manner and flashed a cheerful smile in response. "Ha! I am the hair of gorilla." Hearing this, Inmei was taken aback for a few seconds. She felt completely bewildered and could not dare to say anything, just thinking to herself, "Gorilla? Huh, I have never heard of it before, but I did not expect this little Nthen to hide a long hay." Suddenly, a vigorous voice from Chuan shouted, "Kid, do not get too cocky." This made Destined turn to look, followed by a roar from a giant monster. It turned out that Chuan, like many other martial artists, was not someone easily defeated. In an instant, he gathered himself to awaken his professional power. He transformed into a large mutated rhinoceros. Behind him was the true form of a rampaging rhino monster. In his rage and anger from being beaten up, he howled, a 6th-tier martial artist, not someone like you can easily bully." In response to this, Chuan had to unleash his strongest card. He stomped the ground with his massive rhinoceros foot, causing the ground to quake as he marched forward, ready to attack Destined, his body completely mutated, with many rhinoceros horns sprouting from his head down his back, radiating energy as he charged at him. But Destined remained still, waiting without resistance. Seeing this guy show his strongest form, Destined actually felt more intrigued and excited. He stretched his mouth into an eager smile and cracked his knuckles. "Ha! Now this is worth it." He then fixed his bright gaze on his opponent. Behind Destined, Dong Mei also rushed in to attack him. She quickly shifted her body so he would not easily notice her. As she leaped to ambush him, she smirked to herself, "Hey kid, you did not expect my nano armor could turn invisible, did you? The real enemy here is me." Silent and saying nothing, but in reality, Destined was fully aware, showing neither great concern nor fear. Instead, he simply tilted his head slightly and raised a hand. Destined shot a nuclear energy beam, casually saying, "Get out of the way." With just that one move, her nano armor was quickly burned and damaged. Consequently, Mei was flung far away, her body slamming into the ground behind her. The impact was so strong that debris flew everywhere, but she was nowhere to be seen. The power displayed was terrifying. Now Mei had truly been hurt, which made Chuan frustrated as he watched everything unfold before him. Mei, you useless piece of trash. Even a sneak attack fails. I still have to step in." Saying that, he clenched his fist and charged to attack Destined. The massive face of this rhino growled in annoyance and was completely suppressed, gathering all energy to decisively finish off Destined. However, our protagonist was not one to be easily defeated. He simply raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled smugly, challenging further. "Come on." Destined also threw a punch to counter Chuan's powerful attack. Both engaged in a fierce close-range battle, the aura radiating a pressure that was almost suffocating. Destined was also surprised by this guy's strength. Initially, he thought he was easy to deal with, but when he felt the enemy's defense, he was stunned and exclaimed, "Is that much defense even possible?" Seeing the change in Destined's expression, this guy became even more interested. He bared his teeth and laughed gleefully. "Little brat, my true body, the rhino demon, can withstand even tank shells. What are you going to use to break through my defenses?" At that moment, the sharp tip of Chuan's largest horn lunged close to Destined's face, and he struggled to resist and lean back to avoid the damage from it. With that, a loud explosion went off. Encouraged by this, Chuan charged forward, attacking Destined fiercely. delivering a series of punches while shouting, "Die!" in the abandoned building where Chua and Numearmai were present. A corner of the structure had been heavily damaged. After launching a relentless attack on Dutch Ha, everything seemed to quiet down. Chuan also halted his actions and stood there, speaking into the dust cloud where Dutch Ha was. "Little brat, no matter how fierce you are, in front of my Reno demon, you are just trash." Waiting to see Dutch Hava's vulnerable side, Chuan looked around in confusion. "Where are you?" At this moment, one of his eyes widened as he searched for Dutch Hava more carefully. He was still in shock, not understanding what had happened. Clearly, his punch from earlier was very powerful. But now, right before Chuan's eyes stood a giant titan looming over him. That whole body was like a mountain, covered in heavy and sturdy armor. Dutch Ha propped himself up on his knees and stood up. And just that action made the whole place tremble. Chuan exclaimed in fear. "What the hell is this?" He could not believe it. At this moment, his mouth fell open in disbelief. How could this be possible? Chuan shouted in confusion. Is this a monster? Where did he come from? Could it be that kid transformed? Suddenly, the giant hand of Titan Dech. It opened wide and rushed toward Chuan at an incredible speed. That damn roaring sound grew louder. Chuan stared blankly as he turned his head up. Bam! Dechi's hand, as large as the Buddha, slammed down onto the ground. Upon contact, it created a powerful shockwave along with a force radiating all around. Despite this, Chuan quickly jumped up high, evading it, and swiftly leaped to another direction to dodge the blow. However, Decha had also shifted his hand, continuing to strike at Chuan a second time. He seemed a bit bewildered and his legs trembled. Another slam shook the entire area, with only a bright light visible upon contact with the ground and Decha's rugged arm plunging down. At this moment, his other hand was gathering glowing nuclear energy. Raised high, with his giant head lurking in the dark. Frighteningly, at this point, he was returning the exact attack that Chuan had landed on Decha earlier. He focused on where Chuan was and continuously punched with relentless force. Just imagine how terrifying it would be for that giant body to punch continuously without missing a beat. Moments later, Dechi's system appeared, with the subject Decheya, supergiant transformation, physical stats rising from 23.8 to 294. His face loomed large before my eyes, distorted as a blend of many monsters, with only two bright eyes radiating powerful and terrifying nuclear energy. On this side, In-Mei's nano-armor body was finally complete. She struggled to get up and embraced someone after taking a hit from Dutch Haska. At this point, she had witnessed Daicha transform into a massive titan. That figure was truly daunting to approach. Now, I realized I had messed with the wrong person. She murmured unconsciously in extreme worry. I am so stupid. Why did I provoke this monster?" Then she regained her composure and began to calculate an escape plan for both of them. While glancing around to assess the situation, In-Mei spoke to herself. If this keeps up, Chuan will be beaten to death. With no way to escape, the only option is to take a risk and find a safe, suitable place to ambush Dutch Ha. In-Mei quickly flew to the roof of a building and pulled out a glowing wire, aiming on the rooftop to plan her attack. Right after that, without hesitation, In-Mei dove down from the tall building like a bird, but her body was only protected by a nano layer as she flew swiftly. She held the strange wire in her mouth, focusing straight on Dech Ha. At this moment, the wire was growing longer and longer. When Dech Ha transformed into a giant, his movements became very slow. Compared to that small body, she easily wrapped the wire around the Titan's neck. After flying around several times and successfully wrapping it around, In-Mei shouted that this was a molecular wire extracted from nano-combat gear, capable of cutting through high-grade alloys. Even if you become a giant thanks to your technology, your human weaknesses remain unchanged. Yet that tiny wire easily severed Dutch Ha's head in a sweet and gentle manner. Just like that, the head of Dech Ho fell from above, leaving behind that enormous body. At the same time, In-Mei landed skillfully and coolly on the ground, right in front of the Titan, her expression as cold as ice. Then, the giant head of Titan Dech Ha fell directly in front of In-Mei. She turned to look and yanked her molecular whip back. The exterior of the Titan's body was withering and devoid of energy like at the beginning. Just when she thought everything was over, In-Mei exhaled a long breath. Wondering, have I succeeded? It felt like she had just released a burden of 1,000 pounds. She was just thinking about returning home soon. Suddenly, the mouth of the Titan's head opened wide, revealing a familiar surge of nuclear energy inside. This time it was as large as the giant mouth itself. It glowed brilliantly, shining directly into In-Mei's mountainous form. This made her flinch and step back. The sky suddenly darkened, and In-Mei was so frightened that cold sweat poured down like rain, her whole body shaking, her lips trembling without words. Monster. Monster. From a distance, a beam of nuclear energy shot out from Dutch Ha's mouth, obliterating a building and heading straight for her. The fate of the girl seemed to be sealed. The only thing left in her mind was an endless, blinding blue. After the terrifying explosion, all that remained was a pitch-black night thick with dust. unable to see anything except for the flickering sparks. From the mouth of the giant titan, Dechea slowly stepped out. Having ensured the elimination of both nuisances, he returned to human form, his body still emitting wisps of hazy smoke, a testament to the horrific battle just fought. He coldly approached the mangled remains of Chuena, not expecting that he was still alive, even able to cough a few times. Cough, cough. Dechea stood with his hands on his hips, looking down at him for a long time, his gaze devoid of pity, coldly lowering his voice. Now it is your turn. Hearing that voice, Chuena, though gasping for breath, still tried to raise his bloodied head. You monster. Even on the brink of death, he struggled to utter a few last words, fresh blood streaming from his head like juice from a fruit. Yet in his eyes, Dutch Ho appeared as the embodiment of sheer terror, with only his eyes shining ominously in the darkness. A killer must be ready to be killed. It is only fair. Chuena knew he had no way out, bowing his head before Dutch Ho, awaiting the final verdict. Just then, in the distance, the flashing blue and red lights of police cars tore through the night with their blaring sirens. As if accepting their fate, Chuena tightly shut his eyes, thinking, if I am going to die, I am taking you down with me. Dai Mei, the one you just killed, had hidden something called the golden jealousy in your room. Now it belongs to you. With that, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face twisted and contorted, resembling a true demon. His mouth let out a final triumphant roar. You will face relentless pursuit. Run now. Ha! I will wait for you in hell. This provocation only made Dutch Ho angrier. How dare he speak so boldly at this point? Without a word, he kicked Chuena's head, smashing it. Run. You loudmouth. Chuena could say no more. His body splattered with red blood before collapsing to the ground. Dutch Ho seemed to realize the police were closing in. He glanced into the distance, smirking as he muttered, the police are here. We need to deal with the body quickly. In the desolate building, an enormous, unusual hole appeared, and it was clear who the culprit was. Dutch Ho felt a bit troubled and startled, thinking this was a bit excessive. The scene shifted to Dutch Ho's apartment. As soon as he entered the room, he sat down on the soft bed and immediately pulled out his phone to text and check on the situation. Dai Tin, how's the police investigation going? The person on the other end quickly replied, it is all good. But Dutch Ho, things are very unstable lately. You should just wait until school starts in Ho. Dutch Ho urgently replied, do not worry. I am a good kid. That person unconsciously believed him. Good. Looks like I have lightened my load a bit. Dutch Ho stood up, sighed in relief, and tossed his phone onto the bed. Luckily, thanks to Dai-ten's help beforehand. Otherwise, if the police had found out about my signature nuclear spitting incident, it would have been the end. Indeed, Dai Mei had hidden the gen tube in Dutch Ho's room, and he held it in his hand with a strange expression. Is this the golden gen those two mentioned? Upon closer inspection, the gen tube had a special logo featuring a large winged creature. He muttered, from the Prometheus files of Ho V, I recognize this symbol from the Biotechnology Corporation Lucky XVEU. Thinking about those two from earlier, Dutch Ho realized their intentions for hiding this in his room. It turns out those two stole this and were hunted down while trying to escape. Remembering Chua's sinister expression, Dutch Ho quickly calculated that he intended to frame T. Immediately after, he noticed the hole created by his nuclear energy in the wall. Dutch Ho felt uneasy, especially since he had this special item in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he considered that he must move. For now, he would stay at a hotel tonight. The scene shift to Secret Area B, the core of Swan Lake, beautiful oasis with a curved coastline, rolling clouds, and majestic trees. On land, many warriors are defeating monsters. A woman stands on the carcass of a slain beast and asks, how's the harvest over there? The man next to her is trying to extract a crystal from the monster's guts. The man below finally replies, it is all right. We got a little. Suddenly, a strange sound appears, causing the woman, dressed skimpily, to turn around in panic. This is not good. Captain, look over there. The man holding the crystal is also completely taken aback. In front of them, a gigantic beast suddenly appears from above, the sky turning blood red. On the dark clouds, a colossal creature moves towards them. The entire oasis becomes unusually gloomy, making these people freeze and stare ahead. Looking closer, countless monsters are rushing towards them. They are a grotesque combination of many ferocious species, with indistinct eyes, noses, and mouths, looking utterly horrifying as they charge at the group. Moreover, from the ground, the sky, and even the earth, countless distorted monsters emerge, crowded like a catastrophic disaster. Leading the pack of horrors is a gigantic reptilian creature with sharp teeth. Furthermore, it has numerous bright eyes on its head. In the distance, there is a large throne on its back, and a small figure sits arrogantly upon it. The sky turns a blood-red hue, dark clouds roll in, and lightning flashes across the sky like a web of chaos spiraling into a tornado. Looking more closely, It resembles a creature like a monkey. It sits on the throne like a king among the monsters, its body resembling that of a titan. This large throne is piled high with human skulls, presumably trophies from fallen warriors. This monster is known as the sleeping beast named Blood Red Black Abyss. Upon seeing the chaotic horde of monsters rushing in, the warriors here panic and flee for their lives. The guy in front, while running, looks back and shouts loudly, "Hurry, call the army." A powerful monster lord is leading the monstrous horde towards them, and Than can't hold on, having to let the Kingdom of Martial Arts and the high-ranking martial sect come to help. The captain here is so scared that he turns pale, accidentally dropping the crystal he just obtained while yelling, "Damn it." High-level monsters rarely leave their territories to invade low-level areas. Why is this happening? The gorilla sitting on its throne looks very bored. It leans against its arm, not even bothering to look down. Suddenly, its attitude changes. Its eyes widen, the pupils narrow, and it shines with a terrifying glow. At this moment, the monster that the gorilla is riding opens its mouth wide, over 100 feet long, filled with sharp teeth. From that long, protruding tongue emits an incredibly powerful shockwave, shaking the entire Oasis. Following that, many sharp rocks break off from the mountains above and fall, attacking the fleeing warriors. They ran for their lives, pulling down their pants. A man witnessing this scene hurriedly ran while holding a walkie-talkie to report to headquarters. An alarm sounded about the Beast Lord invading the secret realm of Swan Lake, and the beast tide was spreading rapidly. Just after finishing the report, the man wearing a large shield felt like his life was about to end. His eyes widened in fear. His mouth screamed for help. But before he could finish his request, a large rock above crushed him into a pile of mush, leaving only his arm and the walkie-talkie behind. The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie transmitted a signal. "We have received the report of an invasion. Is anyone still there? Please respond. Please respond. Hello. Hello." This was a response to the inquiries from the distant contacts. As the gigantic gorilla began to straighten up, it crossed its arms and stood with legs apart, showing its dominance. This creature began to display its might with a commanding presence, exuding overwhelming strength in the area. Then that expression became clear. It grinned widely, showing teeth from ear to ear. Its red eyes bulged with delight as it loudly commanded the soldiers below. All of them charged forward, determined to hunt down the remaining martial artists. The beasts rushed toward the entrance of the secret realm. Most importantly, they were racing to escape outside to City. The monsters surged out in numbers like the Mongol army. Accompanying this horde of monsters was the gigantic mount of the Monkey King. Meanwhile, the Monkey King stood atop, waving his hand to command everyone. Outside in City, many people suddenly noticed the sky darkening, and everyone looked up in worry. Immediately, a notification from headquarters was transmitted to the citizens. A large-scale beast tide from the B-level secret realm of Swan Lake was about to hit. Upon hearing this news, people became even more anxious. Everyone was mentally preparing for the impending apocalypse. The announcement continued throughout the city. It was estimated that in 20 minutes, the defenses would be breached. Entering in City, all military forces had been mobilized to the front lines against the beast tide. In a short time, the military forces were quickly assembled. A large number of special forces were summoned and marched down the road, ready to confront the invasion of the aberrant beasts. Now, the announcement continued. "I am the Grand Martial Artist of City, calling all martial artists within the city for reinforcements." All martial artists gather immediately, transitioning to City Station. There were many voices shouting, reminding everyone to keep order and not to push each other. Inside the entrance to the train, it was packed with people wanting to line up to escape City. A man struggled to hold a baby up high to help the child breathe. This created even more noise and chaos. The announcer continued to provide all important information. The beast tide is approaching. Currently, only children and students are prioritized to board the train. Children are the future, and if City falls, these young sprouts must be evacuated at all costs. The scene shifts to the mayor's office, where a woman and a man are still focused on their work. The man, leaning over the desk, looks helpless and asks, "I have asked her to seek help from other cities. So which cities are willing to send troops to us?" The woman looks up at the other person and replies, "Mayor, this time it is not just Than being attacked by the tide of beasts. Many places across the country have issued warnings about the invasion of the tide of beasts, and they are struggling to protect themselves first." Then she picks up a stack of documents and continues. "The cities that have not been attacked by the tide of beasts have also declared they will build defensive structures to prepare for the disaster that could happen at any moment." Hearing this, the mayor's expression clearly shows helplessness. He looks at the secretary and asks, "What about Hodu? We have called for help." "Right. Just one martial artist at the master level or higher would be enough." As he says this, the mayor's mood becomes complicated, and he slumps down in his chair in despair, his expression becoming emotionless as he speaks. But the neighboring city of Quan Sun has reported its level secret realm. All martial artists from the empire must go to Quan Sun to stop its spread. He squints, looking annoyed, and continues, There is no time to waste anymore. The battle to defend Athan has officially begun, and now we can only rely on ourselves. The scene shifts to the Shuo family, where our male lead is still diligently training with Shuo Zhou. Neither of them seems to know what is happening in Athan. At this moment, Yehu is happily striking moves against Shuo Zhou, both engrossed in their training. Yehu looks very engaged. It is just training, but Yehu's strength makes it difficult for Shuo Zhou to defend. He steps back, trying to maintain his balance. Shuo Zhou looks up at Yehu in front of him. After Yehu gives a gentle nod and a long smile, he seriously says to Shuo Zhou, "Not bad. If you can withstand one of my punches. You have some skill, indeed." One punch from Yehu is quite intimidating for Shuo Zhou. He wipes the sweat off his brow and asks, "Xuan Hong martial technique. How long have you been practicing it?" Yehu casually stretches and yawns, responding, "I have only been training for a month. I suppose it is passable, but I feel like it has only been a month since we last met. Why have you gotten so much weaker?" Hearing this, Shuo Zhou laughs awkwardly and replies, "It is not that I am weaker. It is that you have become so strong it is almost unfair." From a distance, eerie sounds can be heard, startling both of them to look up. The expressions of the two young men reveal their alertness. Knowing something bad has happened, Shuo Zhou is momentarily stunned before speaking up. "And then, has something happened?" It is a warning about the tide of beasts invading. At the same time, a notification sounds on Shuo Zhou's phone. He pulls out the phone for both of them to hear. "Martial arts students from the university in Anthan are prioritized for evacuation. Please proceed immediately to Anthan Airport. Board flights B512 and B753. Or go to the high-speed station to board train A23 for emergency withdrawal." Just after hearing that, So Cha said in a low voice, "It is a secret order to retreat." At that moment, Dich Ho curiously asked, "Are you really planning to escape?" So Cha's expression clearly showed his dissatisfaction and a hint of regret as he turned to Dich Ho. "You want to stay too, Hemph? With your personality, you should be running far away." But that guy Dich Ho, turning back with the most obnoxious smile in Anthan. The more he hears about this strange beast, the more amused he becomes, cracking his knuckles and responding to So Cha with pointless chatter. "Why did not I notice before that you talk so much like a woman? If you have decided not to leave, then just say one word. Fight." Meanwhile, So Cha was also preparing himself to fight alongside Dich Ho seriously, shifting the scene to the vast villa of the Liu family. Inside the grand house, Liu Than Truck hurriedly ran to insistently plead with her mother. "Mother, I want to help resist the beast tide." In contrast to her daughter's emotions, her mother remained surprisingly calm and asked, "Are you confident you will come back alive?" The martial artists in the city are estimated to be around 30,000, including those who are too old or weak to fight. And even with the willing fighters gathered, there are barely 50,000 people. This number facing the massive beast tide is truly like a small boat before its tsunami. A single clash would destroy them in the vast sea of beasts. Mother Than Truck seemed to know about the huge gorilla in the secret realm that was about to attack Anthan, and she reminded her daughter about that monster, saying that the beast lord is definitely not something Anthan can currently face. Such a creature, even a master would struggle to withstand it. "Than Truck, your life does not just belong to you. It belongs to the entire clan." Hearing her mother say this, Liu Than Truck fell completely silent. She did not know what else to say and tried to endure, even though her heart was still uneasy. After that, Liu Than Truck turned and left, no longer wanting to argue with her mother. Her expression and mood still showed determination for battle. She said, "If a martial arts clan can't resist the beasts, then it has no value to exist." Mother Li Than Truck sat there quietly, remaining silent and not saying anything further to her daughter. Indeed, Than Truck's mood was not stable. She went outside and slammed the door, expressing her anger for her mother to see. After her daughter left, Mother Liu Than Truck finally took a cigarette and lit it. She casually called, "Dai Hong, let us leave." And Than. Just behind Mother Liu Than Truck stood a middle-aged woman, the housekeeper. Hearing the order, she nodded and politely asked back, "What about that son named Dich Ho?" Mentioning Dich Ho, Mother Liu Than Truck's expression became complicated as she looked up. Tan Lam thought of him, and at that moment, she ordered the housekeeper, "Then send him a message and see what he chooses." Shifting the scene to the secret realm of Swan Lake, many martial artists had gathered here to fight against the monsters. Overall, they were not afraid and were ready to stay and fight to protect the place they were born. Each person had their own style and was proudly prepared for battle. Someone asked Old Tran, "What are you doing here at 60? Hurry up and take your granddaughter and run away." This old man shouted back at the scoundrel. Old Truong, with his disability, could still make it here. Why can't I with my healthy limbs? Below, the old man leaned heavily, looking ahead as he spoke. "Huh? Who would have thought after 30 years we would stand on the same battlefield against the beast tide?" Old Tran stood witness, fully prepared with a steely resolve as he replied, "Yes, it has been 30 years. I lost my leg in that battle." "Hey, Old Truong, after we defeat the beast tide, are you still planning to live in Kimdu with your son?" Old Tran was just as sharp in his retort. A country bumpkin like you going to hide in the city's glamour. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Old Trong replied. Forget it. I will stay in Anthan and play chess with losers like you. I was born in this city, and I will be buried here when I die. Saying that, these men and their companions took off into the air to battle the monsters. In front were swarms of strange beasts under the command of the Monkey King and its mount. At the entrance of the secret realm, Chianinga Lake, many tanks and soldiers were summoned, ready to fire at any monster that dared to show its head from the secret gate. The government issued the order. We are the last line of defense for Anthan. Strictly guarding, not allowing a single beast to enter the city. All soldiers shouted in unison. The mayor of Anthan stepped forward, standing tall as he looked at the secret gate, proclaiming, 60% of Anthan's army along with high-level martial artists have entered the secret realm as a vanguard, with the sole mission to gather intel on the beast tide and test the capabilities of the overlord-level beast, then survive to bring back news. Just as he finished speaking, the mayor saw something that startled him. In front of him was a martial artist, bloodied and battered. Crawling out, he looked up with pleading eyes and called out, just as the medical staff rushed over, before they could even begin first aid. The broken body of this martial artist collapsed to the ground. He seemed beyond saving. The mayor anxiously rushed over and told the nearby medical staff, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help him." But that weak body still struggled to speak. The mayor then used his last bit of strength to shakily raise Ayu's drive. He tried to say more. "This contains all the spoils of the vanguard team." "Mayor?" Upon hearing this, the mayor quickly asked, "Where are the others?" His face was filled with worry and confusion. This martial artist raised his head and uttered a line that left the mayor stunned. "They all died." That brief statement made the mayor feel like he was plunging into a deep abyss. Shaking, the surviving martial artist, with his last breath, tears streaming down like rain, looked at the mayor. The beast had crushed everything, leaving no trace behind. In that gaze, he saw the giant Monkey King. And this martial artist still could not escape the terror when it was mentioned. "We must be wary of the black crystal blood beast. It deceived us. Otherwise, at least a few thousand could have survived." Just as he looked up, the secret gate loomed ahead, and from within flew out a large rock shaped like an insect's cocoon. It shot out at a terrifying speed right in front of the mayor. That stone looked like a giant bullet, flying out and piercing through a nearby building. Layers of solid concrete shattered easily, and people shouted in alarm. Danger looming. Then, these slabs split into many pieces and fell onto the landmines placed below, as if there was a premeditated plan. The mayor looked up and realized the monster's intentions. Could their target really be the mines hidden under the building? Right after this thought crossed the mayor's mind, many mines were triggered, and before the monsters even emerged, the bombs exploded in succession. Everything felt like it was drowning in a rain of fiery bombs, and the mayor yelled in frustration. Their goal was to detonate the landmines, destroying the fortress being constructed. Immediately after giving the order, the armored vehicles began firing loudly, a long line of tanks relentlessly launching large shells. The mayor continued issuing commands. "Damn it. It is an attack from the secret realm." The tank battalion fired into the secret realm. "Do not hesitate." The entire battalion was directly facing the murderous intent from the monsters at the gates of the secret realm. The mayor stood bravely and resolutely to observe the battle. After watching for a while, he slowly began to realize the monsters' intentions from within. The monsters were not coming out. They were using long-range attacks to wear down our forces. How could monsters understand military tactics like humans? He kept a cold and hateful expression towards the monsters, staring ahead and cursing under his breath in irritation and frustration. Damn those beasts. Now, right at the gate of the secret realm, they continuously pushed out many sharp stones falling like rain. The mayor quickly noticed their second wave of attack and alerted everyone. The second wave of attack, the number of stone projectiles increased dramatically. Right after these large stones were launched, many tanks and soldiers were attacked, causing severe damage. Humans had not even had time to counterattack before being overwhelmed by the initial invasion of the monsters. It quickly turned into a chaotic battlefield. Behind a soldier, he was trying to aim his small gun at a monster. Suddenly, a dark silhouette with a strange shape appeared behind him. Now turning around to see clearly, it was officially the monsters emerging from those giant stones. A winged monster with a mutated body slowly crawled closer to the soldier. He gripped his gun tightly, trembling, wary of an ambush. Just as he managed to say this, the monster flew forward and bit off the soldier's head. Death came unexpectedly, as the monster opened its feast with a delicacy. After devouring one head, this monster led the others forward, collectively attacking the remaining humans. Many soldiers tried to shoot into the large mouth of the beast, but it barely scratched the surface for them. More and more winged monsters with multiple eyes emerged from those stone cocoons. On this side, the mayor raised his hand and signaled. The stone projectiles were being used as a launching pad for the monsters. They flew straight from the secret realm to the rear to wreak havoc. "Stop those projectiles from falling." From within the secret realm, A massive riding beast was crawling closer to the gate, and more monsters were coming out. The Monkey King stood atop the gigantic riding beast. Unusually calm, right now. This smug face wears a friendly expression and looks ahead with a disgusting triumphant smile, saying, "Enough. The humans are exhausted. The soldiers have leveled this land for me. The Monkey King has given the order, and countless monsters rush out, following the king's command, madly charging through the gates. The scene here is chaotic and intense. They all rush out of the large secret gate, and the armored tanks immediately fire upon the leading monsters, but the leading white monkey remains unharmed, while the number behind it is countless. How can humans resist against such a large number of monsters? The artillery fire hitting them feels like mere mosquito bites. Very quickly, the tanks have been shattered and blown to pieces by the leading monkey. At this moment, on top of a building, De Chijie stands there. He chooses the highest position to watch Anthun about to fall into ruin, mumbling to himself, wondering what Anthun will become after today. Then, Dutch Hao looks down at Anthun, sadly murmuring to himself, although he has only been here for a few months, he has already developed some feelings for this city. I can't let these beasts destroy my good life, so I have to heed this call. Dutch He transforms into a new interface with his Gozola battle armor on the outside. He dives down from that tall building like a gust of wind, his tail swaying gracefully in the air. Dutch Hao flashes his trademark fiery smile, transitioning to another scene. Here, a few martial artists are actively taking down the smaller monsters. Nearby, a man turns to his teammate who has just kicked a monster and praises him. Whoa. Luka, you really killed 5 monsters already. He enthusiastically uses his strength while laughing loudly in response. Just the usual. Next to him, the Waithigu Lin chooses to stay instead of running away. She just cut off the head of a strange beast, standing on its corpse while mocking La Hyan, bragging about killing a few low-level monsters. La Hyan, is that all you have got? Your title as the #1 in Tamtrung and Thun is quite exaggerated. After hearing the Waithigu Lin's words, La Hyan turns around, annoyed. The Waithigu Lin, you just stepped up, and it seems this person has also just fought a bunch of monsters. It is Sishi. Upon seeing him holding a crystal stone, the group gasps and asks, Sichiu, that green core stone, did you kill a 3rd-level monster all by yourself? So Su simply walks over and casually replies, didn't he expect to see you here? Why did not you choose to evacuate? Without letting the group respond, he looks up with a calm gaze and a readiness to fight. Continuing, our ancestors were all martial artists. Fighting here, how could we juniors just run away alone? Right. Just as Fachu finishes speaking, Lahine suddenly stands in front of him, his face pale and sweating profusely, pointing forward and shouting, warning him to pay attention. Turning around, he sees a massive tank being hurled towards Sufcho by a monster. Just a few more inches, and Sishu would be crushed by the thrown tank. By now, the monsters have completely emerged from their stone cocoon and flooded out into Anthun. Back in the group with Astuchu, the martial artist following Lahine saw the tank and immediately turned to run, while Lahine shouted, what the hell? Who threw the tank? Suchu did not bother to look back at him, pulling out his sword instead. Just as the large tank approached, Suchu swung his sword smoothly, instantly cutting the tank in half just as it lunged to attack him. Suchu's skills had greatly improved compared to before. From afar, the massive tank was dozens of times larger than Sifachu, yet with a single, sweet swing of his sword, he dispatched it effortlessly. Only 2 pieces fell to the ground, clattering as debris flew everywhere. Next to Thai Thigulin, who witnessed the scene, his face turned pale as he stammered a response to Lahian. It seemed like it was the first-level lord that came out from the hidden realm. But how did it get into the rear of the battlefield? Right after dealing with the tank, a huge, white-furred monkey appeared right behind them. It charged forward and opened its mouth, letting out a deafening roar. Amidst the panic, Suchu remained the calmest. He spoke loudly to reassure everyone. Stay calm. It is not a lord. Its size and aura are completely different. Just as he finished speaking, the massive hand of the white monkey swung down, aiming to punch all 3 of them at once. They looked up at its gigantic fist, which was indeed enormous and moving very quickly. Facing this danger, Susu showed visible discomfort. He gasped and clenched his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Immediately, a familiar pulse of energy tore through the air, shooting straight at the hairy body of the giant monkey. It was the familiar light. Perhaps Dead Shah had arrived. The energy shot clean through the monster's head. It took a painful hit straight to the mouth and fell over, crashing to the ground. Its massive body hitting the ground caused a tremor. Even now, the white monkey had not regained its composure and was reaching out to attack, aiming directly at the thing that just hit it. But now, Dutchna stood proudly on top of its head. One of his hands gathered a large amount of energy, easily ready to counter the giant claw that was rushing to attack him. Dutcha flashed a cruel smile, glaring down at it as he cheerfully said, time for some mouth hygiene. Hearing his bold words, the monster's eyes widened in confusion. It did not understand what Dutch Heva meant and continued to roar incessantly. One hand grasped a sharp fang of the giant monkey, and Dutch Heva tightened his grip. Using it as leverage, he faced the monkey's large, full-smelling mouth without a hint of fear. Dutch Ha boldly used both hands and feet to pry its mouth open. He looked inside and said, "So dirty. How many people have you eaten? Only someone like Dutch Hacha could have such a presence like a terrorist." After saying that, from his wide, grinning mouth, he began to gather new nuclear energy. It sparkled like a new star awakening. The figure of Dha flickered dangerously. He was wildly releasing energy while saying, "I have to clean you up properly." Then he used his legs to hold the large mouth of the monkey. Dutch Ha bent down and unleashed that intense energy from his mouth, forcefully pushing it into the monkey's intestines. The power was strong, combined with a brutal and terrifying attack. On this side, Sufichu and two classmates watched Dutch Ha in shock. One of them suggested, "Let us take advantage of the chaos and get out of here." It seemed he did not recognize Dutch Ha, but Sichu said, "Don't panic, that is Ditha Chia." Lahain was in disbelief. Stammering, "Dutch D Hedie. The beast he is attacking is Dutch Ha." By this point, right in front of Stu Chiu, the white monkey had nothing left, just a layer of white fur on the outside. Dutch Ha stood atop its charred remains. Amidst the smoke and the smell of burnt flesh, Sichu exclaimed, "That is right, with him here, and Then might just survive this disaster." At that moment, Dutch Ha smiled strangely. He nodded enthusiastically. "Sichu, you guys handle this. I will go support elsewhere where my powers are needed." Dutch Ha must be really excited. With that, he used his nuclear energy to propel himself high into the air. He had now mastered it with great power. He was like a monster at this point, soaring in the sky. Dutch Ha looked down at the chaotic scene in Thun. Everywhere there were explosions and the sounds of people and monsters screaming. The sky over Thun was dark. Even though it was daytime, he closed his eyes and focused completely. From Dutch Ha's eyes, a magnetic field was activated to seek out powerful beasts. He thought about where the most beasts were concentrated. Found it. The scene shifted to another part of Thun. Here, from within the cocoons, a mammoth beast emerged. It had many gigantic, sharp tusks jutting out. It was huge and powerful, charging to attack the people below. The soldiers below continuously fired at the enormous, single-eyed creature. But it had little effect. After exhausting their ammunition on this terrifying monster, it showed no signs of being hurt. One soldier, feeling hopeless, decisively throws down his weapon. He shouts orders to change weapons. Shooting at this creature is useless. Quickly grab the bayonets. At this moment, the soldiers follow their captain's orders and draw the swords equipped on them. Even though they find it hard to resist a monster that could wipe them out in seconds, they still bravely turn back to fight. The mammoth is getting more and more rampageous. It charges forward, stomping hard repeatedly. Its large tusks swing violently in the air to attack. The soldiers rush forward to confront the elephant head-on. Moments later, many bodies are impaled on the giant tusks of the mammoth. This beast could easily wipe out dozens of soldiers, inflicting heavy losses on Then. Proudly raises its tusks, which are covered in corpses, high into the air. Then, it stumps its huge foot down onto the ground. A pool of red blood spreads below, likely from many soldiers crushed beneath it. Seeing this horrifying scene, the remaining soldiers notify each other. "Captain, we need to retreat. We can't hold this position. We are just regular soldiers. We can't fight these beasts." However, the captain in front is still trying to grip his sword firmly to resist a smaller beast, turning back to encourage the others. "Hang in there." He then swings his sword and decapitates the small beast he is fighting. This captain has some power, but against the mammoth beast, he is just a two-nail. But now, rather than choosing to run when knowing he might sacrifice himself, the captain faces his fear and rallies his courage. "We are soldiers. Even if we die, we must hold on until the martial artists arrive to reinforce us." As soon as he finishes speaking, dark phantoms appear all around. These energies clearly exude a strong murderous intent. The two soldiers also sense them and look around, saying to each other, "What the hell is that? Could it be that the martial artists have arrived?" Looking back at the giant body of the mammoth, it was surrounded by phantoms. It looked like flexible ropes wrapping around the entire massive creature. At the same time, they release the corpses of the soldiers caught on this beast. All of them fall to the ground. After only the head of the elephant remains, a Godzilla-like energy pushes through the sharp brain of the elephant. It opens its large eyes in pain, not understanding where it was attacked from. The horrific energy pierces through its brain, causing thick red blood to spray out like rain. Immediately, the massive body of the elephant collapses to the ground. It successfully creates a strong tremor. One blow could kill a huge beast. It is truly terrifying. Over here, the little beasts were horrified to see their mammoth captain lying on the ground. Each of them let out piercing cries, their faces showing fear of the opponent in front of them. Dutch Hello charged into the group of beasts. shouting as his nuclear form activated. He was in a frenzy, energy surging through his body. Dach-ha, with his mutated arm full of sharp claws, rushed forward, grinning with exhilaration. He was like a ticking time bomb, his body radiating an unimaginable aura of terror. Just like that, he was about to cause a horrific explosion here. The little beasts were completely sent flying, suffering severe injuries. He unleashed a force equivalent to a nuclear bomb, switching scenes to another front, and Thun was now engulfed in bombs and smoke. Over here, there were also many magical beasts, all of them fleeing from the decoys, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground. A young man over here was bewildered by their actions. The beasts are retreating. It did not feel like they were trying to move elsewhere. Meanwhile, a girl on this side received an urgent call from elsewhere and immediately reported to her captain. Dicha Triem Gyn and Then Duchy had joined the battle. The beasts everywhere seemed to be besieging the scholar, and he turned around in surprise, having understood the situation. This person looked far into the fleeing beasts, worriedly saying, "No, we can't let Decha end up like Liu Vas being killed by the pack. We must go help him. He is still a child." The hope of Then saying that, he and the girl behind him rushed towards Dechaka. He was extremely anxious, his fighting spirit valiant, running while shouting orders. "Let us go," sniped the beasts. "Protect the scholar." Switching to where Dechafa was fighting, a large white monkey was shot through one side of its head by the nuclear power. It screamed in pain, and during this excruciating sensation, Decha was battling the biggest beast here, surrounded by the shattered corpses of smaller beasts. Their body parts were corroded and decayed, scattered all over the ground. At this moment, in the very center, Dutch Ho unleashed a swirling nuclear energy that caused the charging beasts to perish. However, all the beasts were undeterred, converging here with a determination to eliminate Dutch Haga as if they were programmed to do so. Right now, many decoys also arrived here to take down the small monsters. They came to support Dutch Ha as much as they could. The Captain Eng A shouted, "Be careful, the high-level leader is targeting Dutch Ha. Quickly protect him." Throughout and Then, there were sounds of explosions and gunfire, and Then today was like hell on earth, filled with the sounds of fighting and the screams of martial artists. They completely trusted Dutch Ha. Damn it. Do they want to kill our scholar and Then? They must first step over my corpse. To kill us. They have a savior coming. Humanity will triumph. Let these beasts go to hell. Come on. Our scholar is coming. Don't let the Prime Minister see our base destroyed. Wipe out these beasts without leaving a single one. You old geezers are worse than high school students. Don't let the kids laugh at us. The scene shifts to the base near the secret gate, where there is a beast resembling a rhinoceros with many features of a bison. It is furious and charging in with the speed of a truck. Right now, this massive beast slams into the city wall. Just by looking at this huge wall, you can tell it was created by the mayor of Anthen to fortify and protect the city and its people. The mayor built the largest wall ever. He hovers above, trying to steady himself and hold on until the end. Up high, Mayor Hong Kan concentrates all his strength, knowing exactly what he needs to do. The magical barrier only controls part of the beasts. To completely deal with this beast tide, the overlord must be eliminated. Right now, below that massive city wall, there is a nimble beast. The wall is so tall, yet it can leap up along a zigzag path to strike at the mayor. The furry beast launches up, opening its jaws wide, ready to bite the mayor who is trying to defend himself. Despite the beast's fierce attack, the mayor remains unfazed. He brings his hands together, and a bright light emanates from his mouth, channeling a glowing energy from his palms. As the beast lunges at him, he pushes his hands forward and sends the unruly beast flying. At this moment, he senses a terrifying power nearby. The mayor glances alertly to see something approaching him. No longer just easy opponents. The huge monster is the mount of the Monkey King. It sticks its sharp tongue close to the mayor's small body. Now, he feels like a grain of sand in front of its massive jaws. The mayor looks up at the giant, bizarre creature, filled with a fear that surpasses terror. The mayor steadies himself to face this beast, realizing its level is astonishingly high. A Trumasem, a lord of the 4th tier. Knowing the beast well, the mayor's eyes radiate extreme caution as he whispers, "The mount of High Gang Hexy Vin, the overlord's beast has entered the fray. That black monkey won't sit idle anymore." Gathering his composure, the mayor slowly descends to the defensive wall he created. He seems to be calculating something within himself. At this moment, from his position, the mayor gains momentum and unleashes a powerful strike, using the skill Tsunami Rock Waves, sending a strong wave from the center of his palm. Immediately, chunks of earth crack and move like waves. Among the debris are even high-rise buildings, all to prevent this beast from escaping the secret gate. Everything unfolds before the mount. It nods its snout, observing the chaotic scene around it. Right now, its gaze was intense and constricted. There were many eyes on that bulky body, unsettling and glowing. as it understood that its opponent was of the same earth element as itself. Under the will of the astonished beast rider, the center of the mountain tsunami began to continuously shrink and converge, forming a gigantic stone sphere. This stone sphere absorbed the collapsing surrounding mountains, causing the quality and volume of the mountain tsunami to continuously decrease. But the astonished beast rider did not see the mayor's figure hidden among the debris. Silently approaching in front of it, he said, "Did you think I used the same elemental attacks as you for nothing?" The astonished beast rider just realized the threat, wanting to condense stone armor for defense. But it was already too late. It was to get closer to him. Hongan utilized the mysterious technique of penetrating mountains. The mayor threw a punch, and a magnificent spiral wave of energy exploded, forcefully piercing through the crystalline eyelids of the giant crocodile, which were multiple times harder than diamond, causing its eyeball to burst. The screams and anger of the colossal crocodile echoed throughout Anthun. Its eye had been pierced by a powerful move from the mayor. In pain, it opened its mouth to scream, its whole body trembling violently, trying to roar loudly to intimidate its opponent. The sound was even more destructive than 100 combined explosions. The glass on the buildings shattered into countless fragments. The destructive power was truly terrifying, just from its scream alone. At the same time, across Anthun, horrific explosions occurred simultaneously, shaking the surrounding ground, plunging everything into utter chaos. The earth responded to the fury of the giant crocodile, with sharp stone spikes rising from the ground within 100 meters, instantly forming a gigantic forest of jagged rocks. Right now, Mayor Honkan stood before this terrifying beast. Looking at it, he whispered, "Lucky got the information about the astonishing giant crocodile in advance, evacuating the martial artists in time, or I do not know how many casualties there would be." Thinking this, the mayor of Anthun poured all his energy into an overwhelming surge of force and charged to attack. "If your whole body had entered Anthun, I might have been cautious, but you only stuck your head out, making you just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered." The mayor transformed, growing many arms around him, each arm performing a movement of power, surrounded by an energy as fierce as fire. Then, from his small body, Mayor Hongan released that electric energy towards the giant crocodile. Though small, the area of effect was extremely large. Powerful lightning surrounded the crocodile's long snout, forcing it to endure the pain. Many eyes of the crocodile widened, as it tried to brace itself. Continuing, Mayor Anthun braced himself to shield against the damage inflicted by the sharp spikes retaliated by the beast against Hongan. Finally, the long head of the beast was almost fully protruding from the entrance of the enormous secret realm. On its snout grew many gigantic sharp spikes. At this moment, it looked no different from an enormous and extremely aggressive sea urchin. At this very moment, facing a monster that is not easy to resist, Mayor Anthun looked ahead with a hint of fear. Truly, the ruler of the Earth system can sprout a crystal thorn right from its body. Sneaking right behind the mayor was the haunted expression of the Monkey King. It was trying to suppress its aura, hiding behind a crystal thorn and widening its eyes to observe Hongan, while the mayor remained extremely alert, looking around. But once he started to feel something unsettling right behind him, sensing a source of energy that was hard to resist, Hongan turned with a pale and extremely worried expression, thinking to himself, "There is an ambush." Just as the thought crossed his mind, the huge, furry hand of the Monkey King grabbed Hongan's head. A seasoned martial artist like him could not even dodge the attack from this monkey. With its full appearance revealed, the Monkey King flexed its power and was immensely satisfied to be out in Anthun. To it, Hongan was just a pesky fly, looking down on him, saying, "You little human, what are you doing with my pet?" Struggling to peek into the Monkey King's arm, Hongan could see its true appearance. Inside, he was in a panic. It was the blood companion Black Sphere, which had been hiding in the crystal thorn. With a fierce and dangerous glare directed at Hongan, it then roared disdainfully, "Now I will crush your head, so you know how insignificant humanity is before me." Saying that, the Monkey King leaped high, its arm still gripping the mayor, slamming him violently down to the ground. As the mayor hit the ground, created a powerful explosion. Dust flew everywhere. One could only wonder if Hongan's tiny body could withstand it. After taking a massive punch from the Monkey King, everything gradually settled, with nearby buildings and debris forming sharp terrain. The Monkey King in front of him had just calmed down a bit, still emitting hot smoke. It opened its mouth wide and roared at Hongan. Although he narrowly dodged the explosion in an instant, "I confirm that this city no longer has any stronger martial artists. I can slaughter freely." Receiving a gigantic punch from the monkey, thanks to the layer of rocks that the mayor activated in time for protection, he was unharmed. But Hongan's right arm was crippled, struggling to rise with his exhausted body. He looked at the Monkey King warily. He cast a glance at that beastly face, his eyes revealing hatred and dissatisfaction. Hongan immediately raised his hand. Sharp crystals appeared from his body. They gathered and flew along the energy he summoned. Everything seemed to move. When he looked again, Hongan had summoned those stone blades into a large dragon, which was opening its massive mouth. roaring and preparing to dive down at the Monkey King. However, facing such a domineering and dangerous power, the monkey merely smirked, revealing its fangs, completely looking down on him. Resistance from humans is futile, just prolonging the inevitable death, because in its mind, it now only looks down on weak humanity, and everything must be crushed by disgusting monsters like them. It arrogantly declared, "This battlefield has no archenemy. It is just a game now, a game that instills despair in humanity. I look forward to seeing the strongest reveal a horrified expression." Ha! The dragon's big mouth swoops down to snatch the Monkey King. The terrifying power is overwhelming. Just standing close enough, you can feel its pressure, but the Monkey King does not even flinch. It proudly takes the hit, staring up with an expressionless face. It only displays more arrogance and defiance, yet not a scratch can be found on its furry, muscular body. After showcasing power to Mayor Honggan, it now calmly comments like a tyrant, saying the speed is decent, but the power is far too weak. Now, after unleashing its powerful abilities, Honggan feels it is still not enough to shake the Monkey King. He begins to unleash a surge of seismic energy, causing the ground and city to flip before the Monkey King's eyes. But this is still insufficient for it. The Monkey King tenses up, closes its eyes tightly, and yells. The power is there, but the speed is too slow. You can't joke around with this terrifying Monkey King. It moves with divine speed, leaping over the towering rocks like a tsunami, dodging the mayor's violent attack so effortlessly. Everything he put effort into creating does not even touch the Monkey King's two. In an instant, the Monkey King has charged its enormous, full-smelling body right in front of Honggan. It opens its drooling mouth and shouts, "Kneel down. I do not like lowly creatures staring at me." But faced with it, Honggan shows no fear at all. He glares back with annoyance. Honggan's eyes widen, seemingly noticing the Monkey King's strange movement ahead. Just as he predicts what the Monkey King will do next, it strikes him with a punch. A kick sends him crashing straight to the ground, so powerful that the force of Honggan flying down looks like a bright beam crashing down, resembling a massive explosion. Watching to see if Honggan can still stand, the monkey's large, bloodshot eyes gaze down. Honggan is slammed down onto the ground, landing in a big crater, the earth and rocks cracking around him, but he still slowly manages to get up. He looks up, glaring at the Monkey King, his expression still filled with annoyance and hatred. Honggan's attitude only frustrates and infuriates the Monkey King even more. It roars loudly. It's disgusting, slimy mouth asking, "Hemph, why are not you afraid?" Honggan says no more. He slams his hand down on the ground, then channels a surge of powerful energy. Below him, he emits a massive pressure that begins to spread widely, blood sacrifice forbidden technique, sealing the earth vein. Yet Honggan retorts, "Beast, you think you are clever, but you have miscalculated. In the end, you are just a proud creature." The source of power surges from his injured hand, trying to raise it high to unleash the strongest force possible. Golden threads fly out, wrapping tightly around the Monkey King. It was tightly wrapped in the air, completely controlled by Honggan's energy. The Monkey King was just realizing this while still struggling with Honggan's mystical force. It tried to pull its hand away from the powerful source of energy, tightening its grip on that massive body even more. The creature shouted, "Are you intentionally leading me into your trap?" Growing even stronger, the Monkey King felt like it was sinking into a gigantic storm, all that intense energy swirling into a massive vortex. It was continuously tossed around in the chaotic formation. The Monkey King was the focal point of the vortex, screaming in pain and completely trapped, unable to move out of this cursed formation. The Monkey King was startled to see Honggan right in front of it. Furious, it accused Honggan of playing dirty, its eyes bloodshot, laughing mockingly while still arrogant. "Is this your trump card, trying to seal me under this ground? How naive, you tiny human." Then the monkey opened its mouth wide, completely confident and belittling Honggan's strength as a detestable human. It was more excited than ever. "Even though my body is under your control, you can't keep me trapped forever. Just let the sand loosen a bit, and I will tear everyone here apart." In response to the creature's smugness, Honggan gave a light, disdainful laugh and replied, "Hemph, this is not a trump card. It is just a joke." After that statement, Honggan opened one side of his shirt, revealing his chest covered in scars. But what caught attention even more was a large wound on his right chest, leaving a scar larger than his hand. Suddenly, Honggan shouted, "The song of humanity, the song of courage." He bent down and stabbed himself in the spot where his warm heart was. What is Honggan doing? Blood was bursting from his chest, but he struggled to suppress any sign of pain. The Monkey King trembled at this strange action and asked, "What are you doing? Hurting yourself?" Honggan was in agony, blood filling his mouth, but he still responded to the Monkey King. "From the start of this war, I buried the only nuclear bomb of Anthun under Swan Lake. The detonator is embedded in my heart. As long as my heart stops beating, the bomb will explode. This is too terrifying." Upon hearing this, the monkey could no longer hold back, gradually became agitated and began to struggle violently. "Damn it. Are you trying to scare me? Who bets their life like this? Do you think I am afraid? Mayor Hong Gan truly is a man who lives for Thun. He was already in so much pain, his strength waning. In his final breaths, he said, "From the beginning, I never intended to survive, because I am the mayor of Thun. My name is Hong Gan." In the final moments of his life, in Hong Gan's view, he reminisced about the time he successfully became mayor. That was the pride of his life at that moment. The cheers and encouragement from the citizens were the most fulfilling and happiest feelings he experienced. I am Hong Gan, and I vow to give everything for Thun. For the people of Thun, even my life without regret. Back in the present, Hong Gan has seemingly let go of all attachments, and his current obsession is to eliminate this Monkey King to protect Thun. He closed his eyes, wondering, have I done it? After that thought, the explosion signaled to start erupting. The first flicker of light from the pit attacked the Monkey King fiercely, meaning Hong Gan was also about to be annihilated. His heart had already stopped beating. At this moment, he also surrendered to the endless convergence. This was the only way he could protect Thun. A massive explosion occurred at the clash between the Monkey King and Mayor Hong Gan. It shone brightly, affecting a vast safe area, with everywhere filled with debris and flames from the bomb. The nuclear bomb truly caused a great shock. It erupted like a giant mushroom, the fire spreading everywhere, engulfing everything. The entire battle area between the two seemed to be burned and engulfed in smoke, leaving nothing behind. After Mayor Thun accepted the sacrifice, there was one soldier. In a tragic moment, he pulled out his phone, rereading the message that the mayor had ordered to notify everyone to evacuate earlier. The emergency message said all soldiers and fighters should immediately evacuate from the entrance area of Swan Lake. Nuclear bomb about to explode. Repeat. Emergency evacuation. After reading it, his gaze turned back to the center of the town, where thick smoke and hot tears unexpectedly streamed down. Everyone knew about this great sacrifice. The soldiers stood solemnly, together facing the nuclear explosion before them, choking back tears for the heroic departure of Mayor Hong Gan. Over here, the group of Sufchiyu along with Thai Thikulin, La Hyan, and other fighters stood solemnly for a moment of silence as the bomb exploded. The giant mushroom cloud rose like a tragic memorial. The fighters who received the evacuation notice stood respectfully to express their respect. This was a solemn funeral. After the horrific explosion from the mayor's nuclear bomb was triggered, all that remained was a huge deep pit, inside still flickering with bright red sparks like hell, while everything around had been completely destroyed. In the desolate pit, the Monkey King was now just a bare skeleton. The great fire had consumed everything. Even its dry bones were charred black. Suddenly, nearby appeared a glowing fiery ball with spikes. It continuously fluctuated and emitted a strange life energy, slowly moving closer to the monkey's body. The closer the sphere got, the stronger the energy it emitted became, then directly transmitted into the dry bones of the monster. The torrent of energy continuously flowed in. The sphere resembled a moving spark carrying life. Unexpectedly, everything was not going to end simply like that. The dry bony arm of the monkey had begun to recover, with flesh fibers sprouting around it. Even its entire body was nearly revived again. Layers of red flesh gradually intertwined, covering the shriveled arm. On the monkey's face, blood vessels and flesh began to regrow. Moments later, the Monkey King's eye was also restored. It opened wide and was seemingly resurrected, thanks to the energy channeled from the orb moments ago. As everything gradually faded, the orb returned to the monkey's chest, allowing it to come back to life. But this body was just a temporary layer of flesh forming. It was still in the process of regeneration. The Monkey King quickly stood up, still with that sharp, triumphant tone, not realizing it had almost capsized in the hands of that lowly human. Then it roared with hatred. I will tear apart everyone in this city. I will use the most brutal methods to torment every single human. The Monkey King now was left with only the outer skin, completely hairless. It looked like a grotesque and revolting monster. The large monkey stood up hunched over, clutching its stomach as it turned to leave, dragging its broken body back to its planet. It kept mumbling, "For the sins of the past, wait for me to restore my strength, and I will return to flatten this place." But just then, a voice shouted loudly nearby. "Where do you think you are going?" The Monkey King turned, completely astonished. It had intended to sneak away, but someone had already noticed. When it turned to look back, it gaped in shock to find it was Deepa. He stood in Godzilla form, waiting for the Monkey King's resurrection to destroy it completely. The Monkey King's eyes widened in panic as it recognized him. "I remember this human. This is one of the greatest obstacles of this invasion. A terrifying human genius." Deepa stood right in front of the ragged creature that affected the entire Thun. He showed clear anger on his face but held it back, his pupils shining as he glared at it and said, "Finally found you. But it is a step too late." Without further ado, Deepa clenched his glowing nuclear energy fist right in front of it and charged at the monkey with unstoppable speed. taking advantage of its incomplete regeneration. He unleashed a superatomic destructive punch at its ugly face. Under the impact of the terrifying blow, one could only see the source of power that Dai Powa was trying to condense to repay for the tragedies in and Thun. The punch released a powerful shockwave. DPR intended for this move to be the finishing blow, but something surprising happened, catching DPR off guard. After taking DAPO's punch, the Monkey King was completely unscathed and even had enough strength to counterattack. The foolish genius did not hide in the rear during the critical battle and thought himself clever in front of me. When did its giant hands get so close to DPA? The monkey's face showed a greedy expression as it lunged forward, seeing this as the best opportunity to crush him. But this did not easily scare DPA. He pulled down the lines above his eyes, drawing blood to activate his form. But the gesture only provoked the Monkey King. If you run, my massive nuclear bomb may not hit you, so I will invite you to have another one. Realizing DPA's intention, the Monkey King was overwhelmed and visibly frightened. What it saw was truly horrifying. What the hell is this? Is this a human? In the blink of an eye, Dippo transformed into a giant superhuman, with thorny armor wrapping around its massive body. The colossal form of Dippo was a mutated titan emerging from the dust and strong vibrations, affecting the entire region. Without hesitation, Dippo activated the nuclear bomb he mentioned earlier. A bright nuclear sphere appeared on the titan's chest. He was continuously channeling energy throughout his massive body. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from where Dippo stood, causing a massive blast that shook and thun for the second time. The shockwave burst forth violently and powerfully, with dust spreading throughout the city. Meanwhile, the martial artists could feel the tremendous destructive power even from a distance. Everyone was astonished, looking towards the explosion, filled with curiosity and chatter. They still thought this was the work of the mayor's ongoing schemes. Look, why is there another bomb explosion? What is happening? Could it be Mayor Hong Kan's contingency plan? After taking another hit from Dip Ho, the body of the Monkey King was battered and barely standing, now resembling a charred piece of wood amidst the swirling dust. The Monkey King's eyes were filled with fear. What it saw this time was even more horrifying than before. Its toothy mouth opened, and it could only utter a few incoherent words. The monstrous figure before the Monkey King was the enormous, fully transformed body of Dip Ho, with sharp teeth and a sturdy layer of scales covering it. Inside was a large head with the bright eyes of the colossal titan. Now, the monkey could only be called an ancestor, like a stone beneath Dip Ho's feet. In despair, the Monkey King roared in utter pain. Why do you resemble a beast more than I do? Even a lord-level beast does not have your presence. It seemed unable to accept this, but Dip Ho's gaze looked down with disdain. Responding calmly, I am not like a pathetic monkey like you. Right after this, Dip Ho's gigantic foot lifted, aiming at the Monkey King. It was startled to see the enormous figure charging towards it, its body trembling uncontrollably. Bam! The giant smashed down on the monkey, creating a powerful shockwave. With dust rising everywhere, the Monkey King took a direct kick and was sent flying like a ball. Dip Ho mockingly called out after him, Don't run, monkey. Meanwhile, his palm was still preparing a surge of energy for another punch. Uxi and Streetingus and fist. Yet the monkey still dared to turn around and face Dip Ho. It tightened its loose body into a fist to throw a counter punch, yelling loudly, Damn it. Do not underestimate the Overlord. Soon after, the two punches collided fiercely, releasing an incredibly powerful energy. In between, it glowed and emanated a terrifying force. It seems that if it were not for Hong Kan's earlier bomb weakening this Monkey King, DPA would not have been able to take it down so easily. Just as he held on for a moment, DPA's punch sent it crashing to the ground, creating another opening. Looking at Dipa's arm now stained with blood and severely injured, he relaxed his body and said to himself, In the end, it is still a beast vying for dominance. Even heavily injured, its strikes are still powerful, but now it is just a monkey compared to me. Yet, in just a moment, Dipa's arm had regenerated back to normal. He tightened it and flexed, saying, In my giant Godzilla form, my composite physique has surpassed 30 points, and yet I still can't overpower you in strength. You even managed to injure my arm, but it is still not enough. The monkey, now battered by DPA, lay on the ground, still showing signs of life, lifting its head and saying, My wounds are healing that quickly. Then it revealed a look of utter fear. No, I can't match this genius. The Monkey King seemed to go mad, repeatedly shouting as it leaped away, showing itself to be a cowardly and pitiful loser. I can win, I can win, I can win. It ran quite a distance, with plans to destroy and then, but now fleeing like this is unacceptable. Behind the fleeing monkey, Didi had gathered nuclear energy from his mouth, his body standing tall behind. Inside the body of the giant Gula, Dippa felt disgust towards this filthy creature. A beast like you does not deserve the life of Mayor Hong Gan. Saying that, Didi unleashed nuclear energy from his large mouth, aiming directly at the small body of the fleeing Monkey King. The energy from his mouth unleashed a lethal nuclear force, enveloping everything, ensuring that this abomination had no escape. The monkey's body was now shattered in the light of the nuclear energy emitted, completely severed and broken apart. In its final moments, it screamed in madness and despair. Detestable human genius. After delivering a powerful blow to the Monkey King, he thought it would disintegrate in an instant. The large dark silhouette of Dip-Ha stood still. He looked around and said, "That monkey has buried itself to pretend to be dead." Dip-Ha raised his hand to his forehead. "I am using shockwave ability to scan for that damned monkey's location," he said. "But pretending to be dead also means it is afraid, scared of being discovered, and is in a state of unprecedented injury. This is the best opportunity to kill it. It seems that a beast of the Dominion level can hide its aura so that others cannot detect it." At this moment, he lifted his face and looked far away with a heavy heart. Dip-Ha told himself, "If I had found it sooner, Mayor Hong Gan would not have had to." He stumped his Godzilla foot hard on the ground, immediately creating multiple seals in the shape of a honeycomb structure. Annoyed, he shouted loudly as a warning for the Monkey King to hear. "But now you are heavily injured. Even your hiding ability is affected. Just a weak life signal and I can catch it." This monkey, realizing it could not fight back, burrowed into the ground, leaving a mark like a fish diving underwater. Depot quickly discovered the wave divergence nearby. "Found you. Damn monkey." He immediately opened his mouth wide and unleashed a powerful nuclear breath. It erupted and shone brightly. This time, Deep-Ho was determined to kill the monkey. Following the wave divergence just below the ground, the monkey was blasted away by Dip-Ho's nuclear wave, exposing its cowardly body trying to escape. Now, the monkey was hanging like a skeleton. After being dragged back from the ground by Deep-Ho, the monkey opened its bony mouth wide, looking frustrated. "Damn it. I was so close. I could feel the entrance to the underworld nearby. If it were not for that damn human mayor tricking me." But as soon as he said a few words, Depot did not let it do anything. He punched the disrespectful monkey, which made it freeze in fear at the sight of the huge fist. Imagine a powerful kick from Godzilla's muscular body hitting the monkey in such a weak state. It flew away at rocket speed, crashing to the ground and creating a thick cloud of smoke. With the coconut in Depot's Godzilla-like mouth, he stopped and revealed the face of the Titan. After delivering a few more blows to the monkey, he said to its face, "This is the price you pay for humiliating the mayor. I will make you wish you were dead." Yet, it still was not dead. The monkey was now just a body barely holding together like a bunch of sticks. It was holding a magic core, something that could sustain its pathetic monkey life. The monkey looked up and said in a soft voice, "Don't come any closer, trembling coward." Then it raised the magic core high. The magic core shone brightly in the skinny hand of the monkey, poured all its hope into it and shouted, "I will use the last bit of energy from the magic core to drag you down to hell." The power from that magic core is immense. The arm that was left with just a few scraps now became full and grew a lot of fur. It seemed to recover, but only that one arm. In the darkness, its two eyes shone brightly. It gathered all its strength to strike back this time against Dip-Ho. The monkey jumped high and swung its fist, which had just regained 10% of its strength, aiming at Dip-Ho's huge body. Roaring, "Die." Dip-Ho would not let himself be at a disadvantage either. He used his massive hand to counter the Monkey King's punch. He tightened his large fist and quickly lunged forward to resist. The Monkey King threw its whole body into a counterattack against Dip-Ho. Both fists collided, releasing a powerful energy that shook the area. It was unexpected that this Monkey King had such overwhelming strength, yet, that giant arm of Dip-Ha was shattered. The shockwave from his body bounced back, causing his joints to shatter and his skin and flesh to be completely corroded. Now in pain, Dip-Ha struggled to stand on the ground, one of his arms completely destroyed by the Monkey King. Blood gushed into the air, a horrific sight, as the Monkey King's body fell after exhausting all its strength. Now after using all its power, what remained was just a skeleton freely falling in the air, looking pitiful, moaning in pain. Even Dip-Ha inside this Godzilla was also suffering. Seeing the stubborn monkey's condition, Dip-Ha chuckled lightly and said, "Ha! After taking a desperate shot, you have reached your end." Saying that, Dip-Ha opened his wide mouth, the nuclear energy light staining the area green, with the Monkey King's body visible as it dove down. Dip-Ha would give it one last gift to send this Monkey King off to join the ancestors for a feast. "Oh no, I mean to play forever." Suddenly, a strange singing voice rang out from somewhere. La la. That melody caused Dip-Ha to feel a sharp pain. He could not bear it and held his head, bleeding while being shaken by this deafening noise. He shouted in realization. His head hurt so much, feeling his thoughts in chaos. Is this a mental attack? Dip-Ha turned his face back, showing clear suspicion on his face. Another expert. Huh. Right after looking down at his feet, there were millions, thousands, hundreds of millions of human arms jostling together beneath the ground. This chaotic scene was truly grotesque. It kept wriggling and making ear-splitting noises. Nearby, The Monkey King's body was being lifted and moved by these hands toward the portal of the secret realm. Even to escape from this battle, Digapi-ho watched the displayed body of the monkey and shouted, "Don't even think about running." But as he looked back, countless white hands appeared on his own joints as well. They frantically jostled and blocked Dai-pa. He could not make a move. Dippy-ho was completely astonished by what he saw growing from the joints of the massive giant. Why? Looking closely at the finger joints, he tried to suppress the pain and said, "These hands are locking my joints. My body can't move, but this can't possibly defeat Pa in the dark with my formidable Godzilla energy." Dippy-ha frowned and flashed his signature smile. "Hemph, do not think you can trap me like this." Instantly, a green flame erupted from Dip-ha's entire body. It spread wide and was incredibly powerful. The temperature from the flames rose intensely. The fragile arms jostling out from his joints were burned away. They could do nothing more now, resigned to becoming delicious roasted chicken legs. In the erupting flames, those arms were quickly burned collectively. The previously deafening noises could no longer be made. Everything sank into a sea of fire. Dippy-ho excitedly shouted, feeling the burning heat of thousands of degrees. At this moment, the raucous Monkey King was brought closer to the door of the secret realm by the hands. Painfully propped itself up to look back. Feeling a bit relieved, it tried to say, "Yeah, we are almost at the entrance." Just when he had hoped to go home, he was startled by the ugly face of the Monkey King before him. It was the enormous titan form of Dippy-ha. Now engulfed in flames, he was burning himself and using that power to charge at the monkey, determined to cut off its escape, with the smell of burning flesh filling the air from its arms. Just when he thought there was a way to retreat and heal, the monkey, seeing Dippy-ha charging madly, lost its composure and screamed, ordering its arms to act. "Hurry! That giant is chasing us. It is on fire all over. Run fast." But suddenly, those arms stopped, holding their position, as if welcoming some powerful force, accompanied by laughter and a haunting, savage song. "Lullaha, hoo-hoo." A woman's face appeared, her hands covering her eyes like a mask. The mouth was stitched together with glowing arms. This mouth sang those terrifying dissonances loudly. Deep-ha, inside the large flames, looked at it and wondered where it had come from. He was filled with questions and confusion, asking, "What the hell is that? Could it also be a magical beast?" Those creepy hands gathered once more, this time forming countless flickering tongues. It was huge and sprawling, creating a powerful sound energy that could shatter a human's brain. DPP said, "Such terrifying power is still considered a ruler. If its true form appeared, I would probably kneel from the very first second." Since that eerie face appeared, it was not as violent as the Monkey King. Everything gradually became a bit more stable. Those hands merged into the face of a woman, even having long black hair like a wandering ghost. Her hands covered her eyes, which suddenly opened wide to reveal a glowing eye with a fiery pupil, along with a horrifyingly distorted face. I opened my mouth wide. Inside was a bright energy ball, and a deafening sound along with a shockwave rushed toward Dai-pa. His head felt like it was splitting, and he was trying his best to hold himself together. I clearly blocked the hearing of the supergiant form, yet that strange scream still penetrated my brain. He, in the massive frame of a giant Godzilla, tried to scream. He was truly pained and exhausted by the strange, deafening noise. His whole body felt drained, his eyes vacant like a ghost. Dibnipia struggled to endure the immense pain, quickly lowering his voice in frustration. "You killed so many people. Do you think you can just leave and thun easily?" Dibnipia was on the verge of madness, his body tense as he screamed wildly. Never had he felt so desperate. "Don't get your hopes up. This is all the nuclear energy." Dibnipia was determined to channel the powerful nuclear energy into his body, pressing down with both hands. The massive titanium frame was filled with nuclear energy. It bubbled in every corner, blasting through the smoke and lightning. Electricity shot out. After pumping the nuclear energy into the super titan, Dibnipia was planning his leap out of the body. He tried to move as fast as possible. Everything was set, and the calculations were all good. Dibnipia excitedly wore his familiar cheeky look, giving it a loving gesture with his middle finger. "This is our local specialty, a nuclear bomb. Hope you like it, you bastard." The entire colossal titan was now brimming with energy. It was radiating nuclear energy and was about to explode, creating a terrifying scene. And it was charging toward the secret door, all focused on the hideous face of the woman helping the Monkey King. She opened her mouth, waiting for the mobile nuclear bomb. Completely unable to escape, the light of the nuclear energy flickered, and another horrifying explosion was about to happen. After the mayor's nuclear bomb, now it was Dipie's turn, and the explosion occurred rapidly, and Thun had sprouted another giant mushroom. The warriors fighting from afar witnessed this shocking sight. Everyone thought that Mayor Hong Gan had planted bombs and started discussing among themselves. "Look over there, the secret door seems to have exploded. This is not good." The beast horde suddenly went wild. Could it be that Mayor Hong Gan succeeded? Everyone focused their minds, not wanting to betray Mayor Hong Gan's sacrifice. And Thin was saved. Perhaps the blood-steel black source's body was finally destroyed by the gigantic bomb. The beasts from the secret door flooding into Inthen began to decrease, as if the world beyond had stopped invading Inthen. The warriors of Inthen began to surround the beasts hiding in the city. This encirclement lasted a day and a night, until no more beasts could be found, and the exhausted warriors finally stopped. The battle to protect Inthen was finally victorious, although Inthen paid a heavy price, with nearly 80% of the warriors and soldiers casualties. The remnants of the nuclear explosion at Swan Lake left a deep valley due to the shock of the two powerful bombs. After escaping from the body to let it explode, Dipian now lay on the ground, completely drained of strength and unconscious. A while later, his weak eyes slowly opened. Everything was gone. He was the only one left. Dipaba slowly got up and wondered, how long have I been asleep? Even though he had exhausted all the nuclear energy in his body to trigger the giant artificial human's explosion, this place was still filled with fresh radiation and atomic fission energy. It was like running out of battery and recharging on the spot. He looked up after just recovering, gazing far away after finishing the battle. He said, "This battle was too difficult." Mayor Hongan used his body to lure blood-stained Black Abyss to the detonation point, severely injuring it, allowing me to take advantage of the terrain of the continuously exploding nuclear zone, ultimately managing to completely eliminate it before that woman's head could rescue Black Abyss. Even though my infinite monster form is very powerful, it still can't compete with a Dominator-level beast. This victory was thanks to a combination of favorable conditions and luck. As long as I have enough time, I will eventually stand at the pinnacle of the lower nation's combat power. But this time, there is no more time for further growth in this secret realm chaos. I do not know when the next model will unlock, and it might not even be a premium one. Merging with the Celestial Emperor Demon model is the fastest way for me to become a top-tier powerhouse. So I can only speed up the collection of suitable plant attribute magic cores for the model. There is also the Xuan Hong martial technique. Since the infinite monster model can cheat in spatial martial arts, I need to grasp the extraordinary system of martial artists. Although the development period of the Xuan Hong martial technique is somewhat slow compared to the model's capabilities, its potential is extremely high. After all, this is the cultivation system of the high martial world. Perhaps my time traveling here has its own mission. A month after the Inthan disaster, to commemorate Hong Kan's sacrifice for Inthan, the residents here cast a bronze statue of him in the city square. Dippo is here, sitting in a chair in the park enjoying the shade. He is watching the latest news broadcast about the situation in Inthan, recounting the damage from the Beast Tide attack. This time, 18 cities in the lower nation were attacked by the Beast Tide, with 12 cities completely falling. Among them, Kwonsan City has a level S secret realm, with the entire city covered by an impenetrable gray fog. The National Martial Artist Organization of Dai Halong dispatched 30 Xuanvu martial artists along with 5 master-level powerhouses led by Grand Master Du Tin Min to investigate. This Beast Tide invasion is unusual. Even a level S secret realm has appeared. The strongest powerhouse in the lower nation, Deputy Hong Sim, in the outskirts of the secret realm, waited a long time for a martial artist to break through but decided to enter Kwonsan City himself. After 8 hours, Deputy Hong Sun was severely injured, leading 2 surviving masters out. From then on, the lower nation's Li in Kwonsan City became the 11th forbidden area globally, with 1.8 million confirmed casualties. At this point, Depot could not help but feel sorrowful. It seemed he sensed the urgent survival situation of humanity around the globe and said, even a national-level martial artist, the situation for humanity has become this critical. No, I can't wait any longer. The scene shifts to the spacious villa of the Liu family, where Deep Hoa's voice can already be heard through the phone. Aunt Tan, I need your help with something. Tan Lam was comfortably lying on a red sofa. She relaxed her body, appearing quite tired, and casually asked Diep Ho, do you want to learn the remaining 2 Xuanhong martial techniques of the Liu family? Hearing this, Deep Ho thought for a moment, looking into Aunt Tan's eyes. Is that how you see me? Then he gave a light chuckle and said, it is not that. I want to ask for your help in purchasing some high-quality plant attribute magic cores, preferably blue or even purple lord level magic cores. Tan Lam gently nodded and replied, plant attribute magical beasts are already rare. Lord level magic cores are even more precious. You are really greedy, wanting so much. What can you offer in return? Without thinking too much, Didipia pulled out the trump card and made a firm promise. Every year, the university has an entrance exam for freshmen, and you can team up with Li Yuthan Trekshi to help her win first place. But Ten Lam knows best. She responded to DP seriously. You really underestimate the talents from other provinces. To be frank, Then Treesh would have only ranked mid-tier in previous years, not able to reach the top. Even though you dominate Then Treesh in the matches, you are still a bit lacking compared to the top talents. Now, he was completely confident in asserting his position before Tannen. But Aunt Ten could only place her hopes for the Liu family's revival on you. Right, you can write a promissory note, and if you do not win first place, you will come to the Liu family to serve as a house servant for me. Did Dipia's solid commitment seem to have swayed her? Tanlam perked up, her earlier fatigue vanished, replaced by a teasing smile. Ha! You want to be a servant? Perhaps Ichua's promise has empowered her. Tan Lam stood up straight, her demeanor completely changed, and finally nodded in agreement. Okay, I will help you one more time for now. As soon as they arrived at the inpatient treatment area of Anthan Central Hospital, Ichua and his steed immediately became the center of attention. His appearance was like a superstar, causing the crowd, especially the beautiful girls, to buzz and gather, cheering for autographs. Oh, look, it is Ichua, the champion of martial arts. We are all injured, yet he looks completely unscathed. I heard he eliminated many beasts during the invasion of the secret realm. I am a fan. Ichua, can I have your number? Ichua, can you sign this for me? Faced with this enthusiasm, he politely declined, without thanking anyone. Yet inside, he was blooming with joy, thinking he never expected to be this famous. Enough to boost for the rest of his life. In room 6, with beds 11 and 12, Ichua brought fruits to visit his friends, Socha and Lahoyan. As soon as he saw his friend Cheek Hot, he could not help but laugh loudly, almost dropping his jaw. He pointed around when he saw Socha completely bandaged, looking like a wax statue. Ha! Is not this Socha, the #1 handsome guy in Anthan? Who would have thought you would have a day like this? Ha! Seeing Ichua's smug grin, Socha was furious but felt helpless. He had to change the subject, knowing he had come to visit him. But what is with the stuff in his hands? Hearing that, Ichua added another cheeky remark that made his friend even angrier. Just a little gift on the way. Right next to the bed, Lahoyan waved warmly as soon as he saw Ichua. Oh! Ichua. He seems very friendly. Ichua honestly could not remember who this person was. He looked around and asked, Are you Lahoyan? Lahoyan pointed to himself. Introducing, I am Lahoyan, your first opponent in the qualifiers. At that moment, Ichua's eyes widened, as if he remembered something, and he was surprised to realize that Lahoyan had lost one leg in battle. Lahoyan looked kindly at Ichua and then glanced down at his missing leg, saying, Have you forgotten me? Don't look at me like that. My leg is not healed yet. Do not make it seem like I am disabled. I can have surgery to reconnect it, or I could get a new combat prosthetic from the Thunderbird. Ichua silently looked at Lahoyan, feeling a complex emotion rise within him. He thought, to protect Anthan, he sacrificed a leg. This person is truly admirable. Suddenly, the phone in Ichua's pocket rang continuously. He intended to silence it, muttering, Lately, the phone has been buzzing too much. How annoying. He said that and put it in his pocket, but it continued to ring loudly. Dechia was crying out again. This time he reluctantly picked up the phone. To his surprise, it was the principal on the other end. He had tried every way to reach him, but Dechia kept turning off his phone. Dachha, why did you block a big shot from Hoi? Unlock it right now. Yes, sir. Old dang. I mean principal. Soon after, an important figure mentioned by the principal managed to contact Dachha. Hello Dechia. I am Video, the head of admissions at Hoi University. Hoda will start classes a month early, and a private train will pick you up in 3 days. Do you have any requests? At the same time, Sufuchu received the same admission notice. The guy had a hard time answering the phone because he was covered in bandages. Hello Sachigu. I am teacher Olu from the admissions office at Hoi. Decha on this side quickly responded, following the organization's arrangements. Suju in bed also firmly agreed. Understood. I will be on time. Thank you. Teacher Algu. Lahain witnessed this scene and thought to himself, in a room of 3 people, everyone but me is a master. Maybe I should not be on the bed but should hide under it instead. After the call, Dutch Haas' expression showed urgency. He muttered that there were things to do before school starts. A few days later, at the Swan Lake ruins, which had once suffered a horrific explosion, hundreds of tons of nuclear dust were pushed into the atmosphere, creating a toxic cloud that obscured the sunlight, plunging the sky into a permanent fog, turning day into night. At this moment, the thick clouds had covered the last remaining glimmers of light. Dutch Hia soon arrived here. He immediately shifted into Gozola mode and meditated to absorb the massive nuclear energy into his body. Waves of energy surged and were pulled in by Dufich Ha, converging into a gigantic cloud that quickly enveloped his body. When the energy reached its peak, Dutch suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils shining with a strange light. At the same time, a system information panel appeared before him. Infinite monster model. Subject: Dach Ha. Physical synthesis: 27.4. Gozola compatibility: 38.9%. Supergiant compatibility: 90%. After completing the training process, Dichia stood tall and told himself that after the battle with the blood companion Black Orb, the compatibility increased by 1.5%, an impressive number. Combined with the excess fission energy, this place had become his training sanctuary. 3 days of training had increased the compatibility by 6%. Truly a significant breakthrough. Finishing his words, Dachia stomped his foot on the ground. But unfortunately, I have to go now. He moved at a speed faster than light, soaring from the ground into the sky. leaving only a streak of light behind. The scene shifted to Inthen Station, where the announcement echoed. The train G666 from Inthen to Ileula will depart in 5 minutes. Suchu had been waiting for Dutch Hause since the afternoon, and his luggage was already packed. Sensing the familiar aura approaching, Sufuchu turned around and thought, "He is here." It was a dazzling light in the sky. Dutch Hie flew around before landing right next to Sufuchu. This appearance caused everyone around to be in an uproar. Shocked. Safely landing, Decho glanced back at Suchu and said, "Good thing I made it in time." As soon as he arrived, the locals recognized him and continued to shout, "Is that Dita Chea?" Damn it. The pressure earlier almost made me faint. I thought a high-level beast had appeared. The aura was terrifying. Even senior martial artists could not match this power. Truly the pride of Inthen. Upon seeing DHH, Sufuchu immediately noticed the change and nodded. "You have gotten stronger." Havsuna looked back longingly at the place where he first traveled through time. Inthen. I am about to leave this place. This was the first stop since time traveling, and also my origin. Goodbye. Inthen. And then the train began to roll, slowly heading towards the station. One has to wonder why Dechev did not use his ability to move faster. With excitement and anticipation, Dechi said, "Let us go." To Hodi, the train quickly departed, carrying 2 new students into Hovai for enrollment. Once on the train, Decho could not sit still. He kept standing on the seats, looking around at everyone. Suchiu, half asleep, reminded him, "Can't you just behave for once?" Decho curiously turned to ask, "Is everyone on this train an honor student?" Suchiu further explained, "Not only that, the train also uses advanced materials and technology, capable of withstanding attacks of thousands of tons. Even so, at least 5 Heimvee martial artists were assigned to escort, and there were even powerful masters present. Because these passengers are the elite talents of the lower kingdom." Ducko subtly sensed many strong auras and internally assessed, "There are indeed some experts. But there are no more than 5 who could withstand 3 of my strikes." Suddenly, while the train was running smoothly, the loudspeaker issued an emergency signal. "Red alert! Red alert! The Hoyu train is under attack by an unidentified enemy." The announcements grew increasingly urgent. "Level 1 alert! Level 1 alert! The Hoyu train is being attacked by an unknown enemy." The professors and instructors investigating the situation ordered all remaining students to immediately leave the train car and absolutely avoid engaging with the enemy. The students, upon hearing this, began to murmur, and the entire train car became chaotic. "Are you kidding? Who would dare attack Ho is? This is not exactly a test of our abilities as new students. The lower kingdom is currently at its weakest, with the Tronquout martial artists injured and in seclusion, and one of the 8 great national protectors, A.C. Min, is missing. Many masters and Heimvee martial artists have fallen during the beast waves at Kwansin-Than and other cities. It is normal for the forces that were suppressed by the lower kingdom to be eager for revenge." One person then asked, "So should we leave the train car?" In the seating area of Suchu and Dutch Ha, both remained calm, unconcerned about the chaos around them. Suchu turned and asked, "What do you think?" Dutch He had just dozed off for a moment. He leaned back to rest and said, "What a hassle. I have been so tired from training. Was just about to take a nap to recover." Saying that, he stamped his foot and stood up, his face showing clear interest. "My hands are itching right now. The more forbidden it is, the more I want to do it." Clenching my fists, I suggested we go take a look at what is happening. The train continued moving towards Hoyi. When stepping out of a door between 2 train cars, Sufuchu and Daichozo saw a friend covered in blood. Dechiya hurriedly asked, "Classmate, wake up. What is going on up ahead?" The friend looked up at Dutcha in panic and urgently said, "The enemy has taken the first 3 cars. They control a special field that can pull people into a separate space, making the aftermath of the battle not affect the outside. Inside, there are terrifying enemies chasing everyone. The escorting Heimvee martial artists have nearly all sacrificed themselves. They work together to help us escape from that field, telling us to warn everyone to run immediately. This is not a drill. Some students are still left at the train station." A group of people came up, standing near Dha. After a moment of hesitation, they realized this friend was the freshman Chu Kim Hein, right behind Dche and Sef Chu. These people started to chatter. "Where's the evidence? If you say it is dangerous up ahead, you need to provide proof." "Right," a tall freshman with lion-like hair skeptically asked. "Where's your teacher's token? Or those other injured people? Why are you the only one who escaped?" "I have a close friend in the front car, and his strength is enough to compete with the top freshman. This lion-headed young man is named Daizum Chunhang, also a fresh..." He then barked loudly, "I do not believe you escaped," while he could not. The 2 accompanying this bushy-haired guy chimed in. "That makes sense. The lion-headed guy is right." Dim Chihendo then crossed his arms, visibly annoyed. "Step aside. I need to move on." Saying that, he walked through the door the student just warned about. Dutch and Siechu were also willing to let them pass. The frantic freshman called out after them, "Wait, I am serious. It is extremely dangerous up ahead. Why won't you listen? Don't you go to your deaths for nothing? Even so, they still did not listen. Chu Kim Hein noticed Dutch Hecha standing right next to him and asked, "You are Ditha Chia?" Right. Dutch Ha was quietly using energy magnetism to test if what this friend said was true. He thought. The life field sensed something unusual from this classmate. And Dutch Heve asked back, "That is me. How do you know?" Chu Kim Hein carefully mentioned Liu Than Trex, saying, "A girl named Liu Than Trex showed me your photo. She told me to warn you not to go to the front cars." Upon hearing the name Liu Than Trex, Dutch Ha was startled and immediately asked, "She said that to you?" Chu Kim Hein then carefully explained, "That is right. She was seriously injured while protecting me from a strike." He then expressed his deep resentment, tears welling up as he continued, "I can stop those who want to die, but I must fulfill that girl's wish to keep you alive." Dutch Ha, furious, punched Chu Kim Hein, making him stumble back and cursed angrily, "Damn it. You are already talking about wishes before you are even dead." Chu leaned closer to Dutch Ha and calmly asked, "Are you still planning to go?" Dutch Ha replied with a hint of mischief. He looked straight ahead. "Of course, I have promised her parents." But just as Dutch Ha was about to step through the door, Chu Kim Hein stretched out her arms to block him. "No way. I won't let you pass." Dutch Ha, frustrated, casually remarked, "Can you believe that idiot actually got in? Who are you blocking?" Blocking Dutch Ha and Sechu is a serious mistake. Both simply unleashed a bit of power for Chu Kim Hein to witness. Dutch Ha spoke softly. "Sechu." The person behind immediately understood the hint. "Pull out the sword." A chilling spark of ice glowed ominously. Sechu stepped back, thrusting a sword toward Chu Kim Hein. But this guy was not easy, quickly waving his hand to block it. "I am trying to save you. How can you be so unreasonable?" As soon as he spoke, he made a move. "Classmate then Tree then Nev. How can you be familiar with these losers?" Seeing this meddler, Dutch Ha did not say much, needing no forceful action. He simply stepped closer and delivered a punch of nuclear energy to his stomach, then spoke in a deep voice. Chu Kim Hoen clutched his stomach, trembling. The force was terrifying, completely out of his league. Dutch Ha surprisingly advised, "Sorry, keep this blood essence pill. We have urgent matters." Saying that, both rushed to the front train car. Dutch Ha called for Sufchu to follow, so Sichu followed closely, both of them dashing ahead. Chu Kim Hein could only scream helplessly, "Don't go, it is too dangerous." Finally, they reached the third train car. Both Siyundu and Daikea stopped, as in front of them was a mysterious door. Dutch Ha quickly realized this must be the entrance to an independent space. He grabbed a huge suitcase, lifted it up to throw inside, saying, "Let us test this." Dutch Ha decisively threw the suitcase into cabin 3. After observing for a moment, he seemed to ponder, noticing no reaction, not even a sound. "I cannot even sense the life force energy inside. So many new students must have passed through. They must all be inside." Then without hesitation, he jumped in. Sichu followed Dutch Ha, saying, "This is interesting, let us dive in." Once inside, Dutch Ha glanced around and showed signs of disgust. The scene here was completely different from his expectation of a train car. It was an expansive space like the universe. In that vast space, a loosely arranged path led to a light in the distance. Dutch Ha felt dizzy. Who was playing tricks here? He looked around but could not find Sachiu anywhere. Dutch Ha found it strange. They clearly entered together, but Sichu had vanished. "But since I am already in, I might as well enjoy it." He was quickly drawn to the light in the distance. Ahead, there was light. The more he chased that strange light, the closer Dutch Ha got to a ruined city, looking as if a fierce battle had just taken place. The buildings stacked on top of each other. Dutch Ha looked out, bewildered by this strange place. He reached out to feel the absence of response from Ted Tranjing Sign Men. Was it shielded by this place? With that, he used his nuclear energy, launching himself high like a rocket, thinking to himself, the old way is still the most effective. Soon, Dutch Ho had soared to the rooftop of a nearby building, planning to unleash a powerful blast. He gathered a brilliant nuclear energy sphere in the palm of his hand. Dutch He shouted in fury, "Stop pretending to be spooky." He thrust his hand upward, the sphere becoming more intense and fierce. It was like a nuclear bomb launching from Dutch Ha's arm, smoke and fire erupting. He shouted, "Explode for the evil." From where Dutch Hoja stood, the self-created bomb exploded in mid-air, creating a massive cloud above the building, which gradually spread out, shaking the whole area. At this moment, other martial artists had arrived before Dutch Ha, quickly realizing the shocking explosion. All were stunned and shaken by this overwhelming power. What kind of trick was this explosion doing? Oh my! What master is showing off like this? They could only hide behind the nearby buildings. Meanwhile, Suchi was also nearby Dutch Ha. Hearing the strong tremor, he knew who had caused it, so he drew his sword and rushed forward at incredible speed. In a corner of a nearby building, a woman could be seen slightly leaning against the wall. She looked quite heavy and unable to move. It turned out to be Liu Thantreksh, who was now seriously injured. Upon noticing the explosion, she realized it was Dutch Ha and no one else. Liu then Trekkie weakly whispered. Dutch Ha had told her not to let him come right at Dutch Hege's position. After throwing a casual glance into this secret realm, he looked down from above and noticed the filthy sounds of wild beasts nearby. He said, "It seems we have attracted not only allies but also enemies." Right behind Dai-Chea, a dark shadow appeared, walking like a human, but with large twitching ears on its head. Dutch He sensed someone was about to attack him from behind, yet his expression remained as clueless as ever. Looking closely at this figure, he wore a pig's head. Seemingly this organization concealed everyone's identity. He held a long cleaver in his hand, and it was unclear how many lives had been sacrificed under this terrifying rusty blade. His bloodshot eyes looked at Dutch Ha with murderous intent. Dutch He turned around, gathering nuclear energy into his palm, leaping high and preparing to strike that pig-headed figure. Dutch He's eyes lit up, cursing directly at him. With a pig's head like that, you look pathetic. Damn it. Pretending to be a god or ghost? Let me tear your mask off. Yet, this pig-headed guy still did not know what fear was, despite facing Inthen's martial genius. He quickly raised the cleaver defensively, one hand firmly gripping a rusty chain and pulling back. At that moment, Dutch Ho threw a punch straight at the pig's head, unexpectedly. This guy was quite nimble. He thrust the large knife straight through Dutch Ha's body. The powerful force from Dutch Ha's punch left his head seeing nothing but nuclear light. Thanks to the intense nuclear impact, the pig's head turned into a delicious roasted pig head, smoking profusely in front of Dutch Ha. Yet this guy still had the audacity to look at him provocatively. At this point, Dutch Ha felt something stirring inside. He widened his eyes, revealing a crack in his expression. You managed to take my nuclear punch without a scratch. Huh. The pig-headed guy's hand gripped the large knife tightly, pushing it harder to inflict damage on Dutch Ha. Even worse, he was gleefully worsening the injury. But suddenly, the pig-headed guy jerked back in shock as he looked ahead. Now, his face was charred black, with smoke rising up smelling like roasted pork. It turned out he was surprised that Dutch Ha was unscathed after taking a sword thrust through him. He stood before the man who pretended to be human and demon. Speaking triumphantly, didn't expect my recovery ability to be this fast. Huh. Locking you down with muscle is as easy as pie. Dutch Ha smirked widely, his expression clearly taunting, and continued speaking. Your strength is not impressive, but your weapon is special, seemingly piercing through any defense. What the hell are you? He calmly spread his arms wide, revealing the large pig head. He was now powerless against Dutch Ha, left to endure as Dutch Ha mocked him. Dutch He said, "Let me take a closer look, taste my punch." As soon as he finished speaking, Dutch Ha's mouth transformed into a massive Godzilla mouth filled with sharp teeth. He unleashed a stream of nuclear energy from his throat to the throat of the man before him. The nuclear stream shot straight down his esophagus to his stomach, incinerating everything. That was the end for someone who dared to touch Dutch Ha. By now, the entire head of the ambusher was charred beyond recognition. He collapsed to the ground before Dutch Ha could even see his face clearly. Dutch He held the pig head in his hand, glancing around before saying, "I am the real deal. When I say tear, I tear." Meanwhile, the fake demon before him lay collapsed, his body nearly burned away. Now that he could see the pig head clearly, Dutch Ha was taken aback because he discovered something intriguing. Oh! There is something in the mask. Pulling out from the charred mouth filled with sharp teeth was a blue necklace. The pendant had an unusual signature engraved on it. He realized it was a pendant. Could it really be an experiment from Ho Ziyu? Shiqi dropped his stuff, intending to go down and use the cleaver for a few more hits. Yet just as Dech Hevdao was about to check it out, it vanished on its own. He glanced at it and clicked his tongue. The weapon of the masked man was reinforced by the weapons of masters, making them exceptionally sharp. Once the weapon dissipates, they revert to being ordinary items. But Dechhouse still had many questions about this blue necklace. What exactly is the function of this pendant? Should he find more masked men and steal their pendants? While he was still focused on the item he had retrieved, an arrow suddenly shot from behind to ambush him. It moves at an insane speed. Dech Hie is still mumbling, unaware of anything, just like a chicken dinner. It is not that he does not know. It is just that Dech Hege does not care about the little weapon behind him. As long as he channels the magic power within, he can stop whatever harm is coming his way. The god turned back with a fierce look at the arrow rushing towards him, enough to leave the audience of B. Geta in shock. Looking a bit further, he realized who was shooting him from behind. He said, "Is it already the next round?" The guy behind looked like a chicken, holding 2 crossbows. He thought he would hit his target, but to his surprise, the target split his arrows in half. The guy got annoyed and jumped up and down. Dutchy turned with an interested smile, looking straight at the guy who wanted to cause trouble next. He hates sneak attacks the most, and it seemed like this was the time to get his hands moving again, ready to charge and hit this guy one more time. Unexpectedly, from the ground where he stood, another arrow shot straight at him. He was also startled by this speed, as it unexpectedly shot up from the ground while he was charging forward. He could not react in time. Seeing the opportunity, the chicken guy on the other side fired a continuous stream of arrows at a Dutch Ha. He shot arrows while jumping up in delight. He made strange noises like a wild animal. A series of arrows struck Dutch Ha, while another person held onto him tightly. Therefore, he could not dodge the arrows from that chicken guy. They pierced through his back and abdomen, spreading all over him. Could he withstand it? But Dutch Ha is not someone to take lightly. This pain is nothing at all. Dutch Ha had once faced death. He raised his gaze at the guy in front and let out a creepy laugh, saying, "Is this all you have got to kill me? How naive." Instantly, Dutch Ha's entire body tensed up. He summoned the Titan's strength from his bloodline, causing a massive skeleton to emerge. Surrounding that skeleton was a torrent of nuclear energy, blazing like fire. It incinerated all the arrows that had pierced him. How could such powerful energy be harmed by mere toothpicks? The sneak attacker looked up at Dutch Ha right in front of him. Frozen like a statue upon seeing his opponent was a gigantic super being. He moved in and punched the chicken guy in front of him. A powerful kick was unleashed, shaking the vast secret realm, sending the guy flying, crashing through a large building, leaving only a cloud of dust like a massive rock, with Dutch Ha's shining thunderous punch above. This caused a large building to collapse, and from afar, many martial artists noticed this battle, daring only to observe and discuss amongst themselves. What is happening over there? The whole building collapsed after taking down the chicken guy. Dutch Ha held the largest spear that the masked guy had used to ambush him. He slowly approached him while speaking in a mystical voice. "I have to see who the one that nearly skewered me really is." But as soon as he arrived, Dutch Ha saw that the person in front of him was no ordinary foe. He wore a rabbit head and crouched in a defensive stance. Not saying a word, Dutch Ha guessed, a rabbit head, indeed linked to the 12 zodiac signs. At that moment, right at the strange rabbit's hind legs, he inflated like two bloated balloons, with energy crackling around him. He gathered momentum, scraped the ground, and then lunged forward with terrifying force, wielding his largest spear to attack Dutch Ha, his eyes glowing red and fixed solely on Dutch Ha. Instantly, he kicked the rabbit-headed guy. However, this guy was quite nimble and agile. Dutch Ha's kick missed its target. Instead, the pesky rabbit jumped aside, aiming its sharp spearhead right at him. Dutch Ha realized just in time and no longer underestimated his opponent. He froze for a moment, muttering, "Damn, he knows martial arts." At that moment, the sharp spear was almost touching Dutch Ha's face, and he tried to lean back as much as possible to dodge. In this extremely tense moment, Dutch Ha was trying to gather his energy. Glaring straight at the strange rabbit in front of him, he shouted, and an ice wall immediately summoned before him, forming a solid shield to absorb the rabbit's thrust. Yet, the thick wall was still cracking. Dutch Ha stared directly at the bizarre thing leaping toward him. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. The surroundings turned icy, emanating a chilling power. The rabbit-masked figure was surrounded by a large ice wall, spiky and menacing. He looked around cautiously, unsure of who had caused this. Just then, above the rabbit-masked guy, Suchu rushed in, wielding a sword radiating energy, saying, "That was close. Dutch Ha, let me handle this rabbit." The rabbit looked up in surprise at his speed, and with a swift slash, unleashed a terrifying explosive icy power. Unexpectedly, the rabbit managed to leap high and evade it. Its red eyes glowed irritably, as if it were on the verge of taking down its prey when someone jumped in to disrupt, causing it to fume. Soon after, a battle ensued between Chu and the rabbit. It continuously jabbed at Chu, while he skillfully parried with his sword. After several dozen exchanges of strikes and defenses, the large spear it wielded was finally frozen by Chu, unable to inflict any more damage. The rabbit struggled to break free but could not. At the same time, noticing his opponent was in a tough spot, Chu denied him any chance to escape. Coldly declaring, "It is over," a tremendous force from his other hand condensed into a large palm strike, sending the rabbit flying like a dry leaf. Before he could regain his composure, he felt a wave of scorching heat on his back. It turned out Chu had dealt him a blow, pushing him straight into Dutch Ha's deadly embrace. The moment his body collided with Dutch Ha's titanium shell, despair surged within him. He suddenly realized he had fallen into a deadly trap, thinking to himself, "Well, I am done for." The moment he turned back, what greeted him was the destructive light of the nuclear core exploding right before his eyes. Faced with a source of energy he knew he could not withstand, his body trembled, unsure of what to do in this life or death moment. That was the steel fist of Dutch Ha. In his supergiant form, he grabbed the masked man and tightened his grip. Waves of energy slipped through his fingers like tiny lightning bolts. Dutch Claim exclaimed excitedly, "Finally caught you, you cute little bunny." From above, a massive column of nuclear energy shot straight up into the blue sky. It illuminated the surrounding ruins, shaking the very space. as if Dietsha was turning on the lights for this dark place. The scene shifted back a few minutes earlier, at a nearby high-rise building, where two freshmen were discussing on a high floor. Why is it so quiet over there? That guy making a fuss must be dead by now. Right? Definitely. Those masked guys were surrounded by dozens and did not even flinch. Their weapons pierced through all defenses, completely outclassing us. In another corner, a fairy-haired girl with a hot body but a somewhat arrogant personality. When she sensed Dutch had detonating the nuclear bomb at first, she had little goodwill and began to judge. That guy who just entered was too arrogant, launching fireworks in the sky. Probably just a provincial student trying to get into the capital, a frog sitting at the bottom of a well. Then she mentioned the lion-headed guy that Dutch Hava had encountered. Honestly, the top scholars of major cities are worlds apart from provincial kids. I heard that Dizim Chinhang and Mai, Udijing Trech, and Lam Vt and Them Viki, Tintron and Olduli Island have started hunting for masks. I do not understand how they can do it. The person beside her only knew as much, and he curiously asked back, are they really that strong? Then the title of top freshman must belong to them. However, she shook her head. No, the previous top scholars were all from Hoiyu. Compared to the monstrous geniuses of Hoiyu, students from other regions can't compare. Their training sources have been different since childhood. Before she could finish, Dutchy treated the area to another explosion. The blinding nuclear light instantly attracted the attention of the two gossipers, who looked up, wide-eyed. Both of them were terrified, their mouths gaping as if sharing a horrifying thought. Then they began whispering to each other. What was that light and that terrifying power? An electromagnetic gun. Don't joke, there is no electromagnetic gun here. This earth-shattering explosion certainly did not escape the eyes of the lion-headed group. He glanced at Diech's nuclear energy column, while still slaughtering the masked figures on this side. Revealing a displeased expression, he turned to the young man beside him and arrogantly asked, Trech, what do you think? The pink-haired guy named Trech glanced over and began to analyze. This attack style did not match the masked ones, likely the method of some new freshman. This person was also a freshman. Full name Duga Trech. The giant sword of the lion-headed man pierced through the chest of a man wearing a horse head, causing him to die tragically under the blade. The horse head gaped wide, looking quite terrifying. The lion-headed guy, curious, asked back. New student, who besides the Ho duo can possess such terrifying power? We have to check it out. After all, we have collected 4 charms: mouse, dog, monkey, and horse. As he spoke, he held the 4 chains dangling in his hand and added, Lamvu Tu and Shendu at least has a charm of a pig. Odong Trach nodded lightly and said, Tantran on Liuli Island at least has a snake charm. A new student named Liu then took down a guy with a pig charm. If the masks are truly arranged according to the 12 zodiac signs, then only the pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon charms are left. Saying that, he gazed longingly and determinedly, mumbling, and the dragon. Oduong Trach's face clearly showed caution. You know that monster, right? Touching it means certain death. It is a boss you can only run from. Praising Oduong Trach's understanding, he paced back and forth near the lion-headed guy and continued chattering. The remaining charm, the new student emitting that green light, definitely has a few of them. Tantran and Lam Vutu are surely drawn to it too. Indeed, the game has entered its final round. His face now revealed a sly and dangerous expression more than ever. This dark attitude was settled after much reasoning. To win, one could only steal from others. The scene shifted back to where Dutch Ha and Sufchu were. At this moment, Dutch Ha was holding a chain in his hand. Sasichu saw it for the first time, stepped closer, and asked, Is this what you were talking about? Before you came, I took down a guy wearing a pig mask and got another pig charm. Dutch have then confidently guessed this was a setup, if I am not mistaken. This test requires us to collect all the charms from the heads of the animals. Hearing this, Suchu glanced down and cautiously asked, Do we have to actively search for the masks? Dekichhava recalled the figure resembling a chicken bouncing around and reiterated, That is right. Just now on the rooftop, there was someone who shot at me. It must also have been a mask. Amidst the chaos, they escaped. The two were enthusiastically exchanging ideas without realizing someone was watching them. Dutch Hia glanced around the battlefield and said, But the arrow he shot at us, I can use it to track him. So Shu felt more excited and shouted, Let us go. The two gods walked for a while in the hidden realm. And the further they went, the more dilapidated and ruined it became. Dutch Hia keenly looked down at the ground and quickly discovered strange traces. He immediately deduced there were signs of a battle. Someone had been here before. Reaching down to touch the mark on the ground, Susiu felt the burn was still warm. The opponent had not gone far. Susiu's expression became more cautious. He was startled, realizing that someone was very close. Acting quickly and decisively, he immediately drew his icy sword. Suchu unleashed a sweet sword strike, sending a wave of cold air toward the presence he sensed was unclean. A wall of ice he created stretched out from where his sword flew forward. The enemy was quickly struck by this ice wall, revealing a rather attractive new female student who, after being hit by Suf Chiyu's sword move, clearly showed disappointment on her face. She painfully hugged her recovering arm, her trembling voice rising. Damn, my optical invisibility was detected. Si Chu's powerful ice shards rushed towards the invisible girl. His icy thorns were sharper than a person's head. The shadow of Si Chu moved menacingly, his deep voice saying, "Hold your ground. Wicked plans are afoot." Suddenly, a man also in hiding appeared. He shouted, "Step aside." It turns out this invisible girl is the new student. Lem V, startled by the sudden appearance. He turned to look at the newcomer, unleashing a burst of fire. He tightened his voice and prepared the DMA combat technique. As he finished the incantation, he stretched out his hand, releasing a wave of intense fire that immediately suppressed the ice wall created by Si Chu. The flames spread wider, and he felt increasingly exhilarated. The young man appeared after a rather heated greeting. After executing a move, his body relaxed and started to smoke. He took out a cigarette and said, "You have been found out, Lem V. Your optical invisibility is lacking." This guy was also a new student named Tedentron. Lam V next to him shouted angrily, "Get lost. Do not interfere." Seeing the arrival of the two newcomers, Dutch Ho approached them and spoke up, "You two are ambushing us." Lam V quickly pretended to misunderstand, saying, "Hey, we just took down a guy in a chicken mask. Hiding is just to lure out another mask." Tron said nothing, still focused on his cigarette, lighting it and taking a drag first. Dutch He noticed this and shot him a disapproving glance due to his unfriendly attitude. He asked again, "Oh really? What does this mean?" Suddenly in midair, Dutch Hover grabbed the neck of a girl. The surprising thing was that she looked exactly like Lam VT. She was controlled by Dutch Heva's power, easily lifted like a doll. She was suppressed and could not struggle at all. Over here, the real Lam Vieb wore an annoyed and sulking expression. She looked straight ahead and said, "My clone has been exposed. These two boys have some skills." Right next to her, Tron exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled. "Ha! I did not expect you to succeed in the assassination." Saying this, he immediately tossed the cigarette to the ground, saying, "That is just boring." After this, Tron suddenly puffed out his cheeks, his face ballooning like a ball. He took a deep breath, filling his mouth with air, his skin stretching to an extreme, wobbling larger and larger. Tron pressed his hands against his cheeks, blowing out a thick cloud of dark smoke from his small mouth. The more he blew, the wider and thicker it became. The smoke cyclone quickly spread towards Deech Ha and Si Chu. The two stood still for a moment but quickly jumped back to avoid contact with them. At this moment, Lam Viti beside them held a large fan. She bent slightly, covering her mouth while giggling, but around her was a surge of fierce energy, and she proudly said, "Let me handle this. You won't escape." Lam Vutu soared up, spreading her arms and legs wide, waving her fan continuously while shouting loudly. The wind rises. A surge of power shoots out right after. Her hair flew wildly in the wind like a madwoman. This also forced the toxic smoke to blow towards her, directly heading for So Chao and Dich Ho. Both of our gentlemen could not dodge in time, and soon two shadows merged into the thick black smoke. All that could be seen were two helpless dark dots. While Trantan continued to gather a large fireball in his palm, he breathed powerful fiery energy into it. It glowed like a fiery celestial body. He was feeling quite proud because his strength was at its peak. Not done yet. Let me add a little more fire from that smoky mass. Trantan pushed an even larger fire layer into the strong energy of the thick smoke. He aimed all of it straight at So Chao and Dich Ho, with smoke and fire intertwining chaotically. The heat was palpable even outside the screen. After unleashing this finishing blow, Trantan thought he was the victor. At this moment, his palm relaxed and he wore a satisfied smile. "So what if you are strong? You still can't beat us." "Ha!" Lam Vutu next to him kept waving her fan non-stop. She had a very arrogant face, giggling as if she had just eaten a delicious piece of cake, just as she was pleased. Suddenly, Dich Ho's voice echoed back. "What are you laughing at?" All that was faintly visible before became clearer as the hand with the core energy of Dich Ho emerged. He clapped his hands, and the explosive energy seeped through his fingers, shining like a large light bulb. Immediately, it intensified, and a clap from Dich Ho unleashed powerful energy. It instantly suppressed all the dust and smoke created by Trantan. A protective barrier for Dich Ho and So Chao remained unharmed. Trantan, looking at this scene, could not believe his eyes. He opened his mouth wide like a barrel and shouted as if it was just a simple clap. "Did you really disperse my fire clouds? How terrifying is that power?" But just as he was saying this, before he could finish his thought, Dich Ho's hand approached his face at breakneck speed. Only then did he realize, looking on in horror. Dich Ho simply added one more line. "Lam Sum." Without further ado, Dich Ho leaped up and delivered a punch to the arrogant fool in front of him. He had been annoyed for a while and did not want to waste more words on these insignificant pests. Dich Ho spun around, fast enough that Trantan vanished from sight, replaced by splatters of blood and glowing punches. From a distance, One could see Trantan being sent flying several dozen meters away by Dich Ho, tumbled through the air like a marionette tossed around, who told him to act so arrogantly earlier. Now he is facing a bitter end. Seeing Dich Ho take action against his teammates, Lam V started to feel fear. She did not even dare to move, glancing back at the terrifying shadow of him. Thinking, right now we have no breakthrough methods for martial artists, just stuck at the level of martial arts, her body sealed by a layer of energy. Even though the new students of Hoei have a higher limit, they still can't break through, but this guy's physique is definitely beyond a new student's level. Oh no, I was too focused on that fighter and forgot about the ice guy. Just as she thought this, she looked down and saw the solid layer of ice from Sfuchu covering her feet. She could not move at all. Her mind was in chaos. Both Teen Tranan and I could not defeat him. He is really a monster. Right now, my legs are stuck. I can't run. And Dechi is slowly approaching me, waiting to deal with me. She felt like a chicken on the chopping block. Dich Ho walked over with a terrifying aura, the atmosphere around them thick and suffocating. Realizing she could not fight back, she waved her arms vigorously and calculated in her head. Continuing to fight was pointless. Immediately, Lam V's wave had an effect, breaking the ice that held her. Lam V quickly jumped up to escape this trap. After breaking free, all she could think was to run. She could not let them catch her again. She quickly leaned forward and dashed away, trying to hide and become invisible in the air. But before she could do anything, Dich Ho's hand grabbed her leg. Lam V angrily looked down and shouted, "Damn it." At that moment, her beautiful face showed clear signs of fear. Dich Ho showed no mercy. He held the girl's leg and slammed her straight down to the ground. Her body hit the ground, creating a large circular hole. The force of the impact was terrifying. Dich Ho said, "Come down here and rest." Hun Hung V Ki. He concentrated energy into his fist, then raised it to deliver a fatal blow to the one who did not know better. Dich Ho's gaze was unwavering. At this moment, many of her clones began to scatter everywhere to distract Dich Ho. And soon, she was able to slip her foot out of Dich Ho's grip. Her clones followed the stream of energy, scattering in all directions. Dich Ho calmly watched. He felt even more excited seeing that his opponent was slightly stronger. Dich Ho smirked widely and exclaimed, "Ha!" Trying to run. From behind him, Dich Ho unleashed a strong wave of dark energy. Instantly, a horde of spirits appeared behind him. The dark, ominous energy was terrifying. Now he felt like a demon that no one dared to touch. The dark energy from Dich Ho surged, capturing each of Lam V's clone. No matter how many legs she had, she could not escape Dich Ho. Lam V, who just moments ago was arrogantly laughing, was now bound by Daidekya, crying out continuously like a little puppy. Each of her clones was surrounded and killed by these dark forces. The main body of Lam Vite was heavily suppressed. She was panicking and shouting incessantly, my body can't move. What the hell is this? I can't fight back." Dich Ho over here is grinning his signature grin. He opened his mouth wide and shouted towards the girl running off in the distance. "Ha! You won't escape. Just accept your fate." His eyes gleamed with excitement because another mouse was about to be on the plate. Even before anything started, he could hear Lam Vita's desperate cries, "I surrender. I surrender. I will give you all the pendants." Dich Ho shook 2 chains in his hands, looking at them for a long time, clearly enjoying himself. Dich Ho turned to Lam Vich and said, "It is over this early. Hurry up and spill all the information you have." Lam Vit feigned obedience, kneeling neatly near Dich Ho and said, "To win this challenge, you need to collect all 12 pendants. We are now at the final stage. If you do not go robbing others, they will come to rob you. Yu Dijing Trech and Dem Chanating from Tiabo are the best newcomers. They must have stolen quite a few pendants by now." At this moment, Lam Vigeti was showing her cunning expression. She smiled widely, her mouth stretching from ear to ear, and pointed to express her intentions to him. "Why do I need to lead you to them?" She thought to herself, "Since I can't win, I might as well stir the waters and let the tiger eat the wolf. You all can slaughter each other." He. Dich Ho clearly saw this woman's dark intentions. He said something dark and gloomy. "You do not need to worry about it." But he. This smile made Lam Vidi feel a chill. She froze like a stone statue, unable to move. He opened his mouth and said, "Your fan is beautiful." Was Lam Vt startled? The scene shifted to another place in the secret realm. Yu Dijing Trech and Dem Chen Hung were rushing forward. Time was running out, so they were trying to find people with pendants. Yu Dijing Trech guessed that by now, Tron Tian and Lam VXT must have already found each other. Divim Chanting was focused on rushing forward, thinking that it did not matter who won. "I will just take the pendant back from them. All they could do was temporarily hold my stuff for me." He was determined to rob others. At this moment, Dixiam Shiheng was startled when he saw what was in front of him. "Look at that corpse over there." Now the two of them slowly approached. The corpse was split in half in a puddle of dark broth. Divim Chanheng and Deking Trech stepped closer to clearly see the victim's face. Both were extremely shocked when they saw this. At this moment, looking closely at the face of the man lying sprawled in the middle of the road. Lam Shi-heving exclaimed, his voice trembling. It was Trantine. He died without even having time to close his eyes. Just a few minutes ago, Trantine was blown away by Dutch Ha after being in another place. Trantine stood up and wandered down the empty road. He was tired and muttered, "That guy is really a monster. Lam Viti must be down for the count now. It seems like he has marked me. He will definitely come after me. I need to team up with those two from TZU. Yu Dijing Trech." While walking alone on the road, Trantine suddenly sensed an unusual noise around him. He turned and pretended to be fierce, shouting, "Who is there?" At that moment, when he turned to see clearly, there was a figure with long hair holding a sword in the darkness. The figure stepped closer to where Trantine was feeling weak. This person, with a fierce demeanor and an intimidating aura, looked very scary. At this moment, Trantine was sweating profusely, knowing that something bad was about to happen to him. When Trantine saw the figure clearly, he noticed that this creature had two pupils and was staring directly at him, as if he were the prey about to be hunted down. Trantine trembled like a little mouse caught in the rain. At this point, Trantine could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, "It is a dragon." Above, a street light that had been broken for a long time suddenly exhibited strange behavior, with sparks flying and crackling as if someone were sending electricity into it. Yet the street light lit up and functioned normally in the dark night. Thanks to this light, Trantine's shadow was clearly visible on the ground, and he fell victim to a strike from the dragon-headed creature before him. Red syrup dripped down like rain, and Trantine's screams faded into nothingness. The horrifying entity attacking Trantine was the dragon-headed man. He struck without mercy, completely obliterating Trantine as easily as a mosquito. This man held two chains in his hands, effortlessly gliding through Trantanchon's life while he struggled with his body split in two. Back in reality, Lam Shieving was sitting in front of Trantan's corpse. He examined it for a while and could not help but wonder, why did Trantine die here? This wound is too sharp. Yu Dijing Trech, on the other hand, only needed a quick glance to guess who did it. He stated that Then Long delivered a fatal blow, clearly demonstrating overwhelming power. Only the dragon masked from the 12 zodiac signs could do something like this. Lam Shihin continued to question. But did not the dragon mask only operate in the underground parking lot? Yu Ding Trech calmly recounted. At that time, I led over 20 people to the underground parking lot to search for someone. The result was that when we encountered that dragon, only the two of us survived to escape. Looking at his classmates bloodied, split hands on the ground, Divim Chanting could not help but feel horrified. He could not believe he actually killed someone. Was not this just a training exercise? That hot blood can't be fake. At that moment, Yu Dijing Trech seemed to be losing his composure. Yu Ding Trechi's face turned pale, and he began to tremble like a frightened dog, uttering a sound of disbelief. Dizem Chanheng was starting to feel scared by this scene. He stood up straight and turned to look at Yu Dongjong Trech, asking anxiously, "What should we do now?" The pendant from Trantian was also taken. Yu Ding Trech sadly lowered his head, nodding without looking at Dizem Chanheng's face. He clarified, "Thun Long left the parking lot, perhaps because we met some conditions. For example, all the masks were destroyed. He is the final boss, now free to act, like the Zodiac mask chasing the new life. Thun Long will actively hunt down the one holding the pendant." At this moment, powerful energy erupted from Yudunjing Trech as he gazed fiercely. He was determined now, stating that he could not confront Then Long and must quickly snatch the pendant from someone else to prevent it from falling into his hands. Saying this, Yu Ding Trech unleashed his power, gaining momentum as he jumped and spread his large wings in mid-air. Behind him, a pair of long, glowing wings moved gracefully. Yu Ding Trech had activated his professional skills. Shouting loudly, the bloodline awakened, Kim Xilong being, at this moment, energized. Yu Ding Trech took flight and leaned down to shout out to DM Qian Hung. "What we need to do now is to actively signal, attracting others with pendants here for a life or death battle." Now, with wide wings, Yu Ding Trech soared high, emitting a powerful wave from a certain height. His intention was to search for other martial artists and scheme to seize the pendant to become the victor. Meanwhile, in another part of the dead city, Liu Thantreki was barely hanging on, leaning against the wall and mumbling to herself sadly. Unexpectedly, on the train to Hove, she was caught up in this strange dead city. Many new lives were killed by the dragon-masked person. Liu Thantrek sadly bent down to look at herself, knowing she could only sit here alone. "I met a survivor and the teacher said he could help one person escape, but I could not go. In this dangerous situation, Liu Thantrek, feeling bored in this difficult secret realm, could only relieve herself by looking at her photos and chatting on her phone. She kept mumbling, 'I have to tell Daicheva not to get caught up in this.'" Thantreks, exhausted, rested her head on her hand. Now worried about Dechecha. "I wonder if the ones who escaped have met Dutch Hai yet. Unfortunately, I do not have the strength to find him now. With that overwhelming power, As long as he does not face the dragon mask, he should be fine. At this moment, sensing an unusual noise, Liu Than Trekkie looked up cautiously, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of unease. She opened her eyes wide, staring into the distance, her heart racing. Had she been discovered? Liu Than Trekkie worried for herself, telling herself that her current situation did not allow for a run. The opponent had locked onto her aura and would definitely come to seize the pendant. Though it was not a priority, she had a feeling Degecha would need it, and now she could not confront them, only lure them here. It turned out to be Dunging Tretch, who used his profession to quickly sweep away many weaker martial artists. He flew high with his large wings from a place far from Liu Than Trekkie, then excitedly called down, It is Liu Than Trekkie. During the university entrance exam, I heard that the Liu Soi Tin family had someone awake in the Yu Mun TC bloodline. At this moment, Yu Ding Tretch focused more, noticing that the girl also had a pendant and realized it. Since we share the divine bird bloodline, I specifically researched her information. She has a pearl pendant in hand. It is indeed a delightful surprise. At the top of the castle towers, using his emblem, Yangzi could see Liu Than Trekkie's movements. She was heading somewhere, trying to lure me to the parking lot of Thenlong. Ha! She really is adorably naive. Thenlong has already left. The parking lot is empty. Yangzi soared high with his large wings, leaning forward to gather strength and channel energy into it. Confidently, he shouted, Divim Chaning, wait for me here. I am going to catch someone. Right at the building where Liu Than Trekkie used to reside, Yangzi unleashed an explosion from the highest floor down to the lowest, compressing pressure into every level to eliminate Liu Than Trekkie at all costs. At this point, as he destroyed the building, Yangzi approached with his large wings glowing brightly and radiating intense energy. Now, Yangzi had transformed into his awakened form. He flapped his wings and shouted loudly, Liu Than Trekkie, you can escape, while I am busy looking for you to hunt down. I did not expect to feel terrified at the strange sounds echoing in my ears. He stared wide-eyed, silently panicking inside. The sound was when he turned back and saw a dark shadow in the pitch black and crimson night. The head of this creature was deformed and had many tendrils. Yangzi immediately recognized what the terrifying aura approaching him was. Oh my god! Is it the dragon god? How could this be? He should be out hunting down the thief who took the pendant. Right, why did he come here? This guy started to lose his composure because he knew for sure that meeting this person meant trouble. His body trembled uncontrollably. He thought to himself, if the dragon's target is those with the pendants, then he reasoned, since he had 4 pendants, he would likely prioritize the location with the most pendants. Truly too arrogant, instead pushing himself into a corner. From the aura that had enveloped him, Oyan finally realized the reason why. In the eyes of the dragon-headed man, 2 pupils suddenly glimmered with a mesmerizing light, as if all the pressure in this space was compressing towards Ouyangzi, tightening around his lifeline. The escape route was blocked. Ouyangzi was facing the one dubbed the strongest among the 12 zodiac. His face contorted as he tried to find a way out, but his mind felt strangely empty. The dragon-headed man had gotten closer, and shadows surged in from all directions to surround him, leaving only a flickering light to help him see the terrifying appearance of the enemy. Ouyangzi stiffened, overwhelmed by the oppressive power and heavy mental state. He had not even had a chance to react to the dragon-headed man while the opponent remained unusually calm. Only after receiving an initial attack did Ouyangzi feel extreme fear from the dragon-headed man. He stared blankly and called out, "Is this a domain? I did not expect the dragon god could execute techniques like this." On this side, he ceased all activity. Standing still, staring intently at the figure before him, his expression changing significantly, his jaws clenched tightly as he struggled to whisper. Just looking into the eyes of the one executing the technique would pull him into this special domain. He could only escape by eliminating the one who cast it. I never expected to be pushed this far. Just as the words left his mouth, the dragon-headed figure shot forward like lightning. Only 100 steps away, he unexpectedly accelerated instantly. The pitch-black dragon head with its glowing red eyes soared in terrifying haste. Ouyangzi was alarmed. He did not dare to fight back directly. Immediately folding his wings and shifting to a defensive stance, the dragon head swirled around Ouyangzi, continuously striking at him. Now, he could only bow his head and chant in prayer. At that moment, the dragon head became even more furious. It opened its massive mouth and let out a terrifying roar, wielding a brilliantly glowing sword, charging straight at Ouyangzi. The dragon head's eyes were wide open with murderous intent, resembling a manifesting demon, truly a sight of utter horror. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, Ouyangzi's comrade, Yan Jinghong, was also in danger. He was being attacked by someone, struggling to defend himself in a very awkward position. That attacker was none other than our Daich Ha. He had just executed a light move, yet his palms were still smoking. Dutch Hisha shot a displeased glance at Yan Jinghong and shook his head in exasperation. Damn it. You turned up the system volume to provoke me here. Right behind Daichea, Sussel held onto a still hot sword. He nodded a few times and then said, Dutch Ha. Leave this one to me. I want to test my strength a bit. Dutch Ha was taken aback upon hearing this, but Yan Xinghong was not going to back down easily now. He unleashed his full strength, wielding an enormous sword and leaping high with his mouth wide open. Behind him, the illusion of a large roaring tiger appeared. All his power surged towards Sichuan and Dutch Ha. He shouted, "You think you have caught me? You are too cocky. This little brat is nothing at all." Sichu calmly raised his still smoking sword before him, his bright eyes fixed on Yan Zhenghong as he softly uttered, "Ice slash." Immediately, a freezing sword energy shot straight toward Yan Zhenghong unexpectedly. Yan Zhenghong's slash shattered the icy layer that Sichu had just unleashed. This guy really had some skill. He had put all his strength into that attack. After that, seeing that he easily dealt with Su Sichu's attack, Yan Zhenghong chuckled. He flashed a grin, revealing his white teeth, and cheerfully looked at Sichu saying, "Where are you running to?" Yan Zhenghong became even bolder, charging forward like a raging bull, swinging his sword hard at Sichu's smaller sword. Sichu stepped back, using his ice sword to defend. Moving with grace and decisiveness, Sichu turned around, suddenly startled by what he saw in front of him. Yan Zhenghong launched another powerful strike with his gigantic blade. Sichu quickly braced himself with both hands against the strike aimed at his back. The friction between the two weapons sparked bright flashes of light. Sichu had to exert himself to hold on. At this point, Yan Zhenghong was already quite annoyed. He shouted the name of his sword technique, Ghost Soul. Upon seeing the move before him, Sichu could not help but feel a bit intimidated, his lips curling as he said, "Is it true that man and sword become one? If you are daring to challenge Sichu, then Sifu will fight back." At this moment, Sichu will also awaken his true self, erupting into the form of a gigantic ice dragon. It howled, releasing streams of icy breath. The dragon opened its wide mouth filled with sharp teeth, its body covered in razor-sharp scales, unleashing an incredibly chilling aura. Now, the fervor of Diem Chin Henning intensified. The tiger behind him roared terrifyingly upon seeing the ice dragon before him. The tiger's eyes lit up, glaring at its opponent, while Diem Chin Heng gripped his massive blade tightly towards Ofuchu. A dragon and a tiger charged at each other. Sifuchu was the ice dragon, while Dim Hiam Shang was the fierce tiger. Neither side was willing to back down, launching into a fierce confrontation. Sifuchu continuously launched ice attacks straight at the huge tiger, while Diem Chin Hem countered with powerful slashes from his blade aimed at the ice dragon. The pressure was so intense that it could be felt outside the screen, every muscle screaming in agony. As the two fought, Dutch Hiya sat and watched. He casually picked up a stone by the road and sat down, propping his feet and hands, ready to doze off. The sounds of their fight echoed loudly in his ears. Dutch Hida did not bother to intervene. He even intended to take a nap. While Diem Chin Heng was fighting, he suddenly noticed a signal from his comrade, the aura of Tretch. Is he calling for help? Suddenly, while battling Sif Chiu, Divim Chanting leaped back to dodge. In that moment, he lost his guard. Right now, Chan Hung could not focus like he did at the start anymore. Meanwhile, Sufchu kept pushing forward with great force. Divim Chanting, frustrated, turned with a glare and shouted, "Hemph, if it were not for this urgent matter, I would have shattered at least 8 of your bones by now, but once it is in Dho's hands, won't be so easy." Dutch He has intervened. He took a strong leap and gathered a large amount of energy aimed directly at Divim Chan Hung. His eyes flashed with annoyance as he said, "So you want to leave after talking tough? Have I let you go?" Dizem Chen Heng turned, bewildered by this terrifying pressure. What is this? Clenching his fist, Dutch Hijma's punch struck straight at Dizem Chan Heng. He quickly used his large blade to block it. The powerful punch erupted in a flash of explosion, dust flying everywhere, even with his sword trying to block it. Dutch Ha's blow was so strong that it sent Dim Chun Hung flying over 10 meters. He rolled like a ball, bouncing up and crashing down, floating helplessly in the air. After the effect wore off, Chan Hung tumbled down to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of dark blood. This guy, exhausted and struggling to get up, exclaimed, "What just happened? Did I just get knocked away by a beast?" "Over here," Dechihi smirked. "That was me knocking you away. After all, your screams were just too annoying. I just hit a little harder." Divim Chanang asked painfully, "Did you sneak attack me?" Dutchka laughed with his usual arrogance, saying, "I would not call that a sneak attack. Clearly, it is because you are slow and could not react to my punch." This made Dizem Heng furious. He shouted loudly, his big mouth still bleeding while he yelled, "I want to take your life." And yet 3 minutes later, his once arrogant mouth now had to be shut, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Divim Chanta could no longer move. Dechi said, trying to console him, "Don't he feel too bad? Lasting 3 minutes under me is quite impressive. That guy Trantine was knocked away by me with just one hit." Dutch Hava picked up the giant knife, shook it a little, then looked around. "Your weapon is pretty heavy. I want to use it for a bit. You do not mind, do you?" Divim Chanting was now trembling, lying flat on the ground at Dutch Ha's feet. He did not want to but could not say anything. Dutch Hia then channeled his Godzilla energy into the massive knife, he said now, but still needed to enhance it a bit more. Immediately, DM Hiem's huge knife was transformed with a Godzilla style. Many layers of Godzilla scales grew all over the knife. It was enhanced to be stronger and cooler. Dutch Ho looked at the weapon he just created. Extremely satisfied, he smiled with delight. At this moment, Sun Chu picked up a pendant and walked over to Dutch Ha. Dutch Ha, in his space. I could not find the pendant, but I found this. Hearing that, Dutch Hazel leaned over to see a pendant in Sufcho's hand, different from any other pendant. Su Chu said, this pendant kept flashing, as if it was sending out some kind of signal. Transitioning to the realm of the dragon god, in the area where Du Ding Trech was beaten, there was a pile of ruins. The scene here was desolate and barren. The realm of the dragon-headed guy surrounded the enemy to keep them from being detected. Yu Ding Trech had lost one arm, and the other hung limply. Severed. His wings had fallen off, leaving only a few feathers fluttering in the wind. Yu Ding Trech stood on his 2 legs, drenched in blood. He was in a pitiful state, gasping for breath. As blood flowed down his head in a deep red stream, he gasped a few words, not expecting to end up in this situation. Looking at the dragon-headed monster in front of him, he hung limply with a weapon in hand, still soaked in Du Ding Trech's blood. He cast a terrifying gaze directly at him. Yu Ding Trech trembled in his voice. I used the sealing spikes brought back from the secret ruins. If I can hit his heart, I can seal his martial arts and energy. There was indeed a spike embedded in the chest of the dragon-headed guy. Yu Ding Trech regretted. Unfortunately, I sacrificed an arm, yet still could not stab the spike into the heart of the dragon god, just barely 3 fingers away. Now, he had no strength to resist anymore. Yu Ding Trech bowed his head, accepting his fate. The dragon's large head opened wide, coming closer to devour him. Yu Ding Trech sadly realized he had lost his only chance to defeat this dragon monster. Right after defeating Oduong Trech, the domain of the dragon head dissipated, and he left to find a new target. Oduong Trech's body was pressed against the wall. A sword was impaled in his chest. He died without closing his eyes, his mouth wide open in agony, blood pouring like a stream. So, Oduong Trech won't be able to return to meet Hong Ti. Meanwhile, Lu Then Truck was desperately rushing up the stairs, urging herself on. Keep going. Keep going. I am almost at the rooftop. After dodging Oduong Trech, Lu Then Truck struggled to climb the stairs to the highest floor. She ran while panting heavily, filled with fear of the dragon. The mighty divine dragon was terrifying. Xu Nu could not compare to it. Lu Then Truck's face turned pale. She was frightened and thought firmly, Oduong Trech would not last long. The dragon's next target would surely be her if she wanted to survive. The only hope was for Dich Ho to come here and take her away. After thinking, Lu Then Truck ran while looking up, starting to observe. This was the tallest building. Dich Ho's signal had hinted at her, so she would send a signal to him as well. Then Truck gathered energy outside her body, opened her small, beautiful mouth wide, and shouted loudly, awakening her bloodline. Umanihiech. Instantly, Lu Then Truck became the center, spreading her bird-like wings, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The shockwave spread everywhere. Lu Then Truck hoped that her alarm would reach Dich Ho so he could find her. Exhausted, Lu Then Truck still forced herself to use her strength to signal. Now, she was too worn out and fell to the floor. Then Truck struggled to prop herself up, whispering, It hurts so much. I hope Dich Ho receives it. But suddenly, around Lu Then Truck, there were horrendous sounds, footsteps very close, growing louder, as if someone was about to approach her. Opening her eyes wide, she felt something sinister was coming closer. She struggled to push herself up and stand. Lu Then Truck murmured to herself, this sound could not be. Then Truck tried to crawl out to see what was approaching her. From the high floor, Lu Then Truck peeked down and saw the dragon head taking steps up the vertical wall. He defied the laws of physics, holding a sword and advancing fiercely towards the poor girl. Lu Then Truck's face turned 100 shades pale. Her forehead was purple and her body trembled. She gasped in despair. How did he find me so quickly? This is not good. I need to signal immediately. Telling Dich Ho to stay away was that murderous gaze. The dragon head opened its glowing eyes wide. It was pinpointing its next prey at the top of the building. The dragon head continued using the same old tactic, creating a field surrounding Lu Then Truck so no one could get in. He boldly stepped in the domain he created without any movement or resistance. Facing this fierce monster, Lu Then desperately tried to back away. The dragon-headed leader's eyes sparkled as he seemed to look up, revealing a gleeful grin at the sight of a fresh, tender prey. He raised his sword high and prepared to strike her down. In Liu Then Trucky's view, she saw the glowing sword of the dragon-headed man. It loomed large and menacing in front of the girl. Fearful, she burst into tears, muttering in despair, Damn it, it is too late. Suddenly, crack exploded in that space, growing stronger by the moment. It is D-Gay, he is here. Dechia shattered the barrier created by the dragon-headed man. He wielded the large sword borrowed from Dean Chine Hung, delivering a strong kick right to the dragon-headed man's face. The monster looked up in surprise. Dechi shouted, "I promised your parents I would protect you. My word is my bond." In the most dangerous moment, Luyu Than Trek saw Dutch Ham and tears streamed down her face. Her expression flushed. Luyu Thang felt a new spark of hope. She gasped in astonishment and called out loudly, "Dach Ha." The dragon-headed man noticed Dach Ha. He glared, growling in annoyance, and moved to the side. The expression on this man's face towards Dach Ha was very different. He seemed more cautious. Dach Hia charged in fiercely, launching an aggressive taunt at him. "And what about you, you dragon-headed mutt? What are you?" No hesitation. Dach He unleashed his integrated Godzilla move on the dragon-headed man. The overwhelming power slammed down on him, yet he merely deflected Dach Ha's strike with his flimsy sword. Showing no fear, Dach Ha's slash split the building where all three were present in half. Dach Ha forcefully swung his sword down, shattering the barrier all the way to the first floor. He quickly turned back towards Liu Than-Trux. "Sichiu and my little brother are in the eastern alley. You go there first." Liu Than-Trux nodded in agreement, but she still felt very confused and reluctant. "What about you?" Dach Hia stood amidst the powerful black Godzilla smoke, clearly reassuring her. "I will take on this dragon-faced guy." Saying that, Dach Ha activated his powers and dashed forward, jumping straight down from the high floor toward the dragon-headed man he had just attacked, with dust and smoke billowing, obscuring his figure. The tall building where Liu Than-Trux stood was sliced in two, smoke billowing in the middle. If the dragon-headed man could withstand this attack, he was certainly no ordinary foe. Dach Hia had now reached the ground, planting his large sword down and looking around. That strange footstep sound echoed again. The dragon-headed man was still there, walking while extending his glowing sword. Dach Ha firmly planted his sword beside him, stretching his arms and legs to warm up. Dechia smiled with delight, looking at the dragon and said, "Back to this field again. As soon as I received Than-Trekki's distress signal, I sensed something was off in this cursed place. Are you just going to hide in the battlefield?" However, Dechia happened to notice the nail embedded in his chest. It was newly stuck in a section at the top, yet this guy could not remove it. He thought about the nail, then Dechia began to piece together what he had heard. Could it be the plan to deal with the divine dragon that DM Chen Hung mentioned? The dragon head, after taking Dach Hao's hit, had lost its outer layer, revealing a muscular upper body moving underneath. The dragon head charged at Dach Ha, emanating a dark, suffocating aura. This guy seemed completely enraged, charging straight at him. The stronger the opponent, the more excited Dach Ha became. He reached back and pulled out the large saber with force. Dach Ha glared at the guy in front of him, a spark of Godzilla igniting in his eyes as he said, "Too fast." The large saber was lifted off the ground, surrounded by the dark energy of the dragon head. He then fiercely struck his sword at the opponent. Dach Ha also swung his massive saber back at the dragon head. Both energies clashed violently, and this guy refused to back down, pressing harder against Dechia. At this moment, the dragon head was a source of fear for all the students in the secret realm. Dechia shouted, "What is your deal? I can't wait to find out." The nearby building shook violently, as if it had to withstand an incredible source of power. Immediately, the Sukana building was torn into 3 pieces mid-air, with 2 streams of blue and pink light shooting up and down. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. According to the laws of nature, the building fell apart into countless fragments. Accordingly, 2 streams of light from Dach Ha and the dragon head soared above, both dove headfirst toward each other. Below them was a pile of wreckage, right where they were still fiercely battling. Dach Ha unleashed as many moves as the dragon head countered. Both struck without holding back, their energies radiating strongly, and nearby one could clearly hear the terrifying clash of strikes. At this moment, the dragon head was furious, opening its mouth wide and sticking out its long tongue, as if it had reached the pinnacle of madness. This guy swung high and charged up recklessly. The glowing energy-filled sword of the dragon head swung toward Dach Ha. He quickly used his saber to block it. Indeed, this guy's power was no joke. Dach Ha gritted his teeth, straining to withstand this terrifying force. Little did he know that the dragon head was so strong. It struck down hard on Dach Ha from above, sending him crashing to the ground. Below, it felt like a horrifying explosion was occurring. All that could be seen was a dazzling light in the center and debris flying everywhere outside. From within that cloud of dust, strange nuclear green smoke began to emerge from Dach Ha. It slithered from within and spilled out. Seeing the surge of energy erupting beneath the dragon's head, he was immediately taken by surprise. His eyes widened in shock as he realized danger was approaching. To make a powerful entrance, Godzilla Dach Ha opened his mouth wide and unleashed a column of nuclear energy, sending the dragon's head crashing through nearby buildings. The buildings were quickly demolished, as if Dach Ha had effortlessly crushed a rock. As everything gradually settled, the dust and smoke slowly dissipated. Amid the thick dust, the figure of Dach Ha had transformed into Godzilla. He strolled forward casually, wiping his mouth after releasing the nuclear energy, saying, "Strong indeed. Finally found a worthy opponent in this world." Dichia glared at his opponent in front of him, feeling both excited and pleased to meet a formidable rival. Silently thinking, so you won't be easily defeated. Right. Under the rubble of the building Decha had just destroyed, the dragon's head struggled to hold onto a piece of broken wall. Even pinned down like that, the creature showed no signs of losing its life, rising boldly from the debris. Moreover, this only made its aura stronger. He seemed to have gone mad and wanted to kill Decha right then and there. His 4 eyes glared at Decha with killing intent and aggression. In stark contrast to the seriousness and anger of his opponent, Decha wore a provocative smile. He thought to himself, defeating an invincible boss like this would not be much fun. Just as he finished his thought, the dragon-headed creature furiously leaped forward and continued attacking Decha, its eyes flashing dangerously with energy. He charged with a sword, revealing parts of its human face beneath the damaged dragon head. At that moment, Decha stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished and seemingly taken aback. Just catching his breath, the speed of the dragon-headed creature was truly terrifying. He wielded the sword with incredible speed, and a shining beam of light twisted through the air towards Decha. Quickly, he was pushed back a long distance while still holding his weapon to block the relentless strikes. Decha was straining to hold back this powerful opponent. He gritted his teeth and looked ahead, deep in thought. Just as the mask shattered, not only did the speed increase, but so did the force. Now, Decha could only see how terrifying the dragon-headed creature's gaze was. It opened wide in front of him, its 4 glowing eyes glaring as if they wanted to devour him whole. Decha's resistance was palpable. However, Decha's large sword from Dizem Chien Hung had been split in 2. The dragon-headed creature's strike came down hard, destroying the weapon in his hands. In an instant, Decha glanced over, surprised to find his weapon had broken. "My sword, is it really broken?" After disabling the opponent's weapon, the team leader of the dragon head held his sword tightly with both hands and kept a certain distance from Decha, preparing for his next move. Decha quickly turned around, startled by his urgent movements, and swiftly swung the painful blade in response. "You have lost your weapon, but you still have other options." Decha was not worried at all. He took to the air, biting down on the sword of the dragon head leader. Decha intentionally, he used his teeth, enhanced by his Godzilla strength, to take a strong bite. The dragon head leader was caught off guard by this move and stared at him in shock for a moment. With the sword in his mouth, he looked over at his opponent with a gleeful expression, ready to strike. Decha provocatively taunted, finally catching his opponent. He then tightened his grip on his dark, spiky Godzilla fist. It made loud cracking sounds. At that moment, the dragon head leader likely realized Decha's intentions. He immediately widened his eyes, sensing it and unable to respond in time. Decha's loving fist then landed right on the dragon head leader's chin. He took the full force of Decha's knockout punch, which was as powerful as a nuclear explosion. Green energy radiated across the dragon head leader's face while he still held the sword that missed Decha. At that moment, Decha felt victory was in his grasp. He strained himself and pouted, gathering all his strength. It had come to this. The dragon head leader's face was finally revealed. He fell backward, gazing blankly at the sky. His mask shattered. Decha then forcefully grabbed the dragon head leader's arm. He said, "It is not over yet." "Dear guest," Decha was annoyed. He tightened his fist even more, tensed up, and stood tall, using his strength to charge while shouting, "Technician number 23 at your service." Thus, a series of nuclear energy punches from Decha rained down on the dragon head leader's face. He passively endured that earth-shattering power. Now he looked like a lump of duff, bendable and smashable at Decha's will. Facing his opponent, Decha was excited and smug. He smiled, showing off his fangs, and thought to himself, the temples, throat, heart, spleen, and lower abdomen are all vital points of the human body. Moreover, you have been pierced with a needle, causing your meridians to be blocked, and your martial skills can't flow properly. The lethal blows penetrated these key points and meridians, destroying him from within. The dragon head leader was now just a shell of himself, his true face fully revealed, hair in disarray and looking pitifully gaunt. Clearly struggling, his hands could hardly grip the sword anymore. He shook his hands continuously and decided to throw the sword away. However, this throw was intentional. The dragon head leader had not yet given up. He threw the sword forcefully, aiming to strike at Decha. He was holding the dragon team's leader's hand, startled to discover what was happening. Decha's sharp instincts were truly remarkable. He quickly summoned the fan he had stolen from Lam Viti into his palm. Decha's face darkened, a chilling sight. With decisive action, Decha spread the fan to block Than Kim's strike from the dragon team leader. Thanks to this weapon, Decha narrowly escaped a deadly attack. He spoke as if he could foresee it. "I know you are not giving up yet. The only chance you have to kill me is when I first arrive, taking advantage of the surprise effect. Dechia struck hard, the fan spreading wide and forcefully knocking the dragon team's sword far away. Dechia stood tall, his figure unwavering. He concluded, leaving him with a glimmer of hope. With that, Dechia tensed up, waving his hand vigorously as he shouted and soared into the air. In a very short time, powerful gust from the fan gathered into a gigantic tornado. This unleashed a mighty energy, swirling like a superstorm making landfall, and the sky turned overcast. The tornado created by Dechia grew stronger, towering hundreds of meters high, drawing in the surrounding air currents, increasing in size and ferocity. The dragon team's leader was unintentionally pulled into the center of the tornado. Suspended inside, as the swirling energy tore at his body, black blood sprayed out, circling like a meat grinder, pitting the dragon team's leader. Now he had to passively endure each lacerating blow without any means to fight back. Dechao's voice voiced him to strengthen his killing intent more than when he was in Lam's hands. Dechia let out a roar, not giving his opponent a moment to breathe, his whole being exploding with Godzilla-level energy like a mobile nuclear bomb. A brilliant light enveloped him as he shot into the sky, his voice resonating with excitement. Before he could react to the overwhelming power, the dragon team's leader stood frozen, awaiting death in the palm of Decha's hand. The atomic destruction unleashed in the air saw Decha clench his fist, wild like a fierce beast, delivering a punch of immense force. The first punch, a deafening explosion echoed as the punch landed on the dragon team's leader, creating a blast like a blockbuster bomb, dust and debris flying everywhere. All that remained was a thick cloud of dust emanating from the nuclear energy. Glowing brilliantly, merging with the furious whirlwind, the dragon team's leader was sent flying like a puppet with its strings cut, his body limp like a torn rag floating in the air. Yet, his hand remained tightly gripping his sword. Despite being on the brink of death, Dechia showed no intention of letting up. As that body fell freely, he continued to charge forward at a terrifying speed. Dust billowed up behind him like a rocket trail. Dechia roared again. The second punch, when the distance was close enough, he unleashed another technique against his enemy, Lamson's Black Lightning Fist. Though his body was severely weakened, he still managed to react. This one used all his strength to swing his sword in defense, flipping mid-air, his long hair swirling. Indeed, Decha delivered a brutal blow. Just one punch sent the dragon team leader flying from one building to another. Despite trying to brace himself, his trajectory was erratic, showcasing the sheer force of Decha's kick. After taking two devastating punches, the dragon team leader was slammed against a wall, his body shattered, blood oozing from countless wounds. Yet, his entire body was stuck to the wall, and he still clutched his bright sword tightly, the pain forcing him to let out a groan. Decha floated closer, hovering in front of his pitifully gasping enemy. Where he collided, the membrane had burst into a massive hole. Decha spoke up, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "What kind of dragon are you? Thought you were strong, but turns out you are just a bug." After stripping away the dragon head, his true face revealed no nose, no mouth, just eyes glowing with hatred. He still refused to surrender, growling with the bright sword in hand, ready to kill. But in an instant, the sword he struggled to hold was pressed right against his own throat. His four-eyed gaze widened in utmost shock. Decha acted too quickly. He flew in and pressed the sword tightly against the dragon team leader's neck. In his armor, Decha looked cooler than ever, his overwhelming combat power dominating the scene. He only needed one hand to toy with the dragon team leader. The next moment, the head fell, plummeting, its long hair flowing with gravity. Thus, Decha had collected the dragon necklace. He held it out in front of him, satisfied, saying the dragon pendant was also obtained. Time to end this game. A moment later, after dealing with the dragon team leader, Decha returned to his friends. Dizem Chantang had completely surrendered to his power. Bowing his head and saying not a word, Dizem Chantang knelt before Decha, while he casually strolled past him with his hands in his pockets. Not even glancing back, Decha approached Liu Than Trux, who had been saved just in time by Si Fichu. Liu Than Tru's eyes lit up upon seeing Decha. She gasped and blushed, reminding him not to confront the dragon mask alone. Meanwhile, Sichu glanced at Liu Than Trux and coldly remarked, "Besides Decha, we would just be adding trouble." Hearing this, Liu Than Trux nodded, too shy to look anyone in the eye, silently reflecting with a sad expression. Sichu was right. She was injured to the point where she could not perform any martial arts. Trying to help Decha would only distract him. If only I were stronger, I would not be a burden. Seeing the beautiful girl deep in thought, Decha immediately made a playful gesture and teased, "What are you thinking about?" Liu Than Trux was startled by Decha's calm demeanor. "Ha ha." She quickly turned away. Blushing, Decha then asked about the fight with the bull. He extended his hand in front of Liu Than Trux and said, "The dragon pendant. Are you really asking me to steal?" Liu Than Trux turned away and reached into her pocket. Yeah. Here it is." So in the end, Didi had collected all 12 necklaces corresponding to the 12 zodiac signs. Looking at them, he thought for a moment and then said loudly, "Try arranging them in the order of the 12 zodiac signs from rat to pig. Nothing comes of it." Sichiu, standing nearby with arms crossed, called out, "Nothing's happening. Did we arrange them wrong?" Dedipia was also feeling a headache. He stroked his chin, staring at the 12 collected necklaces without deducing anything. Suddenly, Dizem Chanhang approached the necklaces and spoke up. "This special divine dragon is not designed to hunt like other masks, but rather to track down the necklace holder. So normally, there is no need to collect dragon necklaces to pass through." Saying this, Dizem Chanhang picked up the dragon necklace. Instantly, the whole place seemed to have a strange tremor, and everyone panicked and looked around. Did we succeed? What mechanism was activated? Suddenly, a dense cloud appeared in the sky near Deepa and the martial arts students, with a bright light shining in the middle and a bolt of golden lightning striking down. The tall buildings nearby were illuminated, a supernatural phenomenon that no one in the group had ever seen. Didipia noticed it first, staring in shock and shouting, "Look, what is that in the sky?" From right in the middle of the glowing spot in the sky, a huge eye emerged. This eye grew larger and larger, and the surrounding clouds thickened as it drew closer. It seemed that the energy emanating from there affected Dipia, and he realized something was off with him, his eyes widening in confusion. The eye continued to draw Dipaka closer. He was unconsciously overwhelmed by this force, pulling his body toward the strange and terrifying thing. Suddenly, Dippy found himself falling into an undefined void, flailing without any point of support. Dipia screamed loudly. Filled with fear, he cried out in despair in the void, not knowing if anyone could hear him. Then, his eyes widened, and Dipika's dazed face looked ahead. At that moment, all the students in the train car also woke up at the same time. Everyone is in panic and does not understand what is happening. Is this the big flower train? Am I back? I am still alive. I remember being killed by that dog-faced person. Just a moment ago, I was in that strange city. Why am I back here now? Right. I remember many people being killed by that dragon. Was it really just a dream? How can so many people dream the same dream? The corner. Devon and Svachu remain silent. Just as everyone is still confused, the train's announcement suddenly blares. "Attention. All students, please do not panic. You have just been pulled into an illusion created by the divine artifact. This is a freshman assessment for the university. Everyone relax." Dutch Ho figured out it was just a test of abilities from Ho Yi University, so his expression remained neutral. The announcement continued with special news. In this assessment, the team Dutch A, Sichiu, and Liu Than Trekferman collected enough zodiac charms to rank first. Dutch Ha performed exceptionally well. Special rewards will be given after enrollment. This news was broadcasted for all students to hear. Upon hearing this, students from other provinces were curious and discussed it animatedly. "Who is Dheche? I died too early to know about what happened later with Yu Dung Truch's defeat. Where isn't Then? How could a new student from a big city lose to someone from the countryside? Gathering enough tokens. How is that possible? I can't even beat a single mask. They must be some hidden martial arts family's illegitimate child. I need to get familiar with Dutch Ha." Just then, a beam of green light shone directly on Dutch Ha's face. He widened his eyes, looking at it hopefully, and whispered, "Finally, it has arrived. It turns out that fulfilling the special condition will unlock a prize draw." Immediately, a system panel appeared before Dutch Ha, and the text lit up. "Congratulations. The master has overwhelmed all new students in the grand trial, earning one prize draw." Dchache finished reading it. Sweating profusely, his heart racing, he quickly called his best friend nearby for help. "Sichiu, give me a wet towel. I need to wipe my hands carefully. This time, I must not mess up." A token appeared right in front of Dchacha. This is the moment to pray to the ancestors at the highest level. Whether luck is good or bad depends on this moment. A wave of dark and powerful demonic energy emanated as the token slowly flipped open. Before Dchecher appeared a vampire. He had a tall, muscular body with horns on his head. The surrounding air was filled with a terrifying magical aura. As soon as he appeared, he laughed heartily. The system announced the token's details. 3rd level model. Vampire Rakudo. Abilities include bloodline power, corpse transformation, blood control, immortality, 1% compatibility with the evolutionary form, Rakudo, Sururo, Giovanno. Thus, the train to Hoeu continued on its journey. Perhaps there would be no more challenges this time. Dutch Ha had just received a true vampire, sitting alone and laughing like a maniac, muttering something to himself. He thought, "A vampire," feeling excited inside. "I got an Sir card, and it is a gold card. Though the bloodline is worthless, the upgraded form of this model has the ability to stop time. This is truly incredible." At that moment, a man approached him to strike up a conversation. "You are Dita Chea, right?" The one who spoke was Du Deng Trech, a somewhat arrogant-looking young man. Hearing that Dech Ha was praised, he approached with a condescending attitude. You defeated Then Long. Nearby, the Dzam Shihang also felt a bit anxious about the arrogance since he did not know Dech Hakao's strength, only daring to think. A tretch. Calm down. If you clash with Dech Ha, where is the hospital on this train? Dech Ha was already irritated by this tone. He glanced up without looking directly at Du Zheng Tretch and replied in a deep voice. Correction. It was not a victory. I killed him. When Ouyangzi heard this, he started to feel dizzy. He wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered, kill each other, right in front of numerous martial artists. Ouyangzi acted like he was the strongest here. He openly expressed his desire to recruit Dahat on the train. Dahe. I am planning to establish a new association separate from the student association at Hawaii, and I want you to join. I will make you the president. For years, students from Ho have monopolized the position of outstanding freshman and the president of the student association. This tactic quickly attracted the attention of the new martial artists. Soon after, Ouyangzi changed his attitude to be more amiable and humble, smiling as he extended his hand and continued. Dahe. Your strength shows me we have a great chance to break this tradition. Join our association. This caused a commotion throughout the train, as the cameras buzzed in excitement. How could the arrogant Ouyangzi actively invite Daiha and still give up the position of president? This marked the beginning of a new legend at Hawaii, a historic moment. Without thinking, Dia bluntly rejected this historic invitation. Sorry, I am not interested in competing or forming associations. I prefer being alone. Immediately, everyone started whispering excitedly. Dia just refused. Oh my gosh. A shocking rejection. Who is this Dihai anyway? Did he really just turn down Ouyangzi? What a pity. However, Ouyangzi remained calm, handing Diho a card and saying, no worries. This is my business card. I look forward to working with you. Dahe. Soon it will be dark, and the train will arrive at Hoa University. At that moment, beside Dia, Suchu glanced out the window and said, we are here. Hearing this, Daha was startled and looked over, surprised it had come so quickly. We are here already. As soon as he saw the city in front of him, Daha's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open in awe as he shouted loudly, whoa. Before Diha was a dazzling Hothia, bustling far more than Anthen. He could not help but exclaim, whoa. This is Hovi, truly a grand metropolis. The train doors opened, and the martial artists quickly exited the train. Once outside, a train staff member was arranged to guide the new students to their paths. New students of Hoi, please proceed this way to the school. Maintain your order, and check your seat numbers according to your position on the Hawaii train. Thus, Dahe, along with the new friends and F. Shu, walked along with the crowd. Suddenly, the whole group had to stop. Everyone looked panicked as they gazed at what was in front of them. In front of the new martial artists was a massive super airplane. It looked as modern as any spacecraft from a sci-fi movie. An announcement asked them to board the plane in order. Accordingly, the new students lined up neatly to get on the aircraft. Dahe, from the back, spotted the beautiful figure of Liu Than Trukai head and approached her. He poked her with his hand and called out, hey, Liu Than Treek. Than Treek was startled and jumped, her whole body shaking. Diva's little poke made Liu Than Truka scream like a frightened ghost. She remembered her mother's warning before starting school. Than Truk recalled that although they were engaged, they had not married yet, so they should not be too intimate in public and let him take advantage of her to protect herself. Got it. Liu Than Truk immediately reacted strongly. What are you doing? We are in public. Yet, Dutch Ha replied very calmly. What public? Are you asleep? I am asking why we have to fly. Hearing Dish's silly questions, she went from angry to regretful, took a deep breath, and whispered, why did my mom engage me to a country bumpkin like you? Saying that, then Truck pointed her finger at the sky and briefly explained, because Hovi is up in the sky. Dutch Hong looked up and asked, in the sky? Than Truck replied firmly, a city in the clouds. What Liu Than Truck mentioned was a city suspended among the clouds, technologically advanced city beyond imagination. Perhaps humanity had to evolve due to the adversities caused by monsters from other realms. The aircraft carrying the warriors entered the safe zone of the university, bringing pride and hope of a new generation to protect Lamteen. Dichia sat on the flight, looking out the window. Noticing this, Hosey, is this electromagnetic grid to prevent monster invasions? Once inside, even the life detection range shrank. Truly Hosey. After a while, the plane landed, and Dechu and Safechu got off. The staff reminded the typical country bumpkins like Dech Ha to please keep their cards handy. The student card clearly stated Dutch Ha's name, male gender, and class 1. The announcement directed them to the train station to go to the dorm. The train station here has a reverse architectural style but an incredibly fast speed. The towering buildings and extensive elevator systems were all different from the ground. Like a version of Chongqing. Like a fool, Deech Heftha thought of nothing, standing in the crowded place pointing and laughing. We have made it to the highest city in the world. Guys, if you do not mind, Others will mine for you. People around were talking. What is he saying? Where did this idiot come from? Seems like there is something wrong with his head. Soon, Dutch He and Sif Chiju moved up in the elevator to that tall building. He turned with interest and asked, "My room is on the 42nd floor, room A3. Sichiu, where are you?" Susingu replied, "I am on the 45th floor, room B7. Dufich Hong." Hearing this, said, "Higher than me. I will go down first." Entering the room the school arranged for Daicha Ha was his first experience of such luxury. Before even stepping inside, he was already shouting outside, "A 100M single room. The treatment for HoEA students is top-notch." Then ran over to the prepared PC with a VIP ergonomic chair. Dutch Ho was overjoyed, running and shouting in delight, "The latest computer. Fully equipped. So awesome." More importantly, when he ran into the bathroom, it did not disappoint him. Dutch Ha had to blink at what he saw. There was even a magic bathtub. No one could refuse a magic bathtub. Then he quickly jumped onto the soft bed, the highest quality latex mattress from HoEA. He comfortably lay down and shouted in happiness, "This is like a 5-star hotel." Just as he was about to take a nap, Dutchy suddenly remembered and squinted, telling himself he had to get the main thing done first. He immediately sat up and pulled out his phone, planning to upgrade the vampire model Rakudo. On the train, we learned how to use the barcode scanning feature on our phones to log into the HoVA app. In it, there is the Academy of Commerce that only uses the electronic currency points from HoEI. I still need to exchange 30 million HQIF currency for points. A moment later, his phone unexpectedly notified him. Tin Ho VEA thing received 322.43 points. Just after reading it, Dech He exhaled, his face pale, thinking that 100,000 for 1 point was too expensive. But the goods in the trade city were indeed top-notch, with many things not available on the market. Here, one can openly purchase special student privileges from Ho Day. After that, Dutcher excitedly interacted with his phone nonstop. He bought all the bloodline magical cores like this. It should be enough to upgrade the model. Previously, the Supergiant model had an investment of less than 10 million but had over 90% compatibility. A moment later, the system notified that student Dutch Hath thanked for the purchase, wishing a smooth cultivation. Remember to give a 5-star review. Just click, and a drone will automatically deliver the prepackaged items. Dech He was really excited. So fast. Delivery by drone. After opening it, a bunch of crystals appeared in the box. Dech He looked at the pile and licked his lips. Then said, "All right, let us swallow it all." Immediately, there was a change. Dutch Ha's hands became more jagged. His nails also grew long and sharp, like a monster. He struggled to say, "Ate too much." Feeling a bit tired, the system notified, Vampire Model Rakudo, compatibility 100%. Hint, Rakudo Suro has been unlocked, an unlimited monster model, subject Dachia, total physique of 29. He ran to the toilet, looking at himself in the mirror, his face pale with dark veins running all over his eyes. Feeling a strong but clear effect within his body, he grinned, revealing his teeth and said, "Fangs are definitely sharper now." Looking a bit deeper, Didachio noticed that there were blood grooves on the edges of his teeth. Biting into an enemy would be like sipping on bubble tea. Looking back at his 5-fingered hand, Dutch Ha barely recognized it and said, "Nails are sharp now too." Yet, he unknowingly fixated his gaze on his hand full of sharp nails. Mumbling, "I have a bold idea right now." Suddenly, Dutch Ha stabbed his hand into his throat. Blood erupted like a volcano from behind. Dutch Ha leaned on the toilet bowl, his body trembling and emitting uncomfortable breaths. On his back, dark blood flowed out profusely. Red syrup from Dutch Ha's throat and mouth gushed out like a waterfall. He really took a risk to test his new power. An odd thing happened at the stab wound on Dutch Ha's neck. The injury began to heal, and the blood gradually retreated back inside. At this moment, his complexion looked much brighter, and the wound finally closed completely, leaving only a small trace. Seeing the recovery progress, Ditcha smiled in satisfaction and said, faster than before. He looked at his hand and nodded, mouth slightly messy, saying, "The self-healing ability of a vampire can really be seen, but the body changes are secondary. The most important thing is my new strength." Then Decha walked into his private training room in the apartment. He stepped inside, looked around, and said, "Indeed, a martial arts world. Even the university dorms have training rooms." Next, dismissing all external catalysts, Decha focused his spirit and intellect. He quickly reached a heightened state, his body igniting with a surge of power. He tightly closed his eyes, along with his solid physique. At this moment, Decha proactively opened his eyes wide, his glowing gaze looking ahead as he took a deep breath. Right in front of Dechhage appeared the vampire he had just summoned yesterday. It appeared with an incredibly arrogant and cool demeanor along with legendary black wings. Dechhige looked up at that figure, his eyes serious and commanding. "Come on. Hit me." The vampire immediately unleashed its power in a rage. It bent over and nodded, an energy wave instantly enveloping the entire room like a whirlwind. Then, its large wings folded around its body, and a dark aura enveloped it like a cocoon. In the next moment, a form appeared behind the vampire, powerful and intimidating figure, adorned with roses on its head and spikes all over its body. Its eyes glowed red, arms crossed as it looked at Dutch Ha in front of it, then tightened its fist and charged forward. The one just summoned by this vampire tightened its steel fist covered in spikes and rushed at him. Dutch Ha quickly raised his hands to shield himself. He tried to push his eyes open to see the opponent in front of him. Punch from the rose-headed one struck Dutch Ha's chest. He struggled to endure it to train his resistance power. The punch was so powerful that it pierced through Dutch Ha, causing him to stagger momentarily. But when he looked back at his hands, all the joints in his hands were shattered, indicating that the entity was also extremely strong. After experiencing that steel punch, Dutch Ha slid across the floor and crashed into a reinforced rubber wall. But was that all? Dutch Ha struggled to get up, his shattered arms quickly recovering. He looked up, smirked slightly, and said, "Good. Very strong." Then he said, "Let us test the time-stopping skill." As soon as he finished speaking, the vampire model Rakuto immediately complied. From his body as the center, a gray area emanated around. Everything within the range immediately froze. Time started counting down, the area expanding bigger by 1 second, then 2 seconds, 3, 4, and 5 seconds. It shook violently and showed signs of cracking, like an egg about to hatch. Dutch Haga did not want this. He suppressed the area from cracking. Dutch Ha looked serious and displeased, silently saying, "No, time must continue to stop." The pressure of the area pressed tightly on Dutch Ha. He struggled to endure and push his limits. At 5.1 seconds, each pang of pain felt like 1,000 broken ribs at once. At 5.3 seconds, the pain spread throughout his body. Blood could be seen leaking from everywhere. In each blood vessel in his eyes, blood burst forth like a waterfall, his eyes wide open as if about to explode. The space behind him dimmed and then gradually became clear, resembling an unstable semiconductor state. The rose-headed one was still quite resilient, and in an instant, the entire space seemed to tremble intensely. Ending at the 5.9-second mark, all layers of defense collapsed, the space shattered like broken glass, and time officially resumed its normal flow. At this moment, Dutch Ha bent down, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth while secretly smiling. "Indeed, 5 seconds is your limit, but not mine." The next morning, Dutch Ha met with Sithichu, and the two were strolling down the street. However, after experiencing the powers of the Rakuto vampire, he felt uncomfortable in the sunlight and instinctively shielded himself, saying, "It is a bit too bright today, is not it?" Sithichu did not notice anything. "What is wrong?" Dutch Ha hesitated a little. He thought to himself that after merging with the Rakuto vampire model, he naturally began to hate sunlight. Although he would not die immediately like a real vampire when exposed to light, Sithichu did not pay attention to this and turned to ask, "Have you seen the reform of Hova University this year?" While shielding himself from the sun, Dutch Ha asked back, "I have not seen it. Is there something going on?" Dutch Ha mumbled, "I was struggling with Rakuto all night last night. Did not pay attention to other things." Sithichu quickly explained everything to Dutch Ha. This year, Hova University has changed its traditional classroom learning model to a group advising system. Essentially, each academic year will have a supervising professor, during which students can also visit and learn from other assistant professors. At this point, Dutch Ha curiously turned to ask, "So do we have to go visit the professors?" Sithichu picked up his phone and held it out for Dutch Ha to see, then replied straightforwardly, "Not us. I need to visit the professors." "But you do not." Dutch Ha was still a bit dazed, not fully comprehending. "What do you mean?" Sithichu showed the phone more clearly to Dutch Ha. "You should check the announcement in the freshman group from last night. It is written there." Considering that freshman Dutch Ha had gathered all 12 zodiac pendants, the school specially awarded him the right to directly choose any advisor. The advisor cannot refuse. After reading it, he twisted his expression, thinking it might be a bit too exaggerated to post in the group. The scene shifted to the stadium and area, where many students were gathered in long lines, surrounded by murmurs and chatter. There were so many people, it seemed like 3 people formed a group to enter the examination room, where the advisor would turn on the lights to select students. Dutch Ha was outside by the door, waving as he called out, "Sithichu, you go in first. I will wander around for a bit, since I can choose any advisor. It does not matter when I go in." Dutch Ha wandered outside, muttering to himself as he walked, choosing an advisor. It was so boring. Suddenly, while walking peacefully, he caught a sweet, candy-like smell, a metallic tang wafting through his nose. He sniffed and immediately recognized it as the scent of blood. He quickly followed the faint scent he had just caught. As he ran, he whispered to himself, if it was just the ordinary smell of blood, it would not be strange. But this particular scent carried hidden malice and guilt, fierce like an undercurrent beneath the sea, even stirring the murderous intent within him, compelling him to seek out its source. Following the scent led Dutch Ha a short distance, and he was startled to see what lay ahead. Dutch Ha saw a girl dressed in modern attire squatting by the roadside eating roasted sweet potatoes. Strange. the scent that enveloped him and made Dach Ha chase after it came from this little girl. He could not help but be speechless as he watched her open her mouth wide to take a bite of a sweet potato. In fact, Dach still could not quite believe it. He looked around to see if anyone else was there, but there was no one. Looking at the white-haired girl in front of him, Dach could not help but grimace. How could such an adorable girl be the source of that fierce aura? I must be mistaken. Suddenly, the girl's gaze flicked over to him, catching his attention. Holding half a sweet potato in her hand, the girl turned to ask Dach with a look of surprise and an unexpected form of address. Kid, you have trained your body, have not you? He did not expect this little girl to sense it. Bung moved closer and asked, how do you know? She tilted her head, looking him up and down. Dach here could not help but mumble to himself. How could someone with such a childish appearance act so maturely? And she even dared to call him kid. Still, in response to his skepticism, the girl calmly munched on the sweet potato in her hand and declared boldly, because this technique is what I helped little tiger perfect. The name struck Dach like a thunderbolt, and he immediately remembered. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. A hypothesis flashed through his mind. Little tiger, could it be that you are referring to? Opposite him, the girl stood confidently, her expression full of interest as she continued. Liu Yuthin, he was my disciple over 90 years ago. Dach burst out laughing, unable to believe his ears. Are you kidding me? The lifespan of martial artists can indeed exceed that of ordinary people. A 90-year-old master can still maintain peak condition. But this little girl in front of me, with her babyish demeanor, is simply ridiculous. Dach squinted, a new thought sparking in his mind. For martial artists practicing unique techniques, changing their bone structure to that of a child is not impossible. But this girl's innocent and clueless look, if not an Oscar-worthy performance, cannot be faked. She then dropped the playful expression, her face turning unusually serious, her tone resolute and hard to describe. What is wrong? Don't you believe me? Hearing this, Dach scoffed disdainfully, smirking as he retorted sarcastically. I would believe you if you told me I was Qun Shi Huang. Send me 50. And then I will believe you. At that moment, the scenery around Dach suddenly changed. A red hue of blood engulfed everything. He found himself being escorted to a guillotine, the sharp blade hovering dangerously close to his neck. Dach's eyes wide, confused about what was happening. Clearly, he was standing in the middle of the street. A loud crash echoed. As the icy blade descended, Dach felt the unmistakable sensation of his head being severed from his body. His head rolled like a ball, stopping right at the feet of the silver-haired girl. Even with just his head left, he struggled to mumble a few sounds. Moments later, Dach let out a breath and snapped back to reality. He stared wide-eyed, cold sweat pouring down from the terrifying experience he just had. Was it an illusion? Such pure killing intent to the point of making me feel like my head was being chopped off. Too shocking. Too overwhelming. Dach opened his mouth and growled 3 words. Get out of here. Just as he was still confused about what was happening, that girl suddenly stuffed a lollipop directly into his mouth. Dach instinctively closed his mouth, his eyes still wide in shock. The girl cheerfully said, "This is my favorite soft strawberry candy for you." Then the girl started making cute poses, twisting like a real loli. Before continuing, sorry, little guy, I think I might have gone a bit overboard. Please do not report me to the school. Now I can only go out for fresh air for 1 or 2 hours a week. It is so pitiful. Still holding the lollipop in his mouth, Dach stuttered. Who are you? The girl struck a graceful pose in front of him and replied, My name is Kung Gia, and I am a very strong master. Just so you know, Principal Ho Zi, that is the guy the Kin Viven. When I was little, I used to make him cry. After finishing, she did not forget to give him a mischievous wink. This introduction struck Dach like a lightning bolt, leaving him stunned, his limbs weak, and he directly knelt down on the ground. In his mind, he screamed, Kunka has perfected the mysterious martial arts. Then she must be able to help me break through the bottleneck. She is a master specializing in killing. A perfect match for me. An investment that won't fail. Thinking is doing, he immediately knelt down with his hands together, his face as serious as possible, and bowed to her. Dutch Fiu Lin in half a lifetime has never met a master. Dach wish to take Kung Kai as my teacher. Hoping you will grant me this. This ridiculous act was no different from when his father bowed to a master. Kunka looked at his rapid change of attitude. Stunned, she struggled to utter a few words. The scene shifts back to area of Ho University. The most elite and powerful teachers of Ho are sitting on the judging panel. Surrounding them are murmurs of discussion. Who would have thought that the dean of the 5 largest academies of Ho Zi would be the advisor for this new student intake? If we could get any dean to take us as disciples, we would be set for life. What are you thinking? Those are 5 deans. How could they possibly pay attention to us new students? So what are they doing here? Wasting time? Of course not. Haven't you heard that new student named Dutch Ha has already completed the 12 Zodiac Challenge? These directors must have come because of him. The new students were unaware that the 12 Zodiac competition was broadcast live, and the audience was none other than the entire faculty of Hosei. From the moment the announcement was made on the train, the teachers began evaluating each student's crisis responsibilities, using A to analyze facial expressions and score each person's response capability. Those who thought this was just a challenge with no preparation or recklessly entered the 12 Zodiac city would receive low scores. Then, in the battle with the 12 Zodiac masked person. Combat intelligence, practical ability, and organizational skills were all important scoring criteria. Even if the new students did not succeed in hunting the masked person, excelling in any of those areas could still score high, and Dutch Hefta was the only new student who received the highest evaluation from start to finish. But that alone was not enough to impress the 5 directors. What truly astonished them was that he had defeated the god dragon, who was completely outside the challenge's targets and would surely lead to death if encountered. Below, a teacher with a bushy beard looked at the new martial artists lining up and turned to speak to the female teacher beside him. Perhaps even Daichev did not know which divine being he had defeated. That was a model trained by the female supercomputer of the H-Quck based on data left by the national-level martial artist Fio Hung-sen when he enrolled at Hoa-Zi. Although even the supercomputer could not replicate the capabilities of that divine duo in the Dream Sea illusion. Fio Hung-sen was the strongest martial artist in the history of Akuf, even the world, and the record he left at Hosei has not been surpassed for 100 years. With the training Daiche Ho received, he can take down a model like that. Even if he can't fully replicate the original's power, it is enough to showcase his extraordinary talent. As long as nothing goes wrong on his path to growth, he can at least become a master in his lifetime, or even break through to the Grand Master level. Right now, all we need to do is control our emotions and continue waiting for Dechika to come and pay his respects. Just as he finished speaking, someone rushed in from outside, announcing loudly, "This is bad." "Director," the man announced urgently, "Dutchio has already paid his respects to the former professor IE, who is now a special staff member of Kungka." Upon hearing this, the teachers who had arrived early to await Dutch Hao's visit were so stunned they jumped up, exclaiming, "What?" Back at Dicheche and Kungka's side, "You are holding her tightly now. No matter how much Kungka struggles, you won't let go. You want to pay me as your master, right?" "Yes. I have already accepted you, master." Dutch Ho thought to himself, "This old lady seems to be over 100 years old. If I kneel down to her in broad daylight, I would definitely get at least 3 years in prison." Kunga pushed Dutch Ha away and said loudly, "But it seems I have been expelled by Yaishii." Dutch Ha remained steadfast, his gaze both determined and bright, confidently stating, "Master, you said you could only go outside for 1 or 2 hours a week. If you accept me as your disciple, I will find a way to help you gain your freedom within 2 years. This offer was surprisingly effective. Hearing this, Kunga's eyes shone even brighter than Dutch Ha's. "Really? All right, then I agree." He slyly smiled, successfully seducing her. Everything was going smoothly when suddenly a loud shout rang out. "Wait!" The sound trembled the heavens. Hearing that Deche chose Kung Ka as his master, the teachers who had come early but were not chosen rushed over to the two. As they approached, Kung Ka spoke up. "Well, a bunch of busybodies have arrived." A teacher, as rigid as a forgotten statue with an indistinct face, stepped in to intervene. "Senior Kung Ka, did not you say you would not interact with students while outside?" The previous teacher chimed in. "Moreover, with your current mental state, it is not suitable for you to teach students." "That is right, Senior Kung Ka. You should head home." Kung Ka calmly supported herself against the group blocking her, then turned to Dechao and asked, "Head home?" "Hemph, fine. What is your name?" Dechia bowed respectfully. "Master, my name is Deche." She boldly stepped forward with her 3-meter-long legs, speaking firmly. "Good. Dachha, come home with me." Following behind, Dechia held his head high, feeling proud and arrogant in front of them. The scene shifted to the Hoa He Research Institute, which was tall and spacious with extremely unique architecture. Dachha followed Kung Ka all the way here, looking around as he walked behind, while the old lady Kung Ka skipped leisurely. Just like that, he followed Kung Ka into the grand hall and into the elevator. Inside, Di tilted his head and asked, "Master, do you really live in such a remote place?" Kung Ka calmly replied, "Yes, mainly because decades ago I had a bit of a breakdown and often harmed others. Then, Hosei arranged for me to stay in this research facility. But fortunately, I have been able to control myself in recent years. Finally, I have a chance to go outside and feel the breeze." Dai Hai asked in confusion, "So, am I the first student you have taken in decades?" Hearing this, Kung Ka frowned and asked, "You really have a strange brain. Should not you be scared?" Dai felt a cold sweat break out seeing the old lady's attitude, fearing that his master would chop him up. Ding. After a moment, the elevator reached floor 666. The doors open, revealing a long hallway in front of Dia, with high walls making the narrow passage feel a bit suffocating. He blurted out, "Why is there such a narrow passage in such a big research facility?" Kunke explained, "Because this is a place only I can go." Noticing a row of numbers ahead, he continued to question, "That door has a number. Is it a countdown?" Without waiting for an answer, Kunka suddenly dashed off like an arrow. She pushed herself to the limit, running while shouting, "Damn it. We are out of time. Hurry in." Under the urgency, Diva could not adapt and leaned against the elevator, stubbornly asking, "What is that countdown about, Master?" In a hurry, encountering this tangled situation, Kunka had to run fast while turning back to explain to him, "Every time I go out, the electronic clock starts counting down. If I do not return by the designated time, the alarm will sound at the principal's office of Hovie. Then I will have to face being hunted down by Hodi. Hearing this, he exclaimed, "Is it really that serious?" Ding. The clock struck the exact hour, without a minute or second to spare. Fortunately, Kunga made it just in time, passing through the narrow passage. Although Diha was running behind, his own abilities made those few seconds feel trivial. As soon as he stepped inside, the door slammed shut immediately. Moreover, the outer door automatically reinforced the protective net, making it impossible to go outside or for anyone to come in. Kunke entered and breathed a sigh of relief, almost missing it. Daiga turned around to sense himself and thought there seemed to be a special magnetic field here. "My martial arts are very hard to gather outside my body. In other words, unleashing martial techniques here will be significantly weakened." But hearing Diaja's thoughts, Kunka naturally replied, "Of course, because this is my prison," and she introduced her room in detail. "To keep me from going out, those little brats at the institute built me a large 3-story house, fully equipped for entertainment and martial arts, but they also installed a high-power electromagnetic field to suppress the weapons of martial artists." After saying that, Kunka leaned back on the sofa. Although her hair was white, she looked like a teenage girl, arms crossed behind her head, exhaling and saying, "To prevent me from breaking out of boredom." Dia saw this scene and bit his lip, only daring to think to himself, "They call it a prison, but it is basically a luxurious apartment. All daily needs are met. It feels like he is here worshipping Master Kunga." The scene shifts to Hoado University. The older man sitting with the phone in hand is the principal of Hodo Then Van University. On the phone, a very urgent voice came through. "Principal, it is not good. Dutch Ho has already pledged himself to Ka as a disciple," but he responded very carefully and seemed unconcerned, saying not to worry about him. Then the principal became serious, his tone lowered as he spoke clearly. "Remember the current reform goal of Hozi. We do not need to nurture a group of pillars. We need to nurture one person, a top-tier powerhouse who can support the lower nation for humanity, while providing enough resources for the genius. Let the genius develop freely. Let Dutch Ho learn from Ka first. The new students at Ho-Ie are about to finish their training. At that time, let Dutch Ho use this sharpening stone to hone those still immature blades on the other end. Even if it is regretful, I understand. Principal." At this moment, the principal turned to look at Ka's information displayed on the computer. The voice on the phone reported, "Principal, the new student Dutch Ho has entered the private room with Ka. Everything is fine so far." The person continued, "But according to big data calculations, the special strategy for Ka has about a 5% chance of losing control when in a room with others for an extended period." The information on K clearly showed anger, dangerous intent, flower fate. Special strategy, with a loss of control rate of 5 to 14%. Safety rate when in the same room. 95% overall objective for Dutch Ho has an injury rate of 38%. And a rescue rate of 10.3%, with a safe rescue time of 1 to 3 minutes. The person also added that Dutch Ho students have an 89.7% chance of not being able to hold out until the rescue arrives. After the rescue, there is a 95.3% chance of not being able to save them. Hearing this, the principal stood up, hesitated, then walked toward the large door, looking outside and repeating, "The so-called special strategy, either those powerful martial artist prisoners whose death sentences have been postponed, or powerful martial artists who cannot control their personal strength for various reasons." He looked further away as if he had experienced and understood everything he was saying. The country often restricts their freedom when the lower nation faces a serious crisis, deploying all of them to the front lines as a national defense strategy. And facing this terrifying existence, I believe the Dutch Ho students are prepared. Without preparation for killing, how can one go far on the path of slaughter? Time is running out for the lower nation. The foolish federals from Bucky Bang, Gaian along with the fanatical worshippers of the secret civilization in the divine descent heavenly kingdom are all restless, carrying many worries and responsibilities of a forerunner. The principal gazed into the distance, a heavy heart, murmuring, "The younger generation, grow up quickly." Transitioning back to Dutch Ho and Ka, in the detention room on the 3rd floor below the training field, The two arrived here immediately after returning home. Ka said as he walked. Come on. I have not taught for decades. Let us have a match first to see your strength. Dutch Ho was puzzled. Master. Are you going to suppress your martial arts level to the beginner stage to fight me? Ka stretched and nodded, then glanced at Dutch Ha and replied. Oh, I almost forgot. I need to suppress my cultivation. The two of them then started to warm up. Dutchy turned his hand and said, Master Ka, I am ready. The old lady Ka was still warming up, making noises as she did. Wink, wink. It seemed like Ka was very happy to have someone to train with today. Dutch Ha quickly took a defensive stance, his hands in front and eyes locked on his new master. Thinking, I do not want to remember that scene of getting my head chopped off earlier. Just as he was about to say something in his head, Ka lunged forward like a silver bullet, small in stature but not lacking in strength. Ka's speed was like that of a demon. In just a few seconds, her small hand with sharp nails had reached his throat. Dutch He had not even had time to react, frozen as he realized something sharp was pressing against his chin. They said it was for practice. In Dutch Ha's wide-open eyes, he could see Ka's face coming closer, her gaze becoming dangerously frightening. Dutch He thought. I had simulated at least 5 directions of evasive movement, but each time Ka's attacks could be predicted. I could only confront her head-on. Making up his mind, Decha unleashed his Godzilla energy. Having no time to evade, he stood firm to avoid Ka's damage and played his card. With flames engulfing him, Ka was thrown back. First, he pushed the danger away from his face. Dutch immediately took a defensive stance, not giving her the chance to exploit his weaknesses again. Ka was even more excited by this attitude, flashing a wide smile showing her even white teeth despite her age. Loudly exclaiming, wanting to use her bloodline awakening to boost her defensive speed against his attack and counter him. Kid, too bad I am faster than you. Saying that, Ka soared above. She quickly positioned herself above Dutch Ha. Not only that but also had the ability to manipulate her body shape. Ka's arms twisted like ropes, wrapping around Da's arms. He stared blankly at himself being pinned down. Quickly, Ka had successfully grabbed both of Dutch Ha's hands, making it impossible for him to break free, then used her small foot to stomp on the back of his neck. Ka exerted her strength, cracking sounds echoed as if his bones were breaking. And once again the pain hit him like he was close to death. Dutch Ha's neck was in trouble. He tilted his head back and screamed in despair. This time worse than before. The feeling was so real in every cell. His painful screams echoed throughout the room. After a moment of fighting, Deech Heva managed to stand up. At that moment, Ka also jumped back. He was battered and bruised, blood dripping from head to toe, trembling all over. Dutch Ha looked up at his master and laughed, saying, You really hold nothing back, master. My bloodline awakening has been beaten back to its original form. However, not caring much about what Dutch Ha said, Kung Ke was even more excited when he saw the bloody spectacle on his body. She licked her lips. It has been a while since I have tasted blood. It was that familiar action again. Dutch Ha raised his finger to scratch the area under his eye, grinning dangerously as he said, Master, in terms of physical skill, I am no match for you. Next, I am going to unleash some banned martial techniques. Please guide me. Immediately behind Dutch Ha, a large head appeared, with bright eyes, and its wide mouth exhaling a long trail of smoke, its figure bursting with power. Dutch Ha's eyes sparkled as he looked ahead, determination flashing in his gaze. He thought to himself, lucky I practiced supergiant transformation last night. Kung observed the power he unleashed and whispered her evaluation. Such powerful martial techniques. Could he really be a martial artist? It seems I have taken on a terrifying monster as my disciple. Just seeing the kid in front of me unleashing new moves again. And he is not afraid to reveal his abilities. This 100-year-old woman was thrilled to throw a few punches and sneered. If that is the case, as your master, I have to give it my all. With that, Kunka slashed down with one hand, unleashing an overwhelming wave of energy like a blade of air. It was fast and incredibly powerful, rushing towards Di Cheya. Just a light flick of the hand demonstrated extreme prowess. This strike headed straight for that large face, splitting the two faces Dutch Ha had created with just a simple move. Immediately after, an explosion of nuclear energy erupted, with thick, dark smoke obscuring the view. From within that explosion, Dutch He's transformed figure leaped out. As he rushed out, he took a fighting stance and shouted, manifesting the form of his original ancestor, with the transformation of bone machinery, carefully using his Godzilla armor to cover his entire body. Seeing this, Kung Ka remained very calm. As Deech's punch came close, Kung merely widened her pupils in surprise for a moment, then gracefully turned away. Meanwhile, Dutch Ha, with his transformed physique, charged forward, not only larger in size but also gaining an edge with his spiky appearance. The closer he got, the tighter he clenched his fist to create massive damage. Kung Ka's only reaction was to pucker her lips and take a small breath. In less than half a second, She continued to thrust her small arm straight at Dutch Ha. Her eyes lit up like a killing machine. Around that tiny, fair arm, a stream of power emanated, thin but not to be underestimated. Dutch Ha's large and powerful transformation was impressive, but when he made contact with Kung Ka, he found himself unable to resist. The armor on the outside seemed to crack. So painful. He muttered. The flesh and bone armor was crafted based on the exterior of Godzilla. The defense was at least dozens of times stronger than supergiant transformation. Inside the armor, he was confident it was incredibly strong. Dichijai is gritting his teeth to endure the pain from Kung Ka's attack. He can't understand why she tears through him so easily. One of Dichijai's eyes widens. He can hardly stand it. And when he looks ahead, he is even more surprised. Just a few meters away, in a moment of distraction, Kung Ka has jumped right up to his face. She is delighted, her expression just like a child's. Little Dich Ho, are you hiding in this armored person's mouth? At this moment, he begins to feel fear. It is truly a terrifying level of awareness. Clearly, he had stopped all life functions of his body. Yet this 100-year-old girl smiles excitedly, displaying a playful demeanor in front of Dutch Ha, a playful demeanor of a killer. Kung Ka says, "Come out here, my disciple." Instantly, a long slash cuts across Dutch Ha as he continues to change. He creates countless sharp bones on his face to defend against Kung Ka's approach. At the same time, he loudly activates the next form, splitting into the giant star form. If she decides to jump in, it is all over. This Master Kung Ka, no matter how crazy, still has a lot of reason. She immediately jumps back and maintains her distance from Dai Cha. Her small hand brushes against the floor, and just from that, sparks fly. At the top of Dich Ho's giant armor, a massive energy radiates, enveloping his head completely, the nuclear energy Xilla that he often uses. He challenges Kung Ka, saying loudly, "Master, with such a powerful strike of yours, I wonder if you can cut this in half." Inside the armor, Kung Ka takes a step back, showing more interest. Dich Ho chuckles softly and continues, "Master, of course, you won't easily melt from my nuclear energy breath, but how will you defend against this?" Suddenly, a sturdy chain appears in the space, covered in rust and bloodstains. Looking back, Dutch Ha realizes he has been tightly bound by this chain. He was clearly in an advantageous position moments ago, but now he is being suppressed. 7 chains tighten around him more and more from all sides. Once again, Dutch Ho looks up and spots the guillotine, giving him a sensation of life and death. It rattles with each beat, and he grimaces up at it, saying, "This is, indeed, I can't escape the guillotine." Just as he finishes speaking, the sharp blade comes down, descending with terrifying speed. The person lying beneath it is Dutch Ha, who is scared stiff. He turns, unsure of what to do, drenched in sweat, struggling to muster all his strength to scream. Jaguarudo, hearing him call, Jaguarudo appears, rushing out with an extremely dark and dangerous expression. This time, Decha even summons the rose-headed man to counter the illusion created by Kung Ka. Gorudo freezes time to prevent the blade from descending onto Dutch Ha. At this moment, he keeps reminding himself, "Master is cornered, drawing me into her deadly secret realm." This is not a real space but a mental illusion created from murderous intent. To escape the illusion, one must use mental strength to resist. Just as time froze, Jorudo unleashed a flurry of punches at the blade. Under Jorudo's continuous and powerful pressure, the punches began to crack the illusion he was seeing. Positive signals. Gowarudo continued to throw punches in rapid succession. Soon, the illusion shattered completely, breaking apart like glass, with fragments falling through the air. As he broke free, he slowly opened his eyes, feeling a cool, gentle breeze brush against his eyelids. Tun Dai then realized that the armor surrounding Dich Ha had been completely destroyed. Standing next to him was Kung Ga, enjoying a lollipop. She was eating happily while saying, "Oh, you are awake. That turtle shell next to you is really tough." Dich Ha was not yet accustomed to the quick and dangerous demeanor of this woman. He was startled, as if his soul had not fully returned. Managed to say 2 words, "Master." The armor around Dich-Ha is shattered. Exhausted, he propped himself up, thinking the scene resembled being violently pulled out of a giant's mouth by his master, and the hardened crystal he had condensed to protect his body was brutally shattered. But this was definitely not something a martial artist could achieve. Seeing that Dich-Ha was fine, Kung Ga turned to walk away. Starting to doubt, Dich-Ho squinted and smirked, asking Kung Ga directly, "Master, you went easy on me, right?" With the lollipop still in her mouth, Kung Ga lifted her small face, turning to question him back. "Went easy? What do you mean? I fairly defeated you. Where's the trick?" Dutch Ho wanted reassurance and asked again. "Really?" Kung Ga replied absent-mindedly while chewing the candy. "Yeah, I just used a little extra strength. You know, using the excuse that the master's strikes were too heavy and hard to control was a poor justification." This explanation truly left Dutch Ha speechless. Although he felt frustrated inside, the young man could only press his lips tightly. saying nothing more, as he seemed to realize his own awkwardness. Kungka's face showed a hint of embarrassment, but then she cleared her throat, looking directly at Dechha's not-so-forgiving expression. And then, unexpected action took place. Kungka suddenly rushed over, placing her small hands on Dechha's shoulders, her eyes sparkling with tears as she whined. Come on, next time I won't play dirty anymore. Do not be mad. Okay, please do not go. It has been decades since I played with anyone else. The scene was like a little sister begging for forgiveness from her brother, making Dechha hop up with pride and enjoy the moment. Dechha hurried to console her. Hey, do not cry. Kungka stopped crying and looked up to ask, aren't you leaving? Dechha replied, I worked hard to become your student. Why would I leave? Upon hearing this, she stood up and stubbornly said, I was not crying just now. He thought to himself how cool that was. Kungan continued, well, I basically understand your strength now. Although you are still quite a bit weaker than I was before, compared to others, you are already quite talented. We can start learning now. What do you want to study? Dechha stated directly, the advanced martial law and how you can cut through thunder and pierce the humanoid arm of mine. Can you teach me how to slash? That is very hard to teach. Just keep slashing at things and you will get the feel for it. What kind of feelings are you curious about? At that moment, Kungka's eyes flashed red, regardless of whether it is a human body, magical beast, or other objects. There is an ideal cutting point, along with a path that can be easily slashed through, which you can call the slaughtering path. Dechha thought to himself, the slaughtering path master is not like the divine dragon. He is also skilled in the art of killing. If the divine dragon slashes pursue extreme power, dominance, and sharpness, then the teacher is like Din Jianzu, pursuing precision and techniques. She advised, learning this is quite troublesome. I suggest you first break through to become a martial artist. If your martial arts cultivation does not improve, then you won't be qualified to learn many of my techniques. Do you know the difference between a martial artist and a martial novice? It is not just physical advancement but also spiritual. A martial artist has an important ability that a martial novice lacks. Inner insight. After gaining inner insight, a martial artist can transition from macro-level martial arts training to micro-level cultivation. Through inner insight, martial artists can see the meridians, acupoints, and internal organs within their bodies and use weaponry to strengthen and expand their physical limits. In other words, spiritual strength comes before physical strength. Dechha was amazed, thinking that he never expected Kungka's teaching level to be so high, truly worthy of being a professor at the Imperial University. Even if she seemed a bit silly, her foundational knowledge was still intact. But when it comes to spiritual power, after merging with the blood-sucking monster and awakening the power of the breakthrough, she revealed that she felt her spiritual index had increased significantly, which could provide great support for her in the martial artist stage. Dechha further asked, so is there a difference in the technique to advance to a martial artist? Kungka replied, heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and no grade. The breakthrough techniques in martial arts are divided into 4 levels. Heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and no grade. College students evolving from martial novices at universities or ordinary schools can only access no-grade breakthrough techniques when advancing to martial artists. No-grade college students have the advantage of rapid breakthroughs, with almost no threshold requirements, as long as their blood energy and weapons are sufficiently accumulated. Over 80% of martial artists use no-grade techniques to make common breakthroughs. Meanwhile, our Hosea students start with mysterious breakthrough techniques. He asked further, what about the 2 levels of heavenly and earthly? She continued, the heavenly level techniques in martial arts are almost all rare manuscripts extracted from secret ruins. Looking at the world, there might not even be 10 copies left, although our Imperial University might have a copy. With your current abilities and authority, you certainly can't access it yet. However, you can learn the earthly level breakthrough technique, the Body Heart Sutra. The earthly level breakthrough technique I possess, while the physical body technique of Little Tiger is inspired by my method. Dechha excitedly exclaimed, I want to learn. She immediately agreed. All right, then let us start now. Take a moment to really feel the ominous atmosphere I have created for you. You sense something bad, do not you? Again, at Dechha's feet, a pool of blood glowed red. Kungka licked his lips and exclaimed, I love blood the most. By the time class ended, students were leaving one by one, and some noticed him up ahead. He spoke up, Hey Diyif, how was your first day? I heard you have made a pact. A dangerous aura surrounded him, the blade in his hand serving as a greeting. Suchu was startled and went on the defensive, while Dechha sensed something unusual behind him. You just realized that. Sorry. Suchu. I got a bit agitated. He was astonished. Dechha, you cut me off. What on earth happened today? More than 10 seconds ago, in the illusion, monsters were relentlessly chasing him. Kungka would not allow him to use any martial arts or supernatural abilities, only permitting him to use the blade in his hand against the zombies. With so many restrictions, Dechha felt helpless. Was he really only supposed to use this dull knife? She reminded him that using the blade was to help him get used to the feeling of cutting through flesh, shattering bones, thus training his muscle memory so he could instinctively identify the best strike point to hit the target's weak spot. Dutch understood how it worked. That is how it was, then I will get started. So he single-handedly swept through the horde of zombies. Even she was surprised. This kid Dutch, cultivating his electric killing technique in an illusion was truly dangerous. The basic martial arts were not enough to qualify for cultivation. If it were not for Dutch's mental resilience surpassing that of an average person, he would have been overwhelmed by the ominous energy and gone insane. Dutch truly lives up to being the hope of the Kin Vien, and even of Hosei. I am really looking forward to his future. In Dutch's dorm room, he was relaxing in the bathtub, already exhausted on the very first day. The #1 university in HQF really lives up to its reputation. Suddenly, his phone rang, and Dutch exclaimed, "A guest in Liu Than Tru's dorm room." He answered, "Hey Than Trex, what is up?" She replied, "My mom sent what you need. It is in my hands now. She also told me to thank you for helping me get first place in the freshman training group." Dutch responded, "Oh really? Then I will swing by your dorm to pick it up later." Then Treetank sounded a bit shy. "No need. You do not have to come. I can send it to you with a drone." He switched to another topic. "Alright. Have you found a teacher today? Who is your advisor?" Then Tree revealed it was the headmaster. She said I have a lot of talent, so she accepted me as a student. He was thrilled. "Oh really? That is great." She asked back, "What about you?" Dutch, which headmaster did you make a pact with? He thought to himself, it is better not to tell Than Truck about rejecting the 5 headmasters. Otherwise, someone would lose sleep over it tonight. You are just brushing it off. I did make a pact. Than Trax could not hear clearly from the other end. Hello. Dutch, what did you just say? Half a year has passed, and the first year of college is about to end. For the freshmen of Hode, this semester has seen countless interesting events. For example, at the beginning of the school year, Oduong Trach teamed up with elites from various provinces to form the Blood Dragon Society, quickly gaining a significant voice among the first-year students. As expected, after the freshmen from Hodu finished their summer training camp and returned to Hode, they clashed with the Blood Dragon Society. As tensions escalated, members of the Blood Dragon Society and local students from Hodu began to step into the ring for a duel, and the result, of course, was more losses than wins. The Blood Dragon Society began to decline from that point on. Currently, the most famous student in the first year is named Hang Kim Hai. In fact, saying he is just the most famous in the first year of Hodai may not be enough. He should be considered extremely famous nationwide, because he is the top scorer in the college entrance exam of Hodu. What about Dech A, who was once quite popular at the start of the school year? No one remembers him anymore. After all, he has disappeared from the public eye for over 3 months. Deep underground in the Hode Research Institute, someone was anxiously urging, "Hurry up. Go faster." It turned out to be Kung stepping on the back of his student, each step sending his refined spiritual weapon into the body. The weapon, infused with my understanding of the body inner classic, will help him solidify the realm of the martial artist he just broke through, and he can also feel my spiritual energy. It is truly a convenience for him. Dutch Ha was struggling and silently cursing. "Convenience my foot. You sealing my weapon and making me do push-ups is like carrying a mountain on my back. The weapon from my teacher is running all over my body, and it is itching unbearably." Kunga teased, "Can't handle it yet. Little fish. There are not even 1,000 yet." He gritted his teeth, trying to prove himself. "Who are you calling a little fish? Watch me speed up." With that, Kunga stepped harder on Dech Ha's back. "Come on. Go faster. Put in more strength." His spirited shouts echoed through the room. She jumped up just in time as the ground exploded beneath her feet, a blaze of red smoke enveloping the area, Dech Hiya's muscles swelling. This feeling, as blood splattered, tore through the old, withered muscles, transforming into new bundles of muscle infused into the weapon. Kunga watched without blinking. "Oh wow, his shirt is gone. You rascal," he scolded in embarrassment, closing his fingers while covering his eyes. "Do not peek." Back to the main topic. Dutchie knew it was time to emerge. She asked, "Are you leaving now?" He replied, "Yes. I have been stuck with you here for 3 months. I should get outside and enjoy some sunlight." Kung Ding Ding asked further, "Then will you come back?" Dutch have confirmed. "Of course. You play games too poorly. Remember to practice properly before I come back next time." Stepping onto the surface, he felt the atmosphere here. It has been 3 months without seeing the sunlight. Really feels a bit nostalgic, although I do not really like sunlight that much now. It feels like it has been ages since I have been outside, as if I have been separated from an entire world. But this time, it is not just for a stroll. There is something important to do. At Hovey, The performance each semester has a crucial component, which is the extracurricular tasks. The tasks mainly involve hunting down illegal martial artists or investigating secret areas and assisting against beast tides, as well as suppressing illegal organizations or even foreign forces. First, I will head to the activity center to pick up the mission and conveniently meet my friend Tri Hut, University Student Activity Center. At this moment, Dutch Hao runs into an acquaintance and greets him. Long time no see. So Shu politely responds, you have also come out. You made me wait a long time. Dutch Hao asks of Chu how he has been. How much has your strength improved? He reveals that 2 months ago, he broke through to the martial artist level. So Sichu feels that for the first time in 3 months of meeting Dech Hechenya, it seems that Dh Ha has not changed much in terms of aura or physique. But this is the most terrifying change. How much has his power improved? Can he keep up? 3 days ago, I was invited to watch a private match between Eng Kim Hai, the new student representative of Ho, and Yu Dun Di Trech, the vice president of the Long Height Association. The result was not surprising. Du Jing Trech fought Eng Kim Hai for just 10 minutes before losing. Faced with this performance, I could feel that Eng Kim Hai had not even used his full strength. Can Dech have fight against Eng Kim Hai? No. Perhaps even the current Eng Kim Hai is not a match for Dae Chekha. Just then, Than Triki arrives and says, sorry, I am late. He asks Than Trek if there is anything else. She doubts if there is more. She remembers Lin Lin once said. Than Treks. Remember, you and Dech Heva are a couple now. So you should show what a couple should do at school. For example, she shyly asked, do the things that a couple should do now have to be done right away? Dutch here is surprised to see his friend closing her eyes and pouting. What are you doing? 3 months without seeing me, and you do not even bother to greet me. Than Triti is fuming. She dislikes him the most. The group entered the hall, and he glanced over the announcement board in front of him. The information on the large screen was all about the latest hot missions and the outstanding students who had completed them. Sofichu added, Thentri and I have already completed 3 missions, so we have exceeded the quota. That is right. I am here this time just to team up with you. The 3 current missions are perfect for us. The 3 missions are, a serial killer case in Hon Then, where the mission will be received. Hon Then describes the mission. In May, a case emerged in Hon Then, where a female office worker was stripped completely, and her bones were made into clothes hangers. Such a horrifying case has been investigated by the criminal investigation team, but months have passed with no progress. The number of victims has exceeded 40, including some with powers, requiring the capture or elimination of second-degree illegal martial artists. Mission 2 involves investigating a beast hide in Lin Then, with the mission being located in the submerged city of the secret realm of Lin Then. Describing the mission at Lin Then, the monsters have begun to retreat on a large scale. Unlike 2 months ago when they tried to expand from Lin Then to the outside, collaboration is required with ZIA Long Terasi to investigate the second-degree difficulty. The 3rd mission is an abnormal case in Lum Thikli district, where the mission will be received in Lam Thui County. The mission description is from 2 weeks ago. A tourist group from the tribe in Lum Thi reported that the locals were exhibiting strange behavior. They enjoy eating raw meat and gather at night to hunt. The local authorities denied the reports from the tourist group. A day later, the tourist group retracted their report. However, a small second-degree team from the battalion decided to investigate. Currently, the entire team is missing, requiring an investigation into the unusual cause in Lam Thi County. Due to the high difficulty of the mission, it is necessary to know when to withdraw. Than Treek analyzed the 3 missions, the serial killer case in Hong Then, the investigation into the beast hide in Lin Then, and the abnormal case in Lum Thi. Initially, they were all second-degree missions, but the mission in Lum Thi has been upgraded to 3rd degree. The off-campus missions for Hosei students are divided into 5 levels, with higher levels indicating greater difficulty. First-year university students usually only take on first-degree missions. The only second-degree mission that Aso Chao and I ever participated in was a mission for a group of 10 people. If a small group of 3, like first-year students, participates, it is usually very hard to get a second-degree mission. Decha raised his card proudly. It is okay. I have a privilege card. Kung Kia then assured him. Tu Ha. You can handle it on your own now. In the 1st and 2nd years, there are hardly any who can compete with you. What you need now is to find some high-difficulty missions to practice. You can comfortably take any college-level missions at school. However, do not just randomly take on 4th or 5th degree missions. Those tasks are too unpredictable. Even the Xuanwu fighters could fail. Then Truck wondered. Where did you get that privilege? So Chao asked for opinions. Ditch Ho. What do you think about these 3 tasks? He sighed in relief. Luckily, So Chao changed the subject. Then replied, the pros and cons. The first task is simply a capture mission. Personally, I think the effectiveness of handling this task will be very low. After all, this is the elusive rat that the criminal police team has been trying to catch for months without success. The difficulty of this mission lies in the investigation, not in killing it. The second task is to assist in the investigation. I feel that we won't gain much experience or progress from it. With Dai Halong tucked there, We will definitely be assigned very simple tasks. Whether it is fighting or reconnaissance, it won't be our turn to take action. The third task allows the three of us to control the entire process. Although there are no guarantees leading to many unpredictable variables, the higher the risk, the greater the reward. If we keep fearing danger and growing up in a glass cage, then what do we call ourselves? Fighters. I lean towards taking the third task. This opinion was agreed upon by the other two. I agree with Ditch Ho. I agree. You made the call, and we will set off today. At the waiting room, the bitch disagreed with the three of them accepting this mission. Isn't this chaotic? Did you see that a second-tier squad failed in Lamthoy County? You three first-year college students dare to take on a third-tier mission. Too arrogant. Ditch Ho showed her the privilege card. Hey, I have a privilege card. The way bitch did not believe it. Have you learned to lie? I will call the department head right away to expose you. When she called, she realized he was telling the truth. Yes. Supervisor. Yes. Then the bitch's attitude became warm and welcoming. Wishing you fighters prosperity. I really like your proud appearance. First, Ditch Ho directed them. You two get ready. I will go get the gear. You head to the blacksmith shop at the Mechanics and Equipment Academy. The gate successfully verified the identity. Once inside, he got straight to the point. Dean. I am here to collect the first prize weapon from the survival pendant battle. The Dean appreciates you. Ditch Ho chose a weapon instead of close combat techniques. You indeed have a good eye. If it were not for the senior getting ahead of me, I would not say much. Come see what I have created for you. Although it has no attributes, it is a top-tier divine weapon crafted from rare star alloy, known for its durability, capable of transmitting martial energy up to 95%. This horse-slicing saber is about 1.2 meters long, with a wide and flat blade. The blade's color is slightly dark but sparkles like a starry sky. That is the hallmark of rare star alloy. The blade's body is covered with dense serrated patterns, increasing its weight and destructive power, making each swing unleash incredible strength. The hilt is wrapped in specially designed black leather for a non-slip grip, with metal threads running through the leather. This is the secret that helps martial artists easily channel their energy into the weapon. Each swing accompanied by a whistling wind and dazzling light that makes one shiver. Ditch He assessed it well. The weight is just right, not too light, very comfortable to hold. After all, this was tailored to my measurements from 3 months ago. I did not expect it still to adapt to the strength I have broken through to as a martial artist. It must be said, the bladesmith of the Imperial Dynasty truly excels. The director replied, that is only natural. I am sure even the senior from the Kang family would have to call me dad, when it comes to forging. Director. Please do not mention this to the senior from the Kang family. The three set off to Lamthoy County. Suchu reminded. Due to the confidentiality of the mission, we will be practicing here as ordinary college students this time. Dutcha decided to use the life-sensing technique first. Over the past half semester, I have raised the sample of Vi Mala to 71%. The life-sensing can cover the entire county. I am afraid our presence will awaken the old rats hiding in the dark. If those rats get away, it would be quite troublesome, because exterminating rats has always been harder to find than to kill. Let us hurry. The three of us should first check the house that Dai IV arranged for us. Just then, a vehicle passed by, and the old driver asked the young man, where are you guys headed? Need a ride in a tricycle? Ditch Ho officially announced. The mission begins. With the deal set, the old driver started chatting with them. Young man, I see you elegant students. Are you here on holiday? Ditch He introduced. I am a local from Lamthoy County, bringing 2 classmates here for fun. Currently studying at Vin Then. The old man was surprised. A local from Lamthoy. Who is your family? Why do not I recall? You replied. My grandfather's name is Dutch the Vin. He passed away a few years ago. And then I moved away. The old man immediately remembered. Oh. You are from the Dutch family. Dutch Ho silently breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully I learned a bit of the local dialect on the plane. The identity information that Hovey provided really existed. The old man smiled brightly and praised. Good, kid. It is great that you still remember Lamthoy County. You have not lost your roots. You are definitely blessed. The vehicle stopped at the mission's base. The home of Dutch the Vin, he reminded. Little Dutch, in 2 days it will be the grandest festival of Lamthoy County, held once every 3 years. You must come and join. If little Dutch is afraid of strangers and wants to go out, this old man will personally come to get you. Dutch Ho politely replied. Got it. Thank you, sir. Upon entering, Siki sighed. This house has been abandoned for over 10 years. It is really overgrown with weeds and mosquitoes. It looks like we need to clean up. This won't be a problem for you. Cleaning is my specialty. One step down on the ground. The power spread out, blowing away all the weeds and dirt. They were in awe. This was not cleaning. It was a massacre, efficient and quick. Each had their own task. Packing up luggage while I set up mini cameras around the house for surveillance. I am going to check the house. Then Truck suddenly noticed. Ditch Ho, come look at this. He walked over, curiously asking, What did you find? She replied. There is a shrine here, but I do not know what it is for. Ditch Ho could tell it had been placed there recently. Then Truck was surprised. What do you mean by placed here recently? He analyzed the shrine's wooden material. If it had always been in this house, it would have rotted long ago. Although this shrine was covered in dust, it looked very new after wiping it clean. So Cha from the Xiaohoi Thanjian said, This is definitely something someone put in this house. I find this statue a bit unsettling. I will just chop it and see what happens. Then Truck was more cautious. Wait. So Cha, do not act rashly. What if this is an important clue? We should check it thoroughly first. Ditch Ho agreed, and I endorsed the strength in my teammate's palm. She is panicking. Who are you agreeing with? This damn guy should at least check what is beneath the mask of this mud statue before chopping it. Then Truck immediately lifted the red cloth. Ditch Ho sensed danger and pulled her back. Something's off. It really is something sinister. So Cha. Chop it. His sharp sword swung directly at the statue. The expressions of all three turned to shock. They were astonished. What was this black liquid flowing from the statue? Where did Ditch Ho run off to? The old man quickly manifested, tightly gripping the black liquid. The liquid transformed into a bizarre entity with shiny teeth. You ordered. So Cha. Seal it. Then Truck trembled with fear. What is this? A hand patted her shoulder. Then Truck turned pale. Ditch Ho asked with concern. Are you okay? You realize Than Truck has been infected by the mental energy of that thing. Right. We need to give her some pure energy weapons. She replied. I've. Then Truck felt the fear vanish. Warmth returning to her body. He quickly guessed that the anomaly in Lamthe County was related to this strange mud statue. Our investigation was about to reach a crucial stage. You two keep an eye on this here to prevent it from changing. I will handle some business. I have left a radiation signal on the three-wheeled vehicle driver. Timing-wise, it is time to net the catch. Hey, you do not need to come find me. I came here especially. At Kim Sun County, the back door of the temple opened slightly. The victim inside invited the guest. The abbot was waiting for him inside. The old three-wheel driver replied. All right. All right. He followed the young man into the temple, where the front gate was sealed with charms. The messenger announced, the abbot has brought the candidate Lu Thusen Sin who has met the ban fee standards. And he also mentioned he has something to report. He called out to the abbot at the door, saying the candidate Logyo Sin has reached the Trek Fee J standard and he has something to repay. A voice echoed from inside. What does this candidate intend? Why have you suddenly come to visit? The guarding monster sensed another presence and switched to defense mode. Transforming into a monster, Kin Sin kneeled and prayed. Divine beings have descended. Divine beings have descended. Ditch He appeared at just the right moment, kicking this guy squarely in the head. A shield timely blocked the spraying blood. Ditch He exclaimed. How disgusting. Good thing there is a barrier to keep this stuff outside. Otherwise, it would be hard to wash off my clothes. He recognized the familiar figure as the uncle of the old man. The statue beside him moved, becoming aggressive and attacking Dach Ha. He teased, can a Buddha statue even move? Just as the statue's weapon came down, the barrier blocked it from harming Dach Ha. Both statues showed clear signs of anger, continuously throwing punches, all directed at him. Dach He subtly turned the ring on his finger. The space ring was in stealth mode to avoid detection. He drew a large sword, the Tinvinan Shimem blade. The sharp blade was unsheathed, and with one swing, Dach He shattered the group of statues. The heavy hands of the statues fell to the ground. Yet they refused to yield, shooting lasers from their eyes, leaving him stunned. Can they even shoot lasers from their eyes? Are you really Buddha statues? Unfortunately, that laser is too slow. Let us see if there is dry grass or something else inside you. Dutcha slashed horizontally at the midsection of both statues. Kyun Sin stared blankly at the scene, could only exclaim, Buddha. His whole body was sliced in half by the large sword, turning into a pile of scrap. He sheathed the sword and said, Indeed, they are not living beings. From the beginning, with these two Bodhisattvas, he had not sensed any trace of life from his life field. But in a backward county like Lum Thui, how could there be such advanced scientific creations? Is the answer behind that door, Ji Nigalia? After all, I am a college student. At least I should have the courtesy to knock. Right. Ji Nigalia politely knocked hard on the door. The voice interrupted and a stream of attacking energy hit the solid door. Is anyone in there? The thick stone layer outside shattered, and Dutch Ho leisurely stepped inside. He was not surprised. It was indeed another cave. There was such a large underground palace here, and they even built a huge statue like this. But all the guests have gone in. Why is the little mouse still hiding? A sigh was heard. The abbot calmly asked, Our temple has no enmity with you. Why do you come to offend our temple? Dutch Ho drew his sword and said, A robot like you pretending to be human is quite tiresome, is not it? He decisively struck at this guy. But the abbot seemed like an unyielding spirit right behind him. Indeed, the candidate has a heavy karma. Dutch He shouted, Stop talking nonsense. The ground beneath you is unstable. It cracked and broke, causing Dacho to fall straight down. Safely landing on the ground, he glanced at the infrastructure below and concluded, "This looks like a drainage system, with 18 doors. Is this a dam?" Countless pairs of green eyes glimmered from the door. He recognized them immediately. They were termite monsters. There were so many this time, each carrying a first to second tier martial artist's wave. Moreover, the life wave levels of these humanoid monsters were similar, as if they were mass-produced. Are they artificial mechanized beings? Do they think they can crush me with their savage army? The previous guy did just that, but now the grass on his grave is over a meter tall. Dutch Hum moved swiftly, executing the Hein Hong sword technique. Tulo Tamzao. The first strike was Ninda Thin Lalas, sweeping away a group of termite monsters, revealing the rest. He sneered. Whose underground temple is breeding these disgusting monsters? The ferocious monsters roared, and soon Dechai had wiped them out, leaving a pile of corpses. The abbot spoke like a soulless machine. Master, your killing intent is too heavy. Master, your killing intent is too heavy. Dutcha squeezed his head and said, "These mechanized idiots are repeating a pre-recorded line even after losing their heads. Who is the one pulling the strings behind this? Still not showing themselves." A voice full of intrigue rang out. "It seems we have encountered an extraordinary enemy this time. But that is all there is to it." The large golden statue began its attack, releasing a thick cloud of smoke from its mouth as its head moved slightly. The mechanical voice declared, "Master, you are beyond saving." Dutch he praised. "Not bad. You can still transform." The statue struck down. Embrace reincarnation. Poured all its power into this attack, and he was right there to receive it. A single strike sent thick dust swirling. Warning alarms blared continuously. Warning, energy detection exceeds outbreak limits. Right hand overheating. Error. Error. Energy continues to heat up. The statue was stunned. What the hell? At that moment, the martial artist by his side lunged, throwing a punch while saying, "Nemo Metabo Buddha." The conclusion of that phrase was a straight punch into the statue. The giant hand of the martial artist reached out, squeezing the statue as if it were a toy. He exclaimed excitedly, "It is not over yet. Taste my heart." Black knee. The statue took heavy damage, triggering serious alarms for the damaged head. It began to wobble, struggling to stay upright. The statue still had backup moves, with waves of power shooting out from its core. The energy sphere burst forth from the center of its intense power. The statue ordered a full barrage, firing at Dech Heva's monsters. It was curious. What kind of beast was this that forced me to use so much firepower to eliminate? Suddenly, the statue was shocked by the next development. The martial artist still stood defiantly. "All your toys are just hot weapons, which are useless against a martial artist." The statue is irritating. The restless souls won't disperse. Watch me guide the people. But just as I finished, sharp thorns emerged from below, piercing its body like personified meteors. The warrior declared that the fake monk should disappear, then unleashed a barrage of earth-based attacks. Dutch Ho manifested and said, "I have destroyed your mechanical model. Sorry about that, digging out such a large cave in the mountains. It seems like it is either a lizard person or a giant moving Buddha. It looks like the mastermind behind this is likely a mad scientist who enjoys chaotic research." Sure enough, there is a way down here. Half an hour ago in the research room, the footage of that battle was replayed. Uncle Veen spoke. "Doctor, that kid has dealt with the Bodhisattva's machinery at the door, but do not worry. The door is made of our latest materials and structure. He definitely can't get in." Seeing Dech Ho enter, he started to lose confidence but still tried to act tough. "It is okay. Doctor, we still have the army of clones. Even facing a grand martial artist, over 10,000 clones can wear him down to death, and it helps us clear out the excess clone stock." When he saw the scene of the kid standing atop a pile of corpses, holding the head of the mechanical abbot, Uncle Ven fell silent, trapped yet holding on to his belief. "Doctor, we still have our trump card. Trust in our design. This Tinsibgip giant Buddha was specifically designed to deal with lord-level beasts. Handling a minor martial artist should be a piece of cake." Right. However, the trump card has been destroyed, and they both fell silent for a moment. He was blindly optimistic. "It is okay. Doctor, we still have Drur." "Fine teak," he cut in. "Damn it. Stop talking." He was frustrated, thinking about what kind of madness this was. The enemy had boldly pushed right to your door, and you still think it is okay. The guards above should be able to buy us a few minutes. Dra. Fing ordered. "Quickly retreat and activate the self-destruct program of this base. We cannot let any information leak out." He was Fing. Previously a level 3 researcher at the Prometheus Institute, later secretly recruited by the Thunderbird. 10 years ago, the Thunderbird took root in Lemthui County, an ordinary small county. In the darkness, he replaced the entire monks of Kim Sen Temple. The Thunderbird exploited the beliefs of the Lemthui people in Kim Sen Temple to start controlling the entire county. Under the guise of granting blessings, he lured the Lumenthi residents to accept body modifications, becoming free experimental subjects. providing a large amount of materials and clinical data for the Thunderbird's biological research. He lamented, "It is a shame we have to abandon this base now." Suddenly, a surge of energy rushed down from the ceiling. Dutch Ho appeared right before them. Smirking, "Abbott, where do you think you are running?" Uncle Vin directed the guards to cover the doctor's retreat. Dutch Ho teleported, stopping right in front of Drar.
Fing.
"Old Seikothi, sneaking your hand into your pocket. What do you want?" "We can discuss this slowly." Dra. Fing calculated carefully. As long as he pressed the button, Laserb had planted small bombs in the bodies of every key researcher or responsible person. And our families and friends were also under the surveillance of Laserb Ness. This is to ensure that the staff fully complies with company regulations and will not disclose company secrets. However, the old man's scheme failed, and Dutch Havza tightened his grip on the wrist. You clamped his mouth shut, lifting his frail body high. Dra. Fing Nin was gasping, his face turning red, until Dutch Have finally set him down. You demanded to know everything they had done in Lam Thi district. The old man froze, unsure how to respond. In the underground lab, Dutch Ho reiterated his request, asking if he knew about the 3 young martial artists beforehand. "What kind of devilry are you all up to here?" The old man not quite refused to confess, stating that he could not disclose the experiments here. "Earlier, I had a listening device. If any keywords related to company secrets were mentioned, the bomb inside would detonate immediately. Knowing that death was inevitable, I chose a refreshing end." Dra. Fing bit down on the poison already in his mouth. Dutch Hao inspected, finding poison hidden in his mouth. Were they all a bunch of reckless fools? His heart had stopped beating, triggering the self-destruct program here automatically. But unfortunately, in front of me, even death is a luxury for you. The blood-sucking demon appeared behind you, immediately driving its claws into Dra. Fing's neck. The blood-sucking demon can infect humans or corpses, turning them into flesh puppets. But sadly, after turning into flesh puppets, except for a few individuals with special talents, most are no different from zombies, with no self-healing ability, becoming mentally impaired, their bodies rotting. But in your hands, you possess the elemental beauty power, combining it with the strength of the blood-sucking demon. Dra. Fing's eyes widened, and his expression changed. Dra. Fing knelt on the ground, calling out, "Master, since Dichhepsha's goal has been achieved, he can create a perfect subordinate, retaining all memories and talents from their past life, not fearing sunlight, while possessing strong self-healing abilities, absolutely obedient to me both mentally and physically. You can't die now, so the self-destruct program should also stop. From now on, I will call you the Mad Doctor. Everything in your past is no longer relevant to you. The only thing you need to do from now on is to serve me." The Mad Doctor replied reverently, "It is my honor to serve my master." You continued, "Since you have accepted the elemental power, a spiritual link has formed between us, so monitoring those matters is no longer effective. I want to see when this city was infiltrated." The link between them was established, allowing Dutch Ho to invade the opponent's memories. At that moment, he called Tiu Liu, who had sneaked out to eat before lunch break. "Have you finished comparing the data I gave you?" He was halfway through eating an arm and replied, "Yes. Sorry, Professor Fing. I was really too hungry." So hungry. The Mad Doctor enjoyed a bloody meal of raw meat. Is today's meal still raw meat? With poor dental health, it is tough to eat this. He revealed to Professor Fang that these were offerings brought by people from the district to pay tribute to the Buddhist family. "I heard there is a newcomer in town. 3 young men who are quite appealing. When people come to worship Buddha, they end up dozing off. This time, they fell asleep right in the Buddha hall. Some even dozed off while in prayer. Isn't that a good thing? The doctor personally took these people to the lab for observation. It saves both time and effort. But I am curious why they suddenly came here to pray, only to fall asleep." He wondered. "Doctor, what is going on? Isn't sleep a basic human need?" The Mad Doctor felt something was off. He mumbled, "Heavenly beings. Descended deities. What is this? Why is it engraved on my hand? It looks like a numerical puzzle." The answer is a string that represents the internal file format of the company. Looking at the computer screen displaying the document code D25612, the Mad Doctor was shocked. "This is not right. Not right at all. My memories and perceptions have been altered. Who dares to treat me as experimental material, like a guinea pig?" It was not until he saw the documents on the computer that the Mad Doctor came to his senses. That numerical puzzle was left by him before the invasion. He believed that even if his perception was altered, encountering those mathematical puzzles would still spark curiosity, and he would definitely trust that the main purpose was to inform him about cannibalism. The urge to sleep alongside those bizarre clay statues, all orchestrated by someone pulling the strings from behind. Dutch Hao understood the whole story. It turned out that what they called eating raw meat was actually cannibalism, and the so-called heavenly beings sounded like a cult. He continued, "This place was originally chosen by Li Bird as a secret experimental base, but it was secretly infiltrated and controlled by this cult. just like the locals whose perceptions were manipulated. So, were the three martial artists from Ho also eaten by you? It seems that Than Trikas Sicho and I are not out of your sight either. We are also top-tier materials for you. He continued, this is the 8th year I have welcomed troops from Lam Thi. The Kim San Temple base is fully established, and the technology for biomodification has basically matured. It can go into mass production, heralding a new era. In the future, martial artists will be replaced by bioengineered humans and highly efficient mechanical creations. Prometheus' path is the right one. After discovering the anomaly, based on investigative comparisons, the outbreak in Lumthikli occurred in February last year. By March last year, this anomaly was first detected, and staff were organized to conduct experimental investigations. But each day, my perception was subconsciously altered until I was completely assimilated. Despite many times relying on the intellect of a researcher to uncover logical loopholes and successfully restore my perception, I ultimately could not escape the fate of assimilation. Because our Kim San Temple research base has been too deeply assimilated, it is very difficult to escape or resist that will. The anomalies in Lumthui are divided into 4 stages. Cannibalism, persistent drowsiness, worshipping clay statues, and collective sleepwalking. Eating human flesh is the body's corruption after the spirit has been first influenced by that will. The urge to sleep is due to the spirit being corrupted at a deeper level, and worshipping the earth statue means the body and mind have been heavily polluted, almost beyond healing. Collective sleepwalking means that one has become food for that will. We thought that as those who illegally experimented on human bodies, we had already crossed the line, but compared to cults, we were still far behind. They actually want to offer an entire city as food for that will. Later, I finally discovered what they used to corrupt the spirit of the people in Lam Thai County, while also devouring their life energy. Perhaps it is the ghost fetus brought out from the secret ruins. According to calculations, the day of the ghost fetus is the exact day that Dutch Ho has the answer. Opening one's eyes will be on the night 2 days later. You remember when Kinsen reminded you, Little Dutch? In 2 days it will be the biggest festival in Lam Thoi County. Once every 3 years, you must definitely participate. This is the key point that allowed Dutch Ho to notice the flaw.